Все, начинаем. Всем привет-привет! Да, ребята, аплодисменты. Сегодня утром вы
Good morning. We start
на Positive.
here in the morning. We are here.
Я рад вас сегодня видеть здесь.
I'm very happy to see you here,
Молодцы, ух, мужик сзади.
and you're great. It's guy behind me.
Ребята, сегодня нас ждет
So-
довольно бурный день.
Today we have quite a day.
Я
Let me introduce myself. My name is Ruslan Boyarsky. Today I am the host of Babish
Другой
Hall.
Я работаю в команде Т-банка в
I work in ATB Bank and Sage Product, and we develop our platform within the company. Today is going to be quite a day.
Ровно 00 минут будем начинать новый технический
Every hour we'll begin a new technical report, and each report will be about the development track that is supported by
Огромное спасибо.
Positive Dev community. And I would like to thank them.
Также важный момент.
There's also an important point. After the report of the presentation, you will have a chance to ask questions to the speaker. First, you need to get to the microphone. We have two of them,
Другом по очереди.
and one after another,
Вопросы к тому,
you will ask your questions. Besides, you have an opportunity to win a book
за лучший
from
вопрос
Peter
спикера от нас
Publishing.
подарок.
For the best question, you ask our speakers.
Я
So,
предлагаю начинать, и
I suggest we start, and
приглашаю нашего
I would like to invite here to the stage our first speaker, who is opening our second day
Виктора.
of PhD Fest,
История
Victor, and his story about C language.
Доброе утро.
Good morning, everyone.
Я рад, что нашлись люди утром в пятницу.
I'm happy that there are people who came here on Friday
Это очень
morning to listen to the C language lecture, and my name is
познакомимся.
Victor Perevertkin.
Работаю в лаборатории
Let me introduce myself a little bit. I work in Kaspersky Lab, and I develop
иммунную
in
операционную
the lab cyber immune system, Kaspersky Labs.
мой проект
It's not my first project
системы.
of an operation system.
Contributed.
I was contributing in open source and actually like low-level stuff, and I write them using C.
В своем докладе я расскажу
And in my presentation, I will tell you about how modern developers using this language,
инструменты,
using different tools, techniques, and approaches
писать программы безопасно и надежно.
to write programs securely and
Вас когда-нибудь писал на
reliably. Did anyone write anything in C language? Okay, great.
придется
So then
подробно объяснять.
I won't have to
А что
explain examples with the code in too much detail.
когда вам кто-нибудь, если вас кто-нибудь попросит рассказать про
If somebody asks you
рассказывайте.
to tell them about C language, so what do you know about it? What usually would you start with? Okay, indicators.
Многопоточность, да.
Okay, multi-flows, multi-streams.
Ну, этот язык с нами, всем, я думаю, известно, что это
I think everybody knows that we've been with this language for quite a bit. It's one of the oldest languages, and it's been actively used.
этот язык очень популярен в системном программировании, во всяких
It's very popular in system programming,
разработке.
in some embedded.
Я еще люблю говорить, что
development.
для изучения.
I also say that it's pretty simple in studying. It's simple like chess. It's very easy to learn the rules, and then it goes as it goes.
Особенно последнее время
And especially
о
now,
том, что
we've been
небезопасен.
talking about how insecure
В том же дело.
the language is.
Со всех сторон всякие разные, в
So,
том числе уважаемые
why?
организации, например,
Many organizations with good reputation and respected, even the White House,
что
they tell us,
давайте-ка вы не будете,
so
будете поменьше писать кода на C,
don't write too much code in C language,
много дырок для атак.
because of it, we have way too many vulnerabilities for the attackers. There are many spots where they can write exploits. Write something using a modern language, more secure one. Google
про свои большие проекты,
regularly
про Chromium,
releases reports about the big projects with
всех уязвимостей.
Chromium and many other things, Android, and they say that most of the vulnerabilities
Из которых потом получаются эксплойты,
that
уязвимости типа
they use for exploits, then that's because of the
все эти
memory safety.
проблемы.
And as we know, C has
Ну и Google
quite a bit of problems with this.
рекомендует отходить от C и C++
And Google also suggests that we leave C and C++,
на Rust и на Kotlin.
and so they rewrite in Android to Rust and Kotlin. So one component after another, they do that. So, and Microsoft
В эту стезю
is going to do the same.
на всех своих конференциях
In all the conferences, they
используют Rust в своем.
saying that they're using Astra, they're using it in their kernel,
Тоже говорят, что отказываетесь-ка вы потихоньку от C.
and they say, so begin to get rid of the C. And we could have finished our presentation. It's kind of, don't write in C and you'll be happy.
Проекты, которые у нас уже есть, можно
And all the current projects, you can just rewrite them,
безопасно.
and it's going to be safe.
Давайте подумаем,
But let's think.
если бы мы действительно приняли
If
такую концепцию, что
we
нам пришлось бы переписать.
Accept this concept, and what would we need to rewrite in this case?
Такой среднестатистический
I think that any
Android, если померить там
average smartphone based on Android, and if you look at the code lines that they use in it,
там, если не
it
больше
turns out
всего,
that the coding in C it's probably more than
на
others,
C у нас написаны,
well, as minimum just as much.
написано огромное количество всяких
In
известных.
C, they wrote many big projects in C. These are operating systems, databases,
Даже Python нельзя было.
compilers of language, and Python can be used properly if you don't have C.
Git самый популярный инструмент для разработчиков.
Guide,
тоже на
the most popular tool for developers, is also in C. So you can't rewrite the whole thing,
наверное.
and probably you shouldn't.
Хотя некоторые проекты пытаются это сделать,
But some projects are trying to do that,
сталкиваются с проблемами.
and that's the problems they encounter.
Я думаю, что
I think
слышали не
that
Holy в линуксовом языке
they've heard about this recent holy war about
между разработчиком
developer of the kernel
внедрять Rust. Тут
between the developers who are trying to
более старый
do
разработчик
to introduce Rust in there, and older
уже давно.
developers who are writing the kernel for a while. And the conflict was
Ну, конфликт был связан с тем, что одни люди хотели писать драйвера на Rust, а другие
that one
содействовать.
group wanted to write drivers in Rust, and others didn't want to do that.
В такой манере
So it turned out that
написать трактат.
so they had to write
После
like a
которого
big
пара мейнтейнеров
manuscript and script about.
ушли со своей позиции, и после этого оно как-то все подутихло.
So and after writing this like big volume of things, they
Или, к
sort of
сожалению,
the whole thing
многих open source проектов,
calmed down.
которыми я слежу,
In many open source projects that I'm monitoring,
возникает больше именно вот
using
идеологических
Rust,
проблем, а не технических.
they encounter some ideological problems, not technical ones. And technical, though, exists too. If we
Вдруг захотим использовать C и Rust,
want to use C and Rust in the same project,
или все-таки переписать его с C на Rust, но
say we wanted to rewrite the project from C to Rust,
столкнемся с проблемами
and they're doing it gradually, then this is the problems we can encounter.
в системе. Очень тяжело это все
For example, in build system, it's very hard to marry the two.
интегрируется именно по части билда.
Rust is not very well integrated in terms of this system. And interoperability, they also have certain nuances. So in Linux kernel, we'll see that.
Публикацию как раз
And recently I saw this publication.
драйверов на Linux.
It was written by the pioneers of developing drivers in Linux using Rust. And they're comparing the network driver, the one that was written in Rust, and the one that was in the kernel written in C.
Как бы
And it turned out that
производительность такая.
it's more or less good, and the performance is almost the same. But in some cases,
Вот те самые дополнительные проверки, которые
they see these additional checks
добавляют гарантию,
that Rust adds that gives you more sort of guarantee,
то есть
and they slow down the program.
но все-таки не бесплатные.
They're pretty cheap, but they're not
Также
for free.
Препятствие на пути внедрения Rust в проект может
Then another impediments in
и
implementing the Rust,
помимо огромного количества
besides
проектов, которые были
many projects that you could see on the slide,
еще куча всяких маленьких библиотечек,
there's a whole bunch of small libraries.
разработчик на C зачастую
For example, developer in C, when they need to do something, then the first thing they do,
библиотеку,
they Google a library
нужно. Там
that does what the developer needs.
устройствами,
It can be the work with devices, or maybe some cryptography,
случайные числа и так далее.
or some random numbers and other things.
Систем,
And also for embedded systems,
которые выпускаются для
the tools
определенных
that
процессов,
are released for certain processors
могут быть заточены только,
main
ну, иногда плюсы еще. Компилятор, отладка,
can be
среда разработки.
used only with C. This is the development environment and many other things. So you can put the Rust like with one big task, but not many people would like to do that. And you shouldn't forget,
Говорят про C, а обычно
when people talk about C, they always remember about its performance.
самым
It's
простым
only in C with the simplest way. You can write a program
быстро, чтобы она работала настолько быстро, насколько
why
это возможно.
that would work as quickly as it's possible.
Про проблемы внедрения Rust мы поговорили.
So these are the issues of Rust introductions. So now,
От C мы никуда не уйдем.
so we can't leave C,
Безопасным.
but how to make it
Поговорить про это. Я
safe?
хочу сделать небольшое отступление.
Before talking about this,
Почему
I would like
все-таки мы
to
одни языки считаем безопасными, а другие нет.
speak about why some languages are
Здесь это
secure and some of them are not.
называемых
The main criteria is this is the guarantee of safe access to the memory. It's what is called memory safety.
Обычно она
Usually,
делится на 5 более мелких
they split it into 5 smaller guarantees. One of them is called temporal safety.
безопасность. Язык, который ее гарантирует,
The language that guarantees it
говорит нам, что доступ
tells
к
us
объекту возможен
that
только
access to the object is possible only during its life cycle.
после
So we allocated the object, then you can access it,
и после
then we cleaned it,
гарантия, что
and then you have a guarantee.
можем получить
So
к очищенному объекту. Дальше есть spatial
then
safety.
we have spatial
Можно
safety.
объяснить на примере массивов. Если у нас
It's very easy to explain when you have arrays.
то никаким образом
We have 8 elements for arrays, and the language guarantees that
получить доступ.
you can get beyond the 10th element. And there is type safety. This is about types
Если мы
of
создали
data.
объект с типом,
So if we created an object with the
мы можем его прочитать из памяти
whole number,
вещественного числа. Это
and then we cannot use the.
дальше мое самое любимое.
And then my other thing, my favorite thing, thread safety. This is the
Хотел сделать отсылку
threading safety. So this is,
о
I would like to refer to the
развитии моделей памяти.
report that was done yesterday, development of the memory models. All of you who are interested in multi-threading,
Говорит,
so I highly recommend it. And
все доступы
thread
к
safety
памяти
tells us that
должны быть
all
синхронизированы. То бишь,
access to memory should be synchronized. It shouldn't be a situation when some cell of memory
нескольких потоков.
they have
Одним исключением,
simultaneous
исключением специальных ячеек, которые называются
inquiry from several threads.
Последнее — это детерминация.
And the latest one, this is definite
О
initialization.
том, что когда мы создаем
It tells us when we create an object,
ситуации,
a new object,
там оказались
there cannot be a situation
понятные данные, мы всегда
when there is some
с какими
old,
значениями объект
unclear data, and we always need to know with what object they're values with what object they're affiliated. So what is with C guarantees? With C, it's pretty bad.
На самом деле, я очень хотел
fact,
добавить сюда хотя бы одну галочку.
I would like to add here at least one tick,
Initialization в C тоже не поддерживается.
but in fact,
Это
definite initialization is not supported with the standard in C. So it's done with a special key.
быть. Что же можно сделать
Compiler.
с этим именно касательно
So
C?
what should we do with this
Посмотрим, какие есть для этого
regarding
инструменты.
C language?
Из инструментов
So what
динамического
tools do we have? And I'll start with the tools of dynamic analysis.
Эти инструменты работают во время работы
These
самой программы,
tools
поэтому и динамические.
work during the program run. That's why they're dynamic. And the biggest breakthrough
Анализа
in the dynamic tools of analysis was done by Google when they came up with Sanitizer. And
собираем программу
the idea is very simple. We
со специальным
build the program using compiler with a special option.
кода, который
And besides the code that we have in the program,
вставляются еще
the resulting program
проверки. Как раз
gets additional checks and for all the types of guarantees that we would like to check.
изначально этот инструмент был сделан скорее
Initially, this tool
все, что он
was
поддерживает,
done for pluses, and
C тоже. Единственный минус
but it's actually quite valid for C. The only negative of sanitizers is that they use a lot of resources.
не поделаешь.
Sadly, you can't do much about
И
it.
первый инструмент это адрес sanitizer.
And the first tool, this is address
С
sanitizer.
точки зрения
This is the most resulting one
багов и с точки зрения
from the point of view of the bugs found and how it's used. It can find all the issues that we have with temporal safety and spatial safety.
Вот такой вот есть пример кода, очень простой.
This is the example of the code. We have a global array.
Размером 100 элементов, и мы
It's about 100 elements, and we're trying to get access to some element which is more than 100.
собираем программу с адрес sanitizer.
We build the program with address sanitizer, we launch it, and it gives us an error.
Global buffer overflow.
You can see global buffer overflow,
Место, в котором
and
произошло
it shows us the place where the error was made,
название массива.
and it shows us the name of the array where the error is. It's very convenient.
Все проблемы, которые есть.
You can immediately see all the problems that exist.
Вот еще один пример. Это
Another example.
типичный такой user.
This is a typical
Аллоцируем
one. So we allocate
память,
memory,
по указателю записываем туда значение.
and according to the pointer, we write down the value, and then the memory is free. And using the old pointer, we're trying to write something more. There's something else there. So we do it with address sanitizer, and then we get the alert that
То, что вы
use after free. So what did you do?
Даже есть полезная информация, связанная с тем,
And there is
что была аллоцирована память,
useful information where the memory was allocated,
с которой происходит use after free, и где она была.
the one that experiences use after free,
Когда инструмент
and where it's located 10 years ago when the tool was just there, so it couldn't do it.
про то, как это работает,
A couple of words about how it works.
в программе, которая
In the
запущена с
program
санитайзером,
that is launched with address sanitizer,
вместе с памятью основной программы,
together with the memory of the main program that is used for work, we have a special region that is called the shadow memory.
в нем находится информация о том,
There is information about the regions of the main memory regions are valid and which are not. And then with all the actions of the memory,
чтение или
with it allocation, reading, or writing,
добавляется проверка. Мы просто лезем
they add
в shadow карту,
a check. You go to the shadow
валидна ли
card,
память, можем ли мы с
and
ней
you see
сделать то
if
действие,
the memory is valid and if we can do with it what we want to do with it. So if yes, then it's all good.
Дальше у нас идет memory sanitizer.
Then memory sanitizer.
Название похоже, но он немножко для другого.
The name is similar, but it's about a different thing. Memory sanitizer looks
Использовать
for those parts in the program where we're trying to read the non-initialized data.
штука,
Seems like a simple thing,
но это очень важно. Это закрывает очень
But
важный класс уязвимостей, который
it closes a very important class of vulnerabilities, and if we don't cover it, so we may have a leak of very important data, for example, for a kernel. That's not pleasant.
создается
Here,
массив.
in the example, we create an array
Мы
of 10 elements.
только один,
So we initialize just one,
первый элемент, и потом пытаемся
only first one,
не первый.
and then we try to read all the others, not the first one.
Приходит
And immediately we have the alert
ай-яй-яй, у нас
that,
4 инициализированных.
sorry, so we have the use of uninitialized
Несмотря на то, что,
data,
функционал кажется таким довольно
initialized value. And it seems that functionality is pretty simple.
гораздо больше памяти.
Memory sanitizer actually requires more memory than address sanitizer, and because of that, you cannot launch them in parallel together. So you have to test the program with one tool, then with the other.
Дальше у нас идет thread
Then
sanitizer.
we have thread sanitizer.
Ищет так
Thread
называемые
sanitizer
гонки.
looks for the state of race, a data race, and it looks for them
Или C++.
as it is written in standard C or C++.
Data race,
Data race in C
такая ситуация, когда у нас
is a situation
памяти происходит
when in one cell of the memory
потоков, и при этом
you have access from several threads, and one of those accesses, this is writing.
находит в коде thread sanitizer.
So it finds such situations in the code. This is what thread sanitizer does. There is a global variable, and at the beginning of the program, it creates a thread that is trying to write something into the global variable. And in another thread, where we created the first one, we're trying to write something down once again. And thus we have writing from two threads, and thread sanitizer finds it very well. So we have data race. It's very detailed. You have a track trace of one thread and the second thread, and they even tell us in which variable we had the race. It's a great tool. Sadly, it actually eats a lot of resources. Please raise your hand if you had heard about undefined behavior. I can see pain in your eyes.
Язык C — это такой язык,
C language is such a language that you need a special sanitizer
стандарта, который
so that not to step in those parts of the standard
не определено.
in which behavior is not determined.
И для этого как раз нужен
And for this, you have undefined behavior sanitizer.
Вместо стандарте
One of such parts in the standards,
выполнение знакового числа,
this is the overfilled of the
происходить.
sign value, sign number, and C doesn't tell you what to do with this. If we're trying to do something like that,
Нам об этом напомнит.
then the tool will remind us about it.
Надо бы исправить код.
So you need to change your code. You need to fix it.
Последний инструмент из этой категории.
The last tool from this category, this is actually a super new tool.
В последней версии компилятора Clang
It just appeared in the latest version of compiler Clang.
ищет проблемы.
Compiler Clang, this is type sanitizer. It looks for
Вот в этом
errors in looking for types. In this example, we're trying to create a variable x,
указатель, но берем
whole number, and we take the pointer for that, and then a float, and then we're trying to add to this number 2, but the material one, and we get the problem of type sanitizer,
типа int мы пытаемся
that the object type int we are trying to access, so you shouldn't do that.
Это были санитайзеры.
So these were
Классные, очень
sanitizers,
но
great, powerful tools.
расходуют много ресурсов.
Sadly, that since they use a lot of resources,
Только в Atlas
most of the time developers they use it only in the fixing mode, so to speak. But do we have something for production? And here we have modern processors. In some of them,
специальная технология,
there is special technology.
память или тегированная.
It's called tagged memory or tagged pointers,
Искать ошибки.
and it helps you to find errors that are related to the memory right on the hardware level.
Указатель.
Here we allocating memory,
ПТР
we put the PTR pointer,
окрашивается.
and during the allocation, the memory is colored.
В той области памяти, которую мы
And
фиксировали,
that part of the memory that is colored, that we allocated, we also need to color the pointer. And
памяти
please notice that regions of the memory,
должны быть другого цвета.
the ones that are adjacent to the
Пытаемся
colored one, they should be of a different color.
получить доступ.
So we allocated the memory,
Получить
and then we're trying to get access to the memory
региона,
beyond the boundary of the allocated region.
который представлен к указателю.
So then, you see the tag of the
У нас ошибка.
if the colors are not of the same color, then we have the error.
Указателя мы его
So
очищаем.
after working with the pointer, we clean it.
Очень важно память перекрасить.
And here it's very important to recolor
После
the
этого,
memory.
если мы попробуем по старому указателю,
And if using the previous pointer, but we didn't recolor the pointer, so if we're trying to get access using the old pointer, then the processor sees the unmatch of the
вот так нам
tags,
помогают
and we get the use after free
К сожалению,
error. So this is how the process helps you in the work. Sadly, this technology wasn't supported everywhere.
вещей это
And from the known things, we have ARM.
tagging extension.
It's called memory tagging extension.
В современных телефонах есть.
In modern phones, we have it,
А также это поддерживает
and also
процессор Elbrus.
it's supported by Russian processor Elbrus.
Если в арме
And if an ARM
указателем должен поместиться
tags in the pointer should fit 64 bits, but in Elbrus, in the safe mode,
8 бит.
they have 128 bits.
Такой вот тег обычный, но и, например,
You can write not just only a regular tag, but you can actually write the information about the type of the data.
целый type sanitizer железный.
So you can have the whole type sanitizer
Динамические анализаторы.
made into hardware. So that was the dynamic analyzers. The main negative for them is that
Программе она
for them to find an error in the program, the error should occur. That's why with the dynamic analysis, it's very important that you have a very good coverage of tests of your code, and better if you use fuzzing.
сразу за динамическим анализом
So right
следует
after dynamic analysis, you have static analysis.
будем анализировать просто код.
So let's just analyze the code.
Статический анализатор,
Static analyzer,
для него не нужно запускать программу, он
you don't need to launch a program for it. You just analyze the code,
анализировать довольно большие кодовые
and
базы.
it can analyze actually big code data, databases. And for developers, it's very convenient. So
Сразу проверяется, ничего не
if you prepare a CI and it just checks the code,
анализатор нашел какую-то проблему,
if your static analyzer found a problem,
указать место, где она произошла.
it can show you the place where the error happened in comparison to dynamic analyzers where it's not always possible. And one minus here is disadvantage here is that it false positives.
Проблема до сих пор
Sadly, it's quite a big problem in practice. You can't really do much about it.
используем статический анализатор,
But in our company, we use static analyzers, and we use several of them.
находят
Some of them
одни ошибки, какие-то находят
find one type of mistake, some of them find other type of mistakes. Here you have an example of the code
ошибкой, которую нашел PV.
with the error that was found by PVS Studio.
Здесь у нас в первой строчке проверяется
Here in the first line, we check the pointer PTR, if it's 0 or not. Then we do certain actions with it.
на
And then
207 строчке, берем
on the 267th line, we take the pointer again.
из него
We get
другой указатель и дальше с
a
ним
different pointer from it, and then we do something with it.
здесь.
Can you see a problem in it?
Так, ну ладно, там, наверное, не слышно будет.
Maybe you won't hear it over there.
Что
But the problem is
мы используем указатель после
that
того,
we
как
use
проверили его на ноль.
pointer
Несмотря на то, что конкретно
after we checked it for 0. So in this part of the code, we don't have an error.
использование указателя
But nevertheless, that use of a pointer is unsafe.
анализатор нам его нашел.
And the static analyzer found it for us, and it highlighted it.
Еще один пример, вот PVS Studio
Another example.
нашел, зато нашел
In PVS Studio, I didn't find it, but I found a different analyzer as Vase.
кода из
This is part of the code
из библиотеки, которая работает с
from the library
множествами.
that works with bit
Здесь важно, что
arrays.
есть переменная r,
And
в которой
here you have the variable r,
вычисляется индекс в каком-то массиве,
where they calculate an index of some array
дата.
as data.
А потом у нас есть проверка assert.
And then we have
Этот индекс в
check
массиве, он
that this index in the array,
собственно, в границе этого массива. Но есть
it
проблема.
is within the boundaries of the array.
Проверки стоит меньше,
And if
а должно быть
in
меньше, потому что
the
это
check it's less or equal, because its index, it can be equal to the array.
Space.
So Space found this error.
Дополнительных стат-анализаторов
Besides additional stat analyzers, modern compilers, they help us a lot here as well.
компилятор, конечно, не может
Compilers
проводить прям полноценный
can't
статистический анализ,
do this full-scale statistical analysis because it's going to take too long,
используя другой компилятор.
and developers would use a different compiler that can build a program, assemble a program much faster. But modern compilers,
Проблемы в коде,
they can find a number of problems,
потому что, скажем,
especially if you update the compiler, because with each updated version, their checking is much better. Just one thing you shouldn't forget,
которые
you
говорят,
shouldn't forget the keys that tell you about the errors, and the compiler will help you to do it.
вот, например, есть вот такой кусок кода,
Here, for instance, you have this piece of code.
на стеке переменную,
We allocate a variable within the function in the stack and then try to return the variable pointer.
мы выходим из функции в C,
As it is known, when we get out of the function in C, everything that has been allocated in the stack is cleaned. And so at the end of this function, the pointer will be invalid. And the first thing that told us that was the compiler. So if you just enable all the default wordings, any modern compiler finds this problem. Everything's fine.
смотрим на
And
проблему,
here,
которую мы
when we take a look at a problem in the code,
идея.
someone might get an idea. And what if
Нам не придется искать проблему,
we won't
если мы
need to find a problem in the code if we start writing bugs?
тоже для этого придумали
Strange as it may seem,
инструменты. Так,
people have also devised some tools for that. Let's call it this way. It's a subset of C.
использовать
Let's just disallow using some widespread constructs in the language which people often use to launch errors, to make errors. And then we'll get a smaller number of errors. There are quite a lot of such subsets. MISRA C, for instance, that's used in embedded systems for certification.
жестким.
These standards may be quite stringent, may impose quite strict constraints. For instance, one of the constraints may be a ban on memory allocation in the heap, so you can only use the stack. For many developers, and actually even for many applications, this won't work. Also, we have the AUTOSAR standard from the automotive industry, where they're very serious about safety and security. There's also CERT-C coding standards from CERT.
И также снова нам здесь может
And again, the compiler may help us there.
на уровне компилятора
At the compiler level, it's possible to block some capabilities of the C language, the one we hate the most.
появилась
For instance, in C99,
переменной длины, variable
variable length arrays appeared.
мнение, что это
And it's broadly believed that it's not a very good feature.
уязвимости.
Quite a lot of vulnerabilities are related to it,
Разработчиков Linux
including those for Linux. At some point, Linux developers were so sick and tired of that they just cleaned out any use of this in their code and added an option to the compiler just won't compile the code if it has this.
такое тоже есть.
So there are such things for some versions of the language.
Про инструменты я немножко сказал.
I've spoken a bit about the tools,
Хочу поговорить
and now I would like to talk about the language as such. It may come as a surprise for some, but C is still developing.
новые стандарты. Примерно
New standards get published roughly once in every 10 years. Of course, one would wish that it should happen more often. Last year, the latest standards was issued, C23. This slide shows an example of code that uses quite a lot of features from there. So we see that type of
ключевое слово авто,
after the keyword,
null pointer.
null pointer,
Ключевое слово появилось для него.
another keyword appeared for it,
И также еще несколько возможностей.
and
Например, объявление
some other language figures, for instance, declaring a structure right in the function type being returned. It didn't used to exist. And I would like to speak about similar features of C23.
произошло.
One that I liked really much,
Возможность довольно
I
маленькая.
think
Мне кажется, что
it may be quite a minor feature, but still very important.
такое переполнение.
You remember, I was speaking about sign overflow, that all these are defined failures.
Проверки
In the past, in order to run,
избегать такой
in order to avoid the situation, you had to insert verifications everywhere. So we have two operands. So together, they shouldn't be able to overflow. And if it matches, then it's an error. Now we have an inbuilt function that can say, so here's A and B, please make a sum of them. And if it results in an overflow,
эти функции
then these functions will return true. So you can process this error in some way. And if the overflow doesn't happen, they return false. And then in the result variable, we can calculate or compute the result.
Еще одна
Another new feature of C23.
константа
It's about a different constant for the null pointer. In the past, it was just defined to 0, typified,
в стандарте тип не определен.
and the standard didn't define the type. So this construct, such as send null to the parameter of the integer type, was possible in the standard. In order to fix this problem, they decided, just like in C++, to add null PTRT and the UPTF constant. Null PTF constant. I'm hoping, in the hope that that would help solving the problem with null pointers. However, that may result in implementation issues.
Здесь уже не про безопасность.
This one's not about safety or security, but strange as it may seem, even though C is quite popular for embedded systems programming. It didn't have functions to operate with bits in numbers. We had bit-based operations, but
Часто используемые вещи, как, например,
that
посчитать количество единиц в числе
broadly
ноликов,
use things such as to count the number of zeros or ones in a number were absent, even though there were some specialized instructions how to do that. So we finally welcome this moment in the development of C23. So you have these bit-based functions now.
ноликов.
So counting
Также можно
ones and zeros.
узнать
Also, you can learn the order of bytes in the system. In the past, you had to use some non-standard ways for that. It's all very comfortable.
Ну и
And
большое количество других
there are
возможностей. Прямо
also a lot of other
подробно рассказывать.
capabilities that I'm not going to talk about in detail. The auto keyword,
Писать через апостроф.
you can
Разделитель, они, конечно, выполнены.
use an asterisk as a divider.
Числа с произвольным количеством бит. Теперь можно
Numbers with an arbitrary number of bits are also possible.
15-битный шорт.
Now you can not only have a standard long bit number, but you can, for instance, use a 24-bit number and use this in a graph.
Это был C23.
So that was about C23.
Не останавливается.
But the language hasn't stopped there.
Стандартизации. Также
So C has a standards committee, just like C++. Of course, it doesn't work in such a short cycle as that one, but nevertheless, it's doing quite planned work on what's going to be called CYY.
векторы развития.
So the committee has development vectors. They try to reduce the number of UBs in the standard.
Комитет
The committee
с поиском и стандартизацией
is
практик. Здесь имеется в виду
looking for best practices. The compilers,
сам C.
the C compilers have existed for as long as the language itself, and quite a lot of compiler extensions have found their way into the market. And in fact, they're quite broadly used. Without some of them, you can't even write an operating system. So the committee is on the lookout of such things and tries to bring it into the standards. One of these examples is type-off that appeared in C, and then everybody started to use it, even though that was a compiler extension.
Я бы вообще
Another
давал
is a string-based API. I wouldn't recommend doing anything with strings in C.
И комитет
Everybody knows this problem. And the committee, and by the way, it's not the first iteration of the standard. They're trying to come up with a new API to interact with strings. I've seen a draft.
многообещающе,
It looks promising, and I'm hoping they manage to do it. So you'll be able to
не боясь везде, что
work with strings in a safer way in C.
для меня
And perhaps the one that I expect the most,
ключевое слово defer,
the keyword here is defer, just like in Go.
которое позволяет отложить
That allows you deferring the execution of the code to the end of the function. So before we leave the function,
код, который
we'll execute the code that will send over to it via defer. So this thing,
если она дотянет до стандарта, через
if it
будет гораздо более удобно
makes it to the standard, will help making allocation, resource allocation and cleansing in a much better way.
я надеюсь.
So that will boost security and safety quite a lot, I'm hoping. So it's an example of the code, the way it's planned. It's supposed to be done now. It just prints these lines and outputs the following. You see, the first word here is dog, which was mentioned the last in the code, but without the keyword defer. So it was the first to be executed, and then the execution covered what was entered with a preface of defer.
Для C у нас
So for C,
время существования языка
over the time of the language's existence, we have written quite a lot of extensions. Developers use them quite broadly.
коде. И
That has allowed to find a lot of errors in the code and mitigate them. But the language keeps developing. I would personally like it to, develop faster, but this will also do.
прям специальные
There are
для написания
practices, some special guidelines to write safe code. So just use them and your code will be safe and secure. The only thing that remains to be done is to implement all these practices in your development process.
не стоит думать, что
And one shouldn't think
в ближайшее время
that
избавиться
we'll be able to get rid of C
еще долго. И
in the foreseeable future. We'll keep using it for quite a long time.
спасибо.
Thank you for your attention.
По ссылке можно прочитать про
You can use this link to read about the operating system that Kaspersky is working on and also to evaluate this presentation. Thank you.
Да, аплодисменты.
Your applause, friends, regarding the feedback. Victor has made his first presentation in his career, so you must leave feedback so that he should continue making such great reports. So questions. So there's someone here. Shoot. Hello. Thank you for the life-asserting presentation. But I have a question. You mentioned that using a phaser improves the effectiveness of verification using sanitizer. But the phasers in drivers or in the core of the kernel of the operating system is a separate problem. There are some specialized libraries that can be fuzzed in user space. So basically, that's what you're doing in the process.
ядро построено по архитектуре микроядра. То есть
Kernel
он прям
is based on the microkernel architecture.
специально для
So the code is very small. And so specifically to use the kernel fuzzing, we don't take anything out of it.
юзерспейсных
We use fuzzing tools from the user space applications.
адаптировать. Об этом
And actually one had to adapt them for our operating system. We made quite a few presentations about that.
юзерспейс разные инструменты.
We just fuzz the kernel and the user space with different tools. Clear. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question.
Спасибо за
Over
доклад.
to you.
Вопросик.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. You mentioned that using analysis sanitizer, you can find all problems that exist. Maybe there are some cases where you wouldn't be able to find some problems this way.
Ну, если ошибка
Well,
случилась именно.
if the error has already happened, the error may be, but in the process of execution, we may not encounter it.
В процессе работы
So-
он не происходит. И
So there may be an erroneous situation, but it won't be triggered during the process. Then perhaps the sanitizer won't help. Yes, that's one case, but some other cases, I think, may also be possible. All these coloring of the map, the shadow
Да.
maps, also have some restrictions, right? Yes.
Чисто по размеру.
For instance, there's a size restriction.
Тег, если мы берем архитектуру
Size constraint. If we take the ARM
туда записывать
architecture, the tag will be written in the pointer
значащими байтами,
together with the payload bytes, and the number of colors
которые там могут быть, не ограничены.
will not be limited. So in that case, we may also miss. Yes. And the last question.
Есть какие-то оценки вот по производительности
Are there any
между использованием
estimations on the performance of between dynamic and using dynamic analyzers and tagging?
Память не скажу, потому что
I wouldn't say about tagged memory,
с этими железками
because unfortunately I don't have my own experience working with this hardware. I just know that it exists. As to the sanitizer, the address sanitizer normally slows down by the factor of 2. Thread sanitizer 5 to 7 times. I can't say anything about type sanitizer. It's just appeared, and I personally have not yet made any measurements. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you. Victor, thank you very much for your presentation. I have the following question. You mentioned that the C standard is actively developing. You gave us an example of C23, but what is it leading up to? Are we really going to get C++11 in a couple of iterations, and might it not make sense to switch to C++11?
собрание комитета
When I was reading reports from the committee meetings, it was clearly seen that people really don't want to add any other additional capabilities to the language. And even what has been added, it's very limited. There are no constant functions, there are only constant, and that's it.
мы можем
Of course,
прийти чисто
we may theoretically arrive there, but I'm hoping that the committee will keep sanity, will keep common sense.
Пока вам придешь к нам,
Are you going to come back to us in 2040 to tell about it? Yes, of course, I will.
Здравствуйте.
Next question.
Доклад.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I have a question.
Касперский для своего
I know that Kaspersky, for its operating systems,
и соответствующие
provides improvements.
правки в компиляторе для
Have you made any corrections in the compiler for your custom warning
необычные запросы
or some out-of-the-box requests to the developers of statistical analyzers? Unfortunately, I don't work. I'm not part of the team that interacts with the developers of statistical analyzers. What I know is that we have experience reporting bugs to them, and they have experience fixing them. As to improvement, well, I don't think we have any custom errors, but they will appear, I think. But we keep doing a lot of work in order just to port the existing tools to our operating system, take the sanitizers and so forth. Thank you.
за вопрос.
Thank you for your question.
Спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is,
Инструменты
the dynamic tools
в микроконтроллерах.
when use them in mere controllers in the shortage of resources. Of course, if you have resources,
памяти, то
if there's enough memory for the microcontroller, nothing, theoretically, nothing stands in the way for using sanitizers. It's clear that when it comes to practice, it should support the connection to this controller, because a regular sanitizer can be launched if there's memory for it, but there are also specialized versions of sanitizers, limited, that consume less memory. They, as a rule, try to cut corners, and they know that they're operating on microcontrollers. For instance, they know that there can't be a lot of memory there, or they rely on some other things typical of this environment. In that case, as far as I know,
инструменты есть и развиваются.
they have this kind of tools, and they're being developed. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Очень классно с тобой
Look,
пообщались еще до...
we had a very good discussion before you came up on stage, and you told me the story how you entered the sea world. Can you please share with the audience in just a couple of minutes?
Когда я был на первом курсе,
Yes, when I was still in the first year of the university, I was thinking that I was going to become a web developer. I was writing in Python, the front end in JavaScript.
на работу пошел,
I even took a job
когда
as an intern.
у меня был курс по
And then when I got into a course on assembly language, I understood that JavaScript is not something I would like to pursue. Things change too often. There people reinvent the wheel all the time. And
абстракции ниже.
I thought, why don't I go a couple of abstraction level lower? And that's how I arrived at C.
Супер.
And how do you like it? Super so far. Okay, cool. Now the time for the next question.
Мне, наверное, понравился вопрос последний
To choose the best question. I like the last question
во встраиваемых
about the analyzers in embedded systems. Come to the stage and get the prize.
Да, аплодисменты, получается
So your applause.
подарок, приз, книга от издательства.
So a book from the Peter Publishing House goes to the winner. So applause to Victor. Great job, Victor.
Ой, супер,
Take 5.
а у нас перерыв до 11:00.
And we have a break until 11. See ya.
Друзья, как дела? Всем комфортно? Все сели? Все хорошо? В целом, я вас очень рад снова всех видеть, и мы готовы продолжать. Наш следующий доклад, наш следующий спикер Виталий,
Presentation, our next speaker, Vitaly.
огромным инженерным опытом.
He is the guy who has a great engineering experience in managing people.
В баре.
We met with this guy in a bar.
Помнил. Теперь помню.
He didn't remember me back then. So in his bar,
Я был первым спикером.
where I was the first speaker, when for the first time I was a speaker in that bar. So guys, let's welcome Vitaly Levchenko and his presentation about caching big loaded systems.
Нужен кликер.
We need a clicker.
Куда он делся?
Не.
Ребят, Хелпер, помогите, пожалуйста.
О, отлично.
Ну,
Ладно, пока люди подходят.
Pullover бар, да, бывает такое.
Да, пока люди подходят. Ребят, насколько меня вообще слышно? Вот,
Can you hear me?
у меня прям эхо такое резко звучит.
I have this echo.
Супер, оно работает. Красота. Всем привет. Меня зовут Виталий, я хочу вам рассказать про паттерны кэширования в больших системах.
I want to tell you about the caching patterns in big systems. A couple of words about me. The last 7 years, I'm dealing with technical management.
Не тимлид, а
More than
большой кусок разработки.
7 years, I'm responsible for big parts of development. I'm working with big systems.
Ну, больше 10 лет.
I work with big data for more than 10 years. And the most important thing, so I love caching.
Либо систем.
And at every conference, I talk about caching. I love caching. So, and how it all works.
Поэтому
So,
считаю хорошей темой рассказать про кэши. Вот. Дисклеймер раз. Я искренне считаю, что ChatGPT
so I think
все, что
so
можно
everything
из одного запроса,
that we can from ChatGPT from one request and from
я могу
you
сделать
can
кратко, но в целом я
I
искренне
can describe it briefly, but I'm sure people don't need it. And if we're talking about a review, so if you need to resolve a task and ChatGPT can do it on its own, so it's not that important. But
дать правильный промпт в это самое ChatGPT,
in order to
надо понимать,
ask a proper question to ChatGPT, you need to understand how the whole thing works, how the architecture works, and there are different approaches to this. And this is what this
доклад
presentation for.
субъективен. Кто пришел
It's very subjective. If you are here for objectivity, so it's not here. I will be talking about my personal opinion and through how I understand the whole thing, what is caching. So,
с, собственно, субъективностью, я искренне уверен, что код
And-
легко читается.
I think that the code in Go can easily be read. So, let's go on.
Самое банальное.
So,
Если мы прием разработчика,
the most banal thing. So, if we get the developers,
он начинает тормозить, что-то
if you get a service, it slows down, so you ask for cache, and it gives you one of the variants. So one variant is just simple cache
идет
that first goes to cache
максимально.
and then go to database. It's pretty dull in 3 lines,
И это работает. И это
and it works,
умеет каждый джун.
and anybody can do that.
Люди говорят,
Sometimes people say,
в отдельный грутин,
let's just in one thread, in one,
тот самый кэш, а потом, собственно,
and then
в кэш, но не будет ходить.
do the cache, and the main code will go cache, but don't go for the data. So that variant is a bit worse,
Мы разделяем бизнес-код.
because here we divide business code that works with the data,
Бизнес-логика бьется на две
And-
связанные части.
and we have 2 parts that are not connected, obviously. So,
Вот.
so
Субъективный доклад. Как кэши выглядели для меня? Вот какой
how I see caches 12,
буквально.
20,
Искренне считаю, что это не
12, and I'm
Вот.
passionate, and so
ППшник, собственно, в рамках
PHPs, I work in top phase company,
серверов, какая-то система шарди,
and there are many servers,
ПС,
10,000 RPSs, and
рейдисы, PHP,
cache Redis.
дофига всего.
There are many other things,
Огромный слой бизнес-логики.
thousands, hundreds of tables. So and stacks, and all of that is supported by a couple of dozens of developers. Anna was a person there who was dealing with supporting the architecture
Но
of this whole thing.
для чего там использовались кэши?
So what they use the caches for?
Немножко громче? Ага, да, окей, спасибо.
Could you speak louder? Okay.
Пункт раз.
So caches.
Мы хотим набирать PHP-шников, это
The
специфический
purpose of the cache, so we need to have a pass,
бизнес-коде.
and it's very easy to use in business code.
В бизнес-код воткнуть кэш простым
And of course, you can put the cache in business code. You can plug it in there and not to have any side effects. And this is the requirement
Вот.
of
Ну и давайте просто пример приведем.
the management. So here's an example. Here's the
Ну, то есть, и, собственно, вот
scheme of data. So we take it as an abstract scheme. So we have a client, a service, we have cache in the middle,
собственно, источник данных, там, либо какая-то
and we have a source of data,
либо база данных. В данном случае не принципиально.
a PHP system, or
Если не видно, руку поднимите.
so if you can't see it, so I'll show. Okay.
Ай.
So,
И простой пример, как это делается.
and a simple example how it's done.
Собственно, если попросим сделать кэш с простым интерфейсом, то есть так, чтобы мы
So if you do cache with simple interface, so with this signature,
чаще всего
most of the time,
вот такой код.
people who come for the interview, they write this type of code. It's not a joke. It's more than 60%.
Сигнатуре. Кто понимает,
Signature.
уровень сигнатуры, вот кто не понимает, что здесь написано в уровне
Who
сигнатуры.
doesn't understand what's written here at the level of signature?
Окей,
Could you
кто понимает, что здесь
raise your hand?
написано.
But who understands? But
Ага,
who understands what is on the level of signature here? Okay, great. Who are all the rest here?
ага, все остальные просто не разработчики.
So all others are just developers. Okay,
Смотрите,
probably not. Okay.
понятно.
So
В чем задача? Мы берем
specifically, what's the point is?
код уже написанный.
We have a business code that is written.
Писали, выяснили, что вот в каком-то месте у нас узкое место. Мы хотим
We've been written it, so we have like a bottleneck, and we're gonna
заменять
write the code there.
собственно, доставание из кэша в тех или иных реакциях. Как следствие из этого, бизнес-код...
So as a result, business code.
Так лучше? Вот так.
There's a problem with the mic.
Как следствие из этого... О, стало вообще идеально. Как следствие из этого бизнес-код...
As a result, business code.
Простая обертка.
You just have a wrapper for it,
Работает. Офигительно.
and it just works.
Того самого, что
It's very convenient. So the developer puts cache in one line,
у нас задача в том,
and you don't have any side effects.
и я обычно это спрашиваю на
And
собеседовании.
that's how you work with the function. And
Начала как раз в 2012 году.
usually what you ask
Как вы
the
думаете,
interviewees.
решает задачу?
So do you think this code works? Does it resolve the task of caching? Who do you think it does? Who think it doesn't?
Почему?
Okay, fine. Why it doesn't solve it? So it doesn't save it. It's the first.
Давай мы сохраним. Вот,
So
ну, иногда
yes,
подумал, таки вспомнил. Давайте сохранять. Окей, а теперь...
let's save it. So now, does the code work now?
Ну, на самом деле работает.
In fact, it does.
У нас часто система под капотом довольно...
Oftentimes, under the hood, the system is very slow, and we have 10,000 and 100,000 RPS. And when you write something like that
И
with simple cache,
в RPS.
and we just shut the system with 10,000 RPSs. So how to deal with that? Any ideas?
Можно громче?
Could you say it louder?
Смотри, тут проблема не в сохранении, тут проблема в том, что если у нас в кэше...
Yeah, the problem is not in saving. So
секунду пришли,
if all 10,000 threads that come in,
тогда что? Ага,
you just queue them.
но это все тоже усложнение. Ты
It also complicates the whole thing.
Есть мысли, как это сделать проще? Вот именно сохраним сигнатуру.
Do you have any ideas how to do it simpler? Keeping the signature.
Single pipe.
Single ply package.
Можно еще проще.
There is even a simplest note.
Распределенный
You can do mutex
чаще
like this.
по юзеру, но в целом это не принципиально.
Usually it does it by user,
Все функции сами собой упорядочиваются. Если
and all functions are
сервис, если...
put in order on their own.
Вот. И, собственно, если задать такой...
So, and if you
В целом разработчик пишет вот такое.
make this task, make this goal, then developer does it. So, do you think the code solves the problem we have?
Да. Чуть громче. Ну вот,
A bit loud.
YouTube Sunlock. Что, почему? Потому что Mutex дорогой.
Bitex is very expensive, and
Как бы, если ты можешь мьючить... Ну, то есть, да, ты прав, если мьючить до...
yes, you're right.
Лучить до Mutex будет лучше. Но
If you,
это так, потому что мы оптимизируем производительность, но мы об этом
but
думаем.
you do it like this because we optimize performance.
Есть мысли?
So does this code
Кто
work?
думает, что работает? Корректно.
Who thinks it works?
Окей, кто думает, что он работает некорректно?
Who thinks it works incorrectly?
Кто думает, что некорректно работает? В чем
Two
проблема?
hands. So what's the problem if if it works incorrectly? Sorry, the microphone, we can't hear the question.
Правильно даже слова.
Здравствуйте. Мне кажется, у вас
I think
на чтение
data race
Феникс,
on
кэш,
reading the cache.
синхрон, ну, то есть
Cache without data race.
там либо база, либо локальная память. Тут нет...
It's either database or local memory. So it does it
У нас задача очень простая. Мы хотим, чтобы...
atomically. The task is simple. We want the service not to shut down the system because of the load.
ограничение на размер кэша.
Yes, there is a limitation for the size of cache. We speak about it later.
Проблема здесь вообще в другом месте. Я ее хочу подчеркнуть.
Problem is in different place here.
Такой код реально
See,
пишет каждый первый разработчик. Искренне уверен.
so this is the code that every coder writes this. But the problem is that the difference between this code and that code is not different. There is no difference between them.
Тысяч раз. Так и будет вызываться.
It will return getter 10,000 times. It will do the same way here.
Двойное чтение.
In fact, we do the double reading.
Вот. Это паттерн, который важно знать.
This is the pattern that you need to know, you need to remember. So if you're working with any blocks and any synchronizations, so you need to do the double reading.
Это не тривиально.
Double checks. It's not trivial. This is what every person actually misses.
Я принципиально считаю, что если разработчик вот такой не может агилировать через 10 вопросов формата, а если
I think
плохой разработчик.
if developer can see it, then it's a bad developer. So the second problem we have,
То есть, скажем, мы получаем какой-то
it's a typical one. We get some aggregate of users and we process it.
Вот, агрегат хранится там.
The aggregate
Агрегат хранится в Redis,
is saved in Rendis and some Cassandra.
агрегат из трех баз.
So we get the aggregate from the database, we do something with this and it works.
Вот. Прям типовой бизнес-код.
So typical business code.
У меня вопросов два. Кто из
Questions. Do you know what aggregate is?
агрегат? Окей, а кто не знает,
TTT aggregate. And who doesn't know what DDD aggregate? Just two hands.
а остальные вы...
And what about the rest of you? So you doubt
Агрегат.
what aggregate is?
Ладно, ну, пожалуйста, хоть как-то коммуницируйте. Смотрите, логика такая.
Somehow communicate to me. Here's the logic. Aggregate,
Не одна сущность юзер, а юзер. У него есть профайл, у него есть какие-то счетчики.
user has profile and some
Еще какое-то количество сущностей производных, которые...
counters, and all of that is stored in one object. And sometimes it's different databases. The user and their files,
Счетчики, которые мы должны отображать,
and one the counter that we need to see in each page we keep in Redis.
обмениваются миллионами, хранятся
Some messages we keep in Cassandra.
в разных базах, как-то не
And all of this is stored in different databases. Back to the code.
пускать в продакшн.
Can this code be launched in production
Вот где
so that it won't be painful? That user is an aggregator and there's some complex function.
нормальный код.
We have there who thinks that's a normal code, that's a good code.
Пожалуйста. Окей.
Come on, please. Okay, one hand. Who thinks it's not a good code? And you can tell why. It's a bad code.
Не знаете. Хорошо.
You don't know. Okay,
Вот какая. У нас
here's the problem.
это, по сути, просто какое-то изменение сущности.
It's just some change of the entity in the memory. If user code, we have two things.
Одновременно.
We store them simultaneously.
У нас в базе получается не
If we do it consequently, then we have problem in the
в
base.
другом потоке другой сейф сохранил новые сущности, и она потерялась.
So you can use it if you do it in parallel. So in the best case, one thread saved one type of entities and the other different type of entities.
Или еще
the counter says you have two
сообщения, но его не
unread messages, but in fact there are none of them. So you had a message and
Это типовая проблема.
you didn't save it. There are many problems like this, and it's a typical problem.
У вас нет параллельной исполнения.
Well, you don't have traffic, so you don't have parallel
Нормально работающий код.
queries, and it may look like a normal code.
Давайте мы просто локи повесим.
So now it's going to do like this, and let's just put the logs just in the database,
До и после.
and let's just log user before and after.
Вот теперь вопрос. Ребят, вот это
So now the question, so this code,
будет корректно работать?
so do you think it will work correctly?
Бу- Проще сделать как?
You can make it simpler. How?
Надо подумать, вот. А вот вам типовая
We
проблема.
need to think. Here is the typical problem.
Хотите его обновить?
So you have cache, you want to update it in Redis,
Есть
and how? Any ideas? What's wrong? Right?
Что? Изнавайся,
We can't hear.
он написан, работает.
Sorry, we can't hear it. There's no microphone.
Проверкой. Кажется, лог неплохо взять перед проверкой, что
You can put log before the check.
Правильно.
Yes, right, correct.
Говорили только что.
This is what we spoke about before.
Раз сделать чтение.
To do the reading second time.
Но на самом деле не совсем так, потому что лог обычно...
But in fact, it's not, because usually log doesn't
И вот это стандартный...
request the user. And this is standard pattern how we work with cache. We block the user, we read it again, and we do the double check if we need it.
Я хочу, чтобы вы вот это вот увидели и осознали, это вот супер...
I want you to see it and see how non-trivial this is.
Вот это вот мое содержимое головы,
So,
сеньора, который работает с кэшами. То есть нужно вот
so this is
опять выдать разработчику,
how it works
будет хорошо.
with caches. And if you do it like this, everything will be good. So you use this pattern.
Вот. Осознали? Надо еще время.
So do you need more time to look at it?
Окей, тогда выводы по всему этому безобразию.
So now conclusions.
Были вот в том самом
That I have.
2015 году, 2014.
In 2015,
Место мы
do you need cache? We just add it. So we have space there, we get it in there, so we can do it like this. There are correct caches, we know how to do this. We patterns and code, we bring it from a different project, and it works.
картина сеньора. Больше того, у меня...
And this is the normal picture of senior.
Но прошли годы, там наступил какой-то...
Years passed, it was 2015.
Уже писал Серо
I
Нагорный.
started working in marketing.
Мы уже отвечал не столько за то, что...
I was a team leader.
Хорошо, сколько за то, чтобы...
It wasn't anymore about the good code, but
там, реклама...
we needed teamwork well.
Вот, сразу выяснилось, что надо смотреть вообще на другие вещи. То есть дело не в том, как...
And it turned out that we need to look at different things. It doesn't matter what functions you give them and the roles which you give them. It's not like that.
Ну, то есть,
You need to look at how the memory works. Will we have enough memory or not? Will we have enough CPU
то, что мы используем.
for
Вот,
what we're going to use?
наружу куда-нибудь.
So we bring cache on the surface, and all of a sudden,
И читаем пакет Redis.
if we write everything in one Redis, so we need 1 gigabit on Redis.
Не упрямся на гигабит, я упирался несколько раз.
But many times I actually bumped into 1 gigabit, and actually it's very difficult. So you need to just take it and count it.
Вот. Хочется использовать кэш, вот перед тем, как использовать кэш,
You want to use cache, and before using cache, you need to count it.
нам нужно по сети и вот по всем...
What you need for the memory, what you need for the network, and so on.
Нам нужно подумать вообще по поводу кэш-хита. Ну, то есть, если кэш-хит...
We need to think about
если
cache hit.
то, наверное, нужно
If cache hit is high,
крутить, бегать с эвикшеном, там, LRU.
then you need to do something with eviction, and you need to come up with something.
Следующий момент, если мы используем
The next one,
какие-то memory кэши уже приближенные к коду,
if we're using some caches that are close to code,
у нас
if we need to get
если мы хотим высокую
quick
у нас
replies, quick responses, then
на мьютексах.
so if something doesn't work properly, then latency goes up.
Вот, и самое главное, мы начинаем
And the most important thing,
инфраструктуру.
so we begin to calculate the cost of the infrastructure, all of it.
Рекламы получается так, что
And
стоимость
in sense of marketing, the cost of infrastructure
можем из этого
can be
нам просто не нужно строить такие системы, нам нужно
higher than income that you may get. So you need to build simple systems. And sometimes those costs are comparable.
которые надо смотреть.
The next metrics that we need to look at. So we edit cache, and what if there is an emergency? something doesn't work. For example, the database crashed.
Нам это нужно восстанавливать. Вот.
So you need to restore it.
Механизм восстановления, и нам нужно...
So if you don't have a simple mechanism of recovery, so you need to code that will connect cache with database, and the time for making decisions is just a few hours. And if cache doesn't work transparently, so we get inquiries from users. People say, I bought a movie and it doesn't work. So something else like that happens. There are problems. So we look in the logs and everything is good in there. And you need to optimize the principle and logic, how cache works
Это стабильно теряют.
with logs.
Я терял. Это вокруг меня.
So that's stable thing. So this is what we have.
И это создает цену,
And this
вокруг
creates the cost of infrastructure code and
того, чтобы это обслуживать, он вот
the code
ну,
and so on.
тысячи строк кода, десятки тысяч строк кода. Они сложны
There are tens of thousands of code,
сложности на всех этапах.
tens of thousands of lines of code, and there are certain difficulties on that stage.
Вот.
And it's not a trivial procedure in all the services.
Вот распределенные
So another thing,
в предыдущем разделе, они очень дорогие. И когда мы говорим про
the solutions that we have in previous sections, they're pretty expensive.
какой-нибудь load for update, ну, select for
A lot for date in the hospice can't support.
Больше того, если мы хотим распределенную консистентность между
If we want to have a distributed consistency, this is very, very expensive. Or
и чаще всего нам...
distributed mutex, the same thing.
Так вот, в чем...
So what do we want? We are saying that
Давайте мы будем использовать локальный кэш. Не будем делать
let's build local cache. Let's just do service.
проблем.
And it covers a lot of problems.
Простой sync-map, простую map,
We take sync up and it works very well. It can be well optimized.
берем готовые либы, которые уже оптимизированы.
If we have to have something more complex, we just use a different thing.
Вопрос не столько...
If it's a matter of not optimization of
Можно брать какой-нибудь SQLite, и будет не хуже.
performance, but the consistency of cache, there you can use something, another difference in like SQLite.
На логику eviction работает.
SQLite.
Вот. Собственно, можно взять, например, не LRU, а всякие ARC-кэши и прочее прекрасное.
You can use not LRU, but you can use ARC
Те данные в кэше
that can clean the data in cache,
при том же объеме
and
управления.
they increase hit rate with the same
У
fulfillment.
нас бывают разные паттерны нагрузки на кэш. То есть
And we have different load patterns for cache. And sometimes
записи на одно чтение
we may have 10 records for one read of cache.
все писать по-другому.
Then you need to write the whole thing differently,
Оптимизированное на
because the most part of the cache is optimized for reading.
а 10 значений подряд.
Sometimes you have to read not just one value, but several values. Say we want to read the last 10 messages,
Кэша не работает, надо какую-то свою.
and the cache doesn't work here, you need to write your own.
А теперь вопрос, ребят.
Okay, now the question is,
Предыдущее. Теперь вопрос.
so all of it is just great. So do you think, can we get a consistent cache? We have a database
А мы хотим
base,
вот для себя, для своего сервиса локальный кэш.
and for your local cache, you want to have it consistent with the database. You have the same data without
Можно такое сделать?
obsolescence of data.
Что? Медленный будет?
It's going to be slow.
Таких 10 кэшей создать.
You can create 10 caches like this if it's slow.
Ну, неважно, но хотя бы масштабировать. Можно сделать такое?
So you can
Дорого?
scale it.
У нас часто это не узкое место. То есть косты не всегда, довольно редко узкое место, как ни странно.
Cost not always the bottleneck.
Так вот, полностью консистентность. Вот прям задача конкретная.
Fully consistent cache. That's our
Сервисом
goal for each service.
на базе.
And it could be consistent with the original base.
Не можем?
Can we?
А вот нет, можем.
No, we can.
Берем просто slave. Это
We
большой
take
кэш по определению.
slave. It's cache
Больше того,
by definition.
это очень хороший кэш.
And it's not just cache, it's very good cache.
Он сам себе
It
заполнил.
just covers it. It will
Что-то упало.
fill it itself. If something crashes, then it will fix it itself.
Работали с этими системами. Вот на самом деле последний пункт.
Those who work with those systems,
Вот просто банально мы что-то пишем, и оно само себе
you write something and it fixes itself
без того, чтобы
without any additional
что-то еще сделали. Вот.
actions.
Больше того, мы можем пойти в другую
Moreover,
Мы вместо того,
we can go to a different direction. Instead of taking convicts, we can keep all the data in Redis
и вообще не использовать кэши. Ну, то есть вроде как это...
and without using cache at all. So we have database of cache, but we're using internet storage. It works. So we didn't need cache.
Вот. Больше того, вот это внезапно для меня инсайт. Куки.
And this is another insight, cookies in browser. It's also cache.
Мы просто отдали в браузер какие-то данные.
So we gave some data to browser returned it, and it keeps it in its cache.
Практически магически работает. Ну, то есть
It works magically,
неожиданно, что мы можем вот какой-то небольшой объем...
unexpectedly, that a small
Вот об этом надо один раз подумать, и после этого становится очевидно.
volume of data you keep it on the client, and
Вот. И все вот это вот может решать
and
задачи.
all of it
Ну, вот, кроме
can
систем в духе, там,
resolve some of the tasks. With
часто незачем. Куки сделали.
some
работает.
complex systems you don't need that.
Ну, глобально, на самом деле, через там 3-4 года
Globally,
решения сеньора, я пришел к тому, что
3-4 years later,
вот огромное количество отскоков
there is no correct cache.
применяется.
There are just different types of cache that can be used according to its purpose.
Шире. Ну, то есть
In fact, you need to look broader.
можем хранить в других системах.
You don't have to use caches. You can use some other system. You can use cookies,
Это решает наши задачи.
and it will solve your
Но
problems.
дальше пошло время.
And then time passed.
19-20 год я
It was 2019, 2020.
ну, менеджер разработку целиком.
I wasn't just a team leader. I was managing the development.
Например, вот нам
Ого.
нужно отдавать файлики.
For example, we need to
Файликов.
provide files, many files, with terabytes of files in movies, for example.
Например, у нас
There are some silly things there.
большое количество там фильмов.
We have a small number of movies. So, for example,
Новая серия «Игры престолов».
a new season of the Game of Thrones, and
Кэш просто падает на
a
чтение.
lot of users are downloading it, and cache just
Сталкивался, в смысле, как
crashes.
операция, вот единичный
So did you have that? So there was one single key in the database. One person had that. Okay.
Я сталкивался раза 3.
I encountered it 3 times. So what's important to understand when you're working with cache, you have an unbalanced distribution
На первые 10 ключей
of cache. The first 10 keys or 20 keys, they they consume 55%
такое.
of
Это
requests.
интуитивно, например, в рекламе. То есть у нас есть какие-то
And usually it's intuitive in advertising, and those bots, they consume almost all requests.
место на запрос в одном.
And if you have a bottleneck for this, so you'll get it.
Хорошо.
And why it's so great to work with files? Files, they have one great thing. They're
Сохранили сериал, завтра это будет ровно.
unchanged. So if you saved an episode, tomorrow is going to be the same episode. So this way you can cache it.
Популярные ключи
You can give it not from one server, but from 3.
по дороге. Вот. И в этом
And you can cache it on the way.
основная фишка, зачем мы делаем
And that's the key feature why we do caches.
в 1000 раз меньше, чем исходные данные, но это
So we have a caching system that's and it's enough.
Вот. Но это нужно сесть, померить, и вот
But you need to sit down, measure it,
фактическая штука.
and this is not a trivial analytical thing. So more than that,
Совершенно неочевидный инсайт, что часто очистка кэша вообще не нужна.
cleaning up the data. So sometimes you don't even need data. So
Вот, мы в кэше,
typical service, 10 million users. In cache, we keep the global users, everything we need about the user.
в сумме занимает памяти 10 мегабайт.
But it takes only 10 megabytes of the memory, nothing really.
Используем 100 таких кэшей, ну, гигабайты.
So we use
Вообще.
100 caches like this, so you don't really need to see that. It can be capped infinitely.
Заботиться с тем, как это
You don't need to clean it, and you don't need to take care of how it's cleaned and all that. It just works.
Вот.
So
Следующая штука, которая была, это
the next thing that we had,
кэшируем не только базу данных,
to understand it, we're just caching database, we're caching the external system. Inconsistency of the external system is impossible in principle because we can't control how it's going to change.
получается говорить с формата
In some cases, we're going to be saying that, changes the format and all that,
договориться,
but you can rarely agree on that
получается там типа 1 раз из 5.
once in 5 times. But a great thing that works here, it's
Есть кэш, который решает...
optional cache, and this cache that does one thing. It's not performance.
Отдаем данные из кэша.
It works with the crash of the system,
Конечно, система отвечает долго, а мы не хотим долго отвечать.
or the external system. It takes long for it to respond, so you just respond from the cache. And the same pattern.
Больше половины
Incident.
кэшей в том коде, с которым я сейчас работаю,
Half of the caches that I work, the code is like this.
ну, то есть проблему производительности можно решать по методу
the
оптимизирования.
problem of performance, you can just optimize the database and its pattern. And
Вот. Ну ладно. Следующий момент,
the next thing,
например, на мобилке, чтобы
we can give caches to the mobile phones so that they won't be consuming it for each request, but they were keeping the data and they would work with this. And they wouldn't be doing thousands of VPS. And testers didn't see it, and
на пользователя,
you can see it, and you can just for the users and for us.
и мы ничего с этим не можем сделать. Вообще. То есть мы ближе.
And we can't do anything about that at all.
Кэши на клиентах — это всегда второй
So therefore, client-based caches are always second tier.
тем, что если кто-то облажался,
So if we can make peace to the fact that somebody's made a mistake,
еще что-нибудь в таком духе.
then we do it, something like that.
Есть.
Another point,
Быть очень быстро изменяемое.
we can have a situation that changes very fast. So we have an exchange situation. So a lot of people working with cryptocurrency in 2025. And if we work with an exchange, we have a certain state.
Есть подходы, ну, условно говоря, какие
What is this change?
закрыты и так далее. И потом
So we track how, which are the deals that are started and which get closed.
в том виде, в котором
So you have this depth of market thing, but the depth of market is basically the same cache.
И, например, если мы решаем,
And
скажем, у нас есть два подключения к базе, и мы хотим просто
if we have two connections to the database, and because something happens, we want to sync them, we probably won't be able to do. For instance, I spent about a month trying to fix this problem, so it should work correctly.
это означает, что нам в таких случаях
Which means
консистентность
that in these cases,
говорим, ну, как бы
well, we don't call it cache consistency,
на то, чтобы решить простую задачу.
or we spend a month to solve a very simple problem with a cache. Another discovery. The local variable in the code is also cache. Same kind of cache for a general variable,
Что говорили раньше, там, не
with all the specificity that I mentioned before with mutex and things like that. So
еще что-то в коде, это ровно такие же.
if we do something in the code, these are the same kind of caches, also cache.
Но возвращаясь, что
But coming back,
есть просто
there's no right cache. There's just an architecture built correctly, designed correctly, where caches will work. And actually, the most important thing is that we've been able to build the right architecture. We drew up the right kind of caches, and we are hoping that it's going to work. But in actual practice, it may not.
вот. И оно вот регулярно будет работать не так, как мы ожидаем. Больше того, чем быстро.
So it's going to happen quite a few times. It won't be working just like you had expected.
Тем меньше оно будет соответствовать тому, какую архитектуру мы рисовали. Вот. И под это дело, под то, что у нас
So,
архитектура,
and because this holds true, that the architecture is always bad, we need to change the approach.
давайте совсем без кэша.
Let's try to do without cache at all.
Можем его не делать, можем просто взять правильную базу, но
We may not use it. We can just take the right in-memory database and work with it direct.
миллион держит на специализированном хранилище, а 100 тысяч держит, ну,
Well, it will hold 1 million in a specialized storage, 100,000 in regular. Well, you can actually ramp it up so that it would hold 1 million, so we won't need a cache at all. But you will just need to optimize the call, the requests. We can set up the database correctly, and it will work. Or we can keep caches in production, but very simple, at the level of variables, for instance. We can keep caches on a variable level, but we won't use any large, sophisticated caches. So we won't be having this problem of cache consistency. So why do we need consistency?
будем фигачить вот с
Well,
работать. Или, скажем, просто будем делать отдельный сервер,
For instance, let's make some separate services which has updated data where all the changes are collected.
который просто делает файл-ридеры.
There are companies like VK that just do file readers in Postgres and just save changes directly. It's complicated, but it does work.
сделать так, чтобы данные не менялись, все гораздо
If we can make it so that the data shouldn't change at all, that will make things much easier. So basically, whatever we save in that case remains consistent. We've written some reports compared by the user and nothing else. This works perfectly.
работает в режиме, а давайте мы лучше у юзера,
Sometimes
потому что они
it works in the mode, let's save it for the user, because the user data doesn't change very often. Well, things like that do happen. The bottom line is that
то мы самолет строим. Ну, то есть сразу разработки.
it'll have to be addressed
Толпой.
one by one. Or you have to build a spaceship.
Ну и глобально то, что тут получается, это
So globally, what you get is that you need solutions that are as simple as possible. The dumber the solution, the simpler it is, the better it is, and the more guarantee that it will work.
на самом деле вот
Now about constraints. So if you take cache as a theory, there are not so many restrictions, not so many constraints. So by volume, by throughput, by performance, by the structure of requests.
мы вроде как файлики отдаем, с каждой ноды, ну, равномерно, а дальше выясняется, что с одной ноды у нас читает половину.
But in any of these areas, you can get into situations where these limitations become less simple. For instance, for throughput. So one thing is that you get average throughputs on all nodes, but another thing is that you have a spike on just one. And once it happens, you get all these limits blown.
Были какие-нибудь
So for the structure of calls, you should take a look so that there shouldn't be any unnecessary mutexes, so that the algorithm should be correct. For instance, a typical task that runs in a data center will address that. So
подстраивается под структуру запросов и без
it's all set up to match the structure of calls. So we take the structure of calls, we put it on the performance pattern and then see how things. Then you have to make sure the data consistency is right, how often the data change. So invalidation, you have to do invalidation in a proper way, so that one doesn't get into a situation where they operate with invalid data. There's a limitation that the system should work in a stable and resilient way. So if you say you're claiming 4 nines, then you have to deal with that.
если у нас система там, с 4 девятками, с 5
If the system is a 4-9 system or 5-9, actually I almost haven't seen such systems. But in a 4-9 system, almost no caches work. So you need to add additional solutions to make them work. And also support simplicity. It's also a restriction of what we can do with cache. But the most important thing, we shouldn't have more than one of these items. If there are 2, that's already a reason to build a spacecraft, figuratively speaking. And more likely than not, we won't be able to build a spaceship. You can just give people an assignment to do the job, but they will probably fix one, but not the problem in its totality. So the global conclusions, actually,
Для меня сейчас, вот как раз
for me now,
давайте делать кэши.
when they come to me and say, let's do caches, so we have some problems with interdependencies, let's try and fix them.
Оптимизации в принципе.
Let's not apply optimization at all. So we know the performance, we know how many users we have, how much data we have, we know the request patterns. Even if the system is new, we just know it from our experience. And where we see the system constraint, we don't do. We don't,
Вот.
we do. So.
Это вот буквально находим ограничение системы.
And it's just, you find a constraint in the system, and quite often the system constraint turns out to be quite stupid. For instance, you need to write the code fast to a certain date. And actually, this is much the most frequent constraints. So basically, when we are solving some problems, for the most part, they're consistency problems rather than storage problems. And cache is used exactly for that.
Она вырожденная, вне консистентности данных. Вот. Имеет смысл, когда мы решаем такие...
It makes sense when we're solving the problems is to look at the architecture as a whole.
Вы делаете, а давайте тратите то, что вы делаете. И отлично работает. Ну, то есть можно выходить на...
And that offers you much better solutions.
вашу проблему.
You can just go outside, ask somebody else to solve your problem,
И самое
rather than to try to fix them inside.
когда
And the most
объяснять командам,
obvious thing among those things that you have to explain your teams is that this whole approach works only where the development understand everything that I've shown in the previous slides.
иначе он использует
Otherwise,
ограниченное подмножество.
they will use a very limited subset
Не те задачи.
and will be solving the wrong problems.
Все правильно. Спасибо вам.
So, thank you for your attention.
Виталий, спасибо за доклад.
Thank you for your presentation, Vitaly.
Обратную связь.
Hey guys, you can send your feedback and evaluate this report, this presentation. So, questions, please. Please use the microphones and make the most of this moment. Hello, thank you for your presentation. The question is how the cache that fully supports the consistency, how does it support writing and accelerates requests at the same time. So we have reads from the cache, and it is supposed to support consistency fully. How does it write and accelerate at the same time? Cache, okay.
Тут кнопочка есть?
Is there a button?
Вот, вижу. Кнопочку.
There's a button.
Ага. Так, еще раз. Как поддерживать консистентность кэша?
How to maintain the cache that we were talking about. You said that it's fully consistent. How does it maintain consistency and acceleration at the same time? Look, you have Postgres, just one.
10 тысяч запросов в секунду.
You know that it supports 10,000 calls per second, and then it goes down, and you need 20,000 or much more.
Поднял.
So you raise 10 layers, 100 layers, but so the request comes, we'll read from the cache. The cache already has the data. It should write if the data has changed.
Запись моей
It's not the right problem. It's a read problem.
такие схемы, они используются, когда у тебя
So all these schematic are used when
больше, чем записи, в миллион раз будет.
there are 1,000 or 1,000,000 times more reads than write. So typical application, typical workload is advertising.
Пользователь
So you write once and then people read it millions of times.
десятки миллионов запросов с этими данными. Ну, вот типовой пример, когда нам нужны вот
So that's a typical example where you need 10 layers. Got that? Thank you. Thank you for your question.
К микрофону.
Please use the microphones. Yes, let me remind you, we have presents for the best question.
А другой от ПХДС.
один позитив, другой от Wildberries, да?
Еще раз.
Два подарка.
There are two additional presents from Cognitive and Postgres. So you said that it's too expensive if you build an aircraft. It's half a year of development, but computers also cost money. So have you at Wildberries solved the questions of upscaling, downscaling the cache depending on the time of day? For instance, we know that at night the load is lower and in daytime it's higher, so you downscale to save resources. Well, okay, what kind of resources do you talk about?
Какие ресурсы мы сэкономили?
What, for instance, I can speak about examples of another large company, also a marketplace, and they're not talking about dozens of Redises, but about 1,000. So if the load is normal, then it supports 10. If not, 1,000. We're not going to keep 1,000 hot. You need to support 10. When your load can grow 1,000 times, it's a rare case, but you need to do dynamic scaling. That's a narrow case. We're solving the problem of unexpected upscaling. So how do you solve it? You just reserve a huge amount of resources. Well, we have a certain number of Redises in the internet. We scale the storage rather than users. But you mentioned the database. It's Postgres or something. Does it work better? No. The key thought is like this. People think a lot about dual scaling, and it's not a problem in actual life. But I have a question from the PostGrid point of view. So you scale, you have the time. You just go and downscale or upscale manually. But automation is needed when you don't have the time to do it manually, when you have to do it twice a day. So you haven't automated downscaling. You just work through Kuba. It's a problem of restrictions. There are certain system types where it's important. It's a narrow class of systems. For instance, we are in Amazon, and we want to cut down costs in Amazon. And almost all big tech runs on its own hardware. So your hardware is there, and it won't cost you anything to allocate more resources if you have the hardware. Vitaly, hello. Thank you for your presentation. Vitaly, hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask you the following question. Now's the time of LLM hype, and one wants to cache requests to the LLM model. Have you had experience caching this kind of request? And if yes, then what kind of architecture solutions have you used? And will your patterns, the ones you've described, work on such cached requests? I'll say more than that. If you ask an LLM to create an agent to work under load, it will write a cache for you itself. Well, yes. So you just use it, deploy it, and it will work perfectly. The easiest answer is just to save it in Postgres and it will work. But we're not going to have identical requests to the LLM. Well, look, for instance, you do a service that responds to user requests to support. The requests are, a lot of them are the same. So more than that, you can actually put buttons for them to choose. All you have to do is to keep it updated via LLM. So some vendor storages, will that be an overkill, or does it happen? So look, it's a solution of a narrow problem. If you need a solution to a narrow problem, you need to design a solution to it, to the specific problem. If you want to aggregate so as to do something with them, then yes, it's useful. But from my experience, it's usually about the caching of servers rather than LLM. Okay, I got that. Thank you. Thank you for your question. Any more questions? Vitaly, let me ask you a question. Have you had cases in Wildberries with incidents or failures related to cache development that led you to the thoughts that you have expounded on today? What incidents? Yes, incidents with caches. Yeah. Well, over the past 6 months, I haven't heard about any large-scale incident with caches. And over the past 5 years, Well, over the past 5 years, Wildberries changed several times. So 5 years ago, it was an absolutely different company. Everything was different, so it makes no sense comparing. So one can talk about specific services. For instance, the seller's portal has one problem, the bank has others, buyer's portal has other problems.
Спасибо.
Okay, got that. Thank you. I see we have a question. Hello, thank you for your presentation. My question is a bit aside. Have you had cases in the team where the guys wanted to build some spaceship in terms of cash, make a popular solution, not seeing a simpler solution? What did you do about such situations? So there's no ideal. There's always some system of constraints. But that leads us to a different problem. It's a problem of hiring, whom we hire and whom we don't. We want people who have, soft hands, and we get people with soft paws. We want to have hard professionals, we hire hard professionals. I prefer hiring hard professionals. But those who prefer simple solutions and who can work on their own. And just because of this second part, you managed to bypass the problems that I mentioned. So, for instance, so that people shouldn't solve the problems using ChatGPT. So that's why I formulate problems in a way that would imply that people know how to solve problems themselves and what to do with people not being able to do that. Well, I'll teach them. It takes a long time. It's difficult. You have to overcome a lot of hurdles. Quite often people don't want to learn, saying that he doesn't want, but it's your problem rather than his. So they don't understand that it's a problem. Well, even if you hit him, they won't solve your problem. So then we need to solve the motivation problem and either teach them or say goodbye or make peace with them. Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Next one. Yes, I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. Can you please say which architecture do you use for design in library? Pure architecture. Yes. So in different parts, different. There's no single standard. Wildberries employs thousands of engineers, and there's no single standard. So we're hexagonal architecture, layered architecture in other cases, something else in other places. So on the final question for today, yes, thank you for your presentation. My name is Vladimir. So my question goes like this. We were talking about slaves in Puzzle, and there's a problem with a replication lag. And sometimes we run into a need to have the data updated as possible for reading. So how do you solve this problem? It's either you do have a problem because you've already set up such problems, or you go to a Postgres consultant who explains what to do. So if your Postgres lags behind and you go to the chat feed, first they'll send you a lot of links for recommendation, but only then proceed to helping you. But on a serious note, just like what I said about LLM, so you have this problem, ChatGPT. You ask, what does ChatGPT to the Postgres configuration? And it says you do replication like this, and then you set the timing, and replication will not be just lagging behind, but it will just disrupt. And on the whole, it's just about day-to-day regular work, the work of a regular engineer. If you want, I can explain it to you in detail on the sidelines, one-on-one. But in 2025, it's no longer a problem. You have chats, you have LLM models, and all questions of this kind get solved in a minute.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you.
Спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for the answers, for the questions. And now the moment. Please choose two prize winners. Okay, in the beginning there was a question. I don't quite remember the first question. Who? Raise your hand.
Правильно? Про масштабирование.
That person? About scaling. Yes.
Мы тебе вручаем приз за
Okay, come to us and we'll hand you a prize
Питер. От издателя.
from the Peter Publishing House.
Книги — это важно, читайте
Так, и
книги.
второй.
Books are important. Read books. And the second prize winner? Your applause, guys.
Так. Ага.
Uh-huh. Can you hear me?
Барышня, которая спрашивала про
There was a lady
конфликты.
who asked about conflicts at the end.
Там была барышня в конце.
Once again, there was a lady at the back row who asked about conflicts.
Выходи к нам.
Come to us.
Она уже села за ноутбук работать там, наверное.
Well, she's already sat down working for her laptop. Well, that's the right kind of engineer. That's the way. Don't you work for Wildberries? No. But I'm collecting prizes from Wildberries. So applause to the speaker. Vitaly, thank you. So thank you. It's done. Thank you.
Ребята, в 12:00
Great day. Hey, at 12 noon, next presentation right here, we'll be expecting you.
Да. Привет, привет еще раз.
Yeah, hi, once again.
Пришло время сменить настроение.
Okay, now's the time to change your mood to a calmer note. And it's time to start talking about databases. Welcome our next speaker, Alexei. Your applause, guys.
Всем привет.
Hi, everyone.
Ну, начну
Look, I'll start traditionally with a short introduction. I've been doing database development for more than 20 years. I've worked in different well-known companies.
кодом.
I was mostly doing my SQL code or some derivatives. For example, in Huawei, I was working on creating the cloud version of MySQL. But not only that, I've also worked with other database code. And whichever databases I was working with, I was coming back to MySQL. So at the end of last year, my colleagues and I founded a company called MyDB. MyDB is a Russian competence center in the MySQL ecosystem. So the product is open source. It's based on the MyDB server, and it's MySQL with some extended capabilities. We've worked for many years on the server. I used to be lead developer in this project, and the focus of our today's development is in three things. Firstly, performance, second, monitoring, and third, usability. Nothing new here. Our parent problem, Percol server, in the parent project, the priorities were the same, performance, usability, and monitoring. But just because these are perennial things, it never happens that the user complains that the database performance is too high or that monitoring, there are too many monitoring tools. Well, on the other hand, there are always use cases where when these features are in shortage. The list of companies that are using our developments keep growing. We support development and training not only for MySQL, but for all products from the MySQL system, including MyDB. Having huge experience. So what is this presentation about? It's about database performance, but at a different perspective. In all those years that I've been taking part in database development, I've been talking to database users, and I've noticed that there are certain aspects that keep in shadows. People overlook them, discuss them perhaps too rarely, know too little about them, or have myths about them. As a rule, these are small questions about which you can't, run a separate presentation about each of them. So, and it's perhaps the reason why they are kept in shadows. Or the other way around, there's so much hype about some questions that for users, it's difficult to put the handle on these aspects. And quite often, it turns out to discuss them much more effectively. It appears to bring all these questions into one presentation and discuss them as a whole. The users I was talking about are the users on Postgres and MySQL. To structure my presentation, I split it into several groups, aspects relating to the operating system, to the database, and data storage architecture. So I'll be moving along in this order that is shown in the picture. Let's start with setting up the operating system, the simplest thing that you can do. But in fact, a lot of users either don't know or undervalue the operating system settings. There are quite a lot of effects here. I've just mentioned the top three things in each group. But of course, one needs to make a special presentation to talk about that in detail. I'm not going to get into these details, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But on the whole, from the CPU point of view, the most frequent errors people make is that energy saving is not set up correctly. For instance, it's enabled turbo boost is enabled, and these things affect not even the absolute performance, but the stability of performance. For instance, you quite often see that the energy saving is enabled while the load of the database is low, and this all brings about hard predictable spikes. Turbo modes provide good performance in spikes, but affect negatively the stability of the system operation. If you talk to people who service high-load systems and databases and ask them what characteristics of the database is most important for them, they'll say stability, not even the peak performance, but stability. We need all these graphs to be flat. And from this perspective, you also have to understand about it. And in terms of memory, there are lots of fine things related to numerical memory architecture, swappiness. The schedule has a lot of settings. I've only given 3 here. In fact, there are dozens of them. And they all can affect the performance, sometimes changing performance by the factor of 10. And about 10 years ago, I was making whole presentations and conferences how to set up the operating system correctly for the database, for instance, for production or for testing. So as to run comparative analysis. But that's what I was doing about 10 years ago. What's happening now? Now the life has become much easier. Firstly, the default settings in Debian Linux and other operating systems have become much better for modern systems, for high loads. But it's clear that these default settings are not always keeping up with the development of workloads. But nevertheless, the situation has become much better now than it used to be 10 years ago. But the most important point is that today, what helps us a lot is a piece of software called TuneDemon. It is available for all the OS distributions. It's an attempt to declaratively describe the setting of the operating system. It already has some building blocks that are reusable with the continuity, with the nesting, with inheritance, and it can be done in different ways. All the high-load systems work in specific conditions. In any hardware situation, you have some differences in how the system needs to be set up. And all these periodic reboot things, all this black magic that I used to talk about, that you need to add something to this file and you need to configure things like that. So TuneD automates them a lot, and it makes it very simple. So this example, I have 2 lines of code. Let's say I want a profile that fits the user very well. Actually, it'll match my SQL as well, and I want my settings to provide for the internal for the low network latency. And these 2 lines basically replace 80% of the content of the presentations I was making 10 years ago. So there are some problems left, but it's about really fine-tuning. So one important thing that, so those of you who don't know that, please use. I'd like to speak a bit in more detail about large memory pages, because it's about something that TuneD doesn't support. The database can support huge pages, firstly for the code of the server, and they can be used for data. And in our tests, we get up to 30% improvement in performance, and for dynamic memories for the heap and any database allocated different memory buffers. They can be quite large. For instance, for data sorting,
Мне неизвестна пока ни одна база данных, которая использует.
I don't know of a single database that uses a huge memory pages of such buffers, and we're going to experiment there and see what turns up. But in spite of all these good numbers, such a plus 10%, plus 30%, there are companies who are prepared to kill for 5% of performance gain. But if you have 30% of improvement across your server fleet, that would be a reason for publication. But
Свои тоже причины.
in reality, these numbers are rarely achieved, and the reason for that is the configuration of the operating system, so that you have to reserve these huge pages beforehand, and this is hard to do. So you need to understand how much memory you need. You need to configure it. If you have Docker, you'll need to write down the references to Docker. So it's very hard to do, to achieve these numbers. The tools that provide for these support are not perfect yet, and the support is not perfect either.
Не знаю, напоминание, если кто-то
Briefly, a brief reminder, if somebody has forgotten what it is and why you need that. In most operating systems, you use virtual memory. So each each process, has its own virtual memory space. This is good for quite a number of reasons. But in order to find a place where the data lies in memory, you need to translate these virtual addresses into physical addresses. And this is done via some tables through the joint work of the CPU and the kernel of the operating system. They run a hierarchical structure, which is not important here. What's important is that each record actually entails lookups in all these tables. The problem is that the standard page in x86-64 architecture is just 4 kilobytes. That was determined historically in the last century. At that time, it appeared normal, but now the typical size of memory in servers measures in hundreds of megabytes, which means that if you have a 4 kilobyte page, you get 10 million such page tables. And if the server is large, you have a memory of a terabyte or several terabytes, then the number of pages get really huge. So it's hard to change this setting because of compatibility or interoperability. I've seen attempts to change it, but it always led to a huge number of problems across the software stack. And it's good that you can send some patch to the Linux kernel to see, but there are also proprietary products that have this page size of 4K hard-coded, and this is one of the problems that Linux kernel developers have to deal with.
Еще одна особенность.
Another peculiarity of this whole thing is that page tables are copied in the case of every fork, because processes inherit from the parent processes, and you have to modify the settings. One of the solutions to use processes instead of threads, and there's this Postgres peculiarity that people talk about, but a little bit too rarely and too little. So Postgres uses processes instead of threads, and that reflects negatively on the processes, especially for systems with quite large cache, with quite large memory, and systems with a lot of connections. You've probably heard that in Postgres, to create a connection, it's a painful and expensive thing. That's exactly for this reason. That's why MySQL maintains a large number of connections. And that's the explanation. I have known these facts all my life, but I decided to collect the numbers, how it looks in numbers. And actually, it quite strikes me. If you take a 180 gigabyte buffer pool, 80 connections, the size of memory spent on these page tables in MySQL doesn't depend on the number of connections and will be up to 270 kilobytes, less than 1 megabyte. And the size of the same pages in Postgres will be 25 gigabytes. So for a 192 gigabyte memory server, or 128 gigabytes will be the buffer pool, and the rest will be for page tables. And that's the memory that could have been used for cache or for other things to improve performance. So it's quite a serious architectural limitation of Postgres. And quite often in mailing lists of Postgres developers, you hear suggestions that one needs to change that, and every time the response is that it will take a lot of effort. So everybody agrees that it's a bad architectural decision, but also people say that it's too difficult to fix. So how to change this problem? How to solve this problem? The problem of non-using huge tables for data. For the core, the story is different. You can actually run this perf command, and if you see more than 1% in this part, then it's like in that saying, in that meme, Houston will have a problem. So what you can do, you can reserve memory for huge pages beforehand. That's very inconvenient. It's not covered by TUND, but you can, assess it somehow, calculate everything, set Postgres up for the use of huge pages, and be happy with a boost in performance of up to 30%. Of course, if you have to reserve something, you'll get a smaller boost. But yes, such a simple thing, a relatively simple thing that can be used. In our tests, MySQL gets some funny numbers, but it's just because it's good about this. It doesn't have the problem that Postgres has with huge pages. There's also a thing called transparent huge pages. Basically, it was designed to solve the problem with the reservation of large pages. So the kernel moves small pages to huge ones, but there are drawbacks here. The CPU usage, utilization, and memory and background activities lead to the slowing down of applications. So basically, all database vendors disable this feature. Because maybe for for other programs it may work correctly, but for databases it entails a lot of problems. Operating system updating. It's not talked about a lot in the context of database design, but actually it can affect performance in quite an unexpected way. So problems with any database can happen in respect to database to operating system update. And for many years, it's been known that with Postgres, the order of sorting has been affecting that. That this is a case encountered in February this year. It turned out that in the new GMC version, the developers overlooked a problem that affected Postgres, and then operating system developers decided to ignore And so Postgres users found themselves in a difficult situation. So whether the system is Red Hat compatible or not. In MySQL, they did the right thing. Initially, they decided not to depend on any systems libraries and implemented their own library. And so over the 20 years of the history, I can recall maybe two big problems caused by this solution, where indeed something was broken, something with the coding, and it led to problems. But in Postgres, this keeps happening all the time. Now let's go to the database setups. Here I can say that Postgres deserves commendation. It's better set up out of the box. And there are two parameters that needs to be improved: the shared buffers, the size of the database cache, and for some unknown reason, in 2025, the checksum for data are disabled by default. It's another thing that you can't explain. Just like in that joke about the language of Russian in a Georgian school. So, children, you can't understand this, but you have to memorize this. So you have to enable it manually. But nevertheless, of course, there are some other parameters that you need to tweak. For instance, if you have load with intuitive recording, some other parameters. But on the large, this is the full list of parameters that in most cases you need to tune. In the MySQL case, it's so much more difficult. It's more difficult to set it up out of the box. There's a list of parameters that need to be improved for maximum performance, which is too difficult for most users and even administrators. When we had a joint presentation for the previous high load together with Alexei Rybakov, we had to compare performance of Postgres and MySQL on a very specific workload. And the purpose of the presentation was to decide whether relational databases could be used with caches. Because cache implied very simple read requests. Alexei, many of you know him, he has a lot of experience working with back-end development. And when we were setting up the systems, when he just started testing it all, the system showed low performance. He turned to me, I took a look, and I decided yes. So as a result, we set up MySQL so that it should show good results, even a little bit better than Postgres. But I thought that something needs to be done about that, because even a person like Alexei can't fix that themselves. It's clear that one has to simplify these things. You can't say that nothing at all is being done there. MySQL is getting better and better. More than that, they often become such that the number of threads is not hard-coded by default, but it changes dynamically depending on the number of available cores in the system. So there are steps towards auto setup in case those values are not specified explicitly. So in the recent version, for instance, you got this exciting option that adjusts the cache size depending on the size of the available memory. It's also a very good thing, but it's all yet available for NDA parameters, and the option as such is disabled, so you need to enable it. So we at MyDB have already done some wrapper around this. It's enabled by default, and it's installed, so enables the reasonable value for the parameters. So the goal is to make sure that my SQL shows good performance in 80 cases, in 80% of all cases. And there are some work to be done in the future. And we're planning to keep developing in the following. Firstly, to include auto setup for a specific workload. It's not a simple thing to do, but we have this task of setting up for a pool of connections based on serious mathematics. and there are some non-trivial methods are being used. So it's a task that's complicated, it's a problem that's complicated not only at the engineering level, but also mathematically. And then you want to make all these default values container aware. So that would be a big step, because even now it looks at all the available resources in the machine, but now most machines have different containers, and it would be right to take a look at the resource of the container. So far, it hasn't been implemented, but we're planning to do so. And the next phase, that under dynamic changes, that in the case of dynamic changes in the containers, we also plan to make that automatic setup container aware. Another thing is asynchronous I/O and direct I/O. So what I'm talking about, modern drives and databases can show fantastic performance, millions of IOPS. So in order to saturate that, I mean, the application, it's not a simple thing for it to get to the saturation, the other way around. So in order to use such systems effectively, the ones that have quite high performance throughput, but at the same time low latency, a high latency, one needs to think about making the I/O work better. I've been working on that for quite a long time, and there's room for improvement there. In Postgres, this thing will only appear in the next release. It's been expected any moment. And the appearance of this async I/O in Postgres is quite a new thing. I've been keeping an eye on how it's done. I've been keeping an eye on this project for quite closely, but so far what's going to be released in the next version of Postgres has serious limitations. There's no direct I/O. It'll only work for reads and only for certain types of access to the tables. Nevertheless, if you believe that your database, your Postgres, has a problem with the disk system and async I/O could help it, you can take a look at the next version of Postgres and the settings that it will have. Now, connection pools, quite a typical thing that users bring up. MySQL doesn't. MySQL maintains thousands of connections without a pool. In Postgres, the situation is quite sad. The need for using pools in Postgres emerges much earlier. It maintains hundreds connections without a pool rather than thousands in the case of MySQL. And what you should just say. So I will just add PG bounce and that's it. Or some other products. But it is strange that none of these products have a complete set of functionality. And so here, I need to explain certain things that are obvious to me. Any external connection pool has its own problems. Firstly, it becomes clear immediately once you start familiarizing with them. There are different settings, none of which different modes in which they operate. None of them is optimal. I have heard a lot of presentations where people would discover that there's no complete transparency of applications. So everything used to work okay for the testing environment, and then in production everything was starting to deteriorate because people had not read the documentation. There are lots of subtleties, and it's all because this functionality is implemented outside the database. There's a certain state in any connection. Firstly, open introduction, prepare statements. There are session parameters. And if the pool is implemented within the database, just like in MySQL, there's no problem understanding which connection has which state. And if it's all implemented outside, you need to somehow make sure that the connection switching between the input and output connections is done in a proper way, so that this connection state is passed correctly. So it's a non-trivial task that requires a lot of resources. So in any event, an external proxy will need to take two system calls. It'll first need to read and then send to the database. So we ran our own tests. My colleagues ran them. They were using different proxies for Postgres, and they all increase the latency time by the factor of 2 to 4 PG bounces, twice, another one 4 times. The best example, there's a proxy in the MySQL world, but recently they added Postgres support, and in our test is showing the best results, the least overhead being added to the system.
Оптимизация схемы, да?
Schema optimization. Well, I would like to avoid, trivialities. Everybody knows that indexes are good, but excessive use of indices is bad. I wouldn't like to talk about that today. I would like to share something, more up to date.
Не очень известная проблема среди...
The problem that's not so wide known among users, it's about alignment. So if you create a table, A and B, true, false, MySQL or InnoDB will store it in the disk in about the same this form. Firstly, you have a 0. In this presentation, it means true. Then you have 2, and then you have zeros. No surprises here. And I omit a lot of subtleties, service fields, and other things. But in Postgres, it's almost the same. But between 1 and 2, there are quite a lot of zeros. What's that? This is about alignment. These 7 zeros are basically adding zeros so that the value of 2 should be aligned in terms of being recorded. So the offset of each field in the record is done through adding zeros. It's not a very good architectural decision. I have some ideas why people did that, but I don't think those reasons were important enough. It can all be bypassed. And the good example of that is MindDB, because they were able to bypass these restrictions. And so I ran a bit of a comparison. I loaded 10 million lines like this, strings like this.
Разница примерно в 2 раза.
And the difference is about twofold. In MyDB, it occupied about 97 megabytes, and in Postgres, about 600 megabytes. So it's not because only of this alignment rule, but also Postgres uses a lot more space for other things. And worldwide, if we take a look, it's hard for me to imagine how many extra petabytes of zeros are being stored and processed in Postgres systems. So some people don't know about that, and even you know about that. Not always can you affect that. Compression. There are 3 types of data compression in MySQL: table-based, page-based, and column-based. the table-based and page-based compress both data and index. There's another type of compression, column-based. It was developed by Alibaba, and then it was passed to the developers. It compresses certain types of columns and keeps the functionality, which is used when you have a column with a lot of repeated words, which happens quite often when you deal with XML data, JSON, and so on. In certain cases, it can also improve performance quite a lot, and in my SQL, there's an even more advanced compression. In Postgres, the limit of the set of compression types is quite limited, and the user doesn't really have capability and opportunity to change those. It all happens behind the scenes automatically. There are alternative storage systems such as Columnar, but we're not covering them right now. In terms of request optimization, I wouldn't like, again, to say anything trivial. Well, users know trivial things quite well, and there are a lot of books and papers written about that. I would like to highlight the following points. There's quite a curious thing in MySQL. It's called explain for connection. As far as I know, in Microsoft SQL Server, something like that exists, but it's missing from Postgres. So what's about? You can take a look at the explain for this connection. And unlike it's done in Postgres. So we need to do it right here and now. We need to run the debugging right now, for instance. It's very important that you have this request. It runs for a long time. And for some reason, so normally it runs very fast. And today, right now, for some reasons, it takes a lot of time. So this is for which this feature is. It appeared quite recently, and not all MySQL users are aware of it. And in Postgres, there's no analog of this. Optimizer trace, also a curious and interesting thing. In actual case, it saves the situation, saves the day. What does it do? It shows, or rather, then showing the execution of the request. It explains why the scheduler has decided to implement this plan. And again, I've talked to developers, and they said, had Postgres had a similar feature, we would be ready to kill anyone, they tell us. Joking, of course. So I run an optimizer trace and then see what the Google trace shows. And then it shows the first I ran the scan and then looked at the scan by the index, but the cost turned out to be higher rather than the first case. So that's why the developer has taken this case. Scheduler hints. The idea was that there are no such thing as a perfect scheduler. They all use statistics. You don't always have the right statistics. There's no single database where the scheduler works perfectly. They all make errors. Most databases have these hints. In MySQL, they've existed almost always. There are now 25 types of them, and I'm just showing an example how they look. In Postgres, there are no built-in schedulers as a matter of principle. For some reason, they believe it's a bad thing. So the Postgres community has to have it implemented using some external solutions. The most popular external extension is pghintplan. They don't always keep up with the changes in the Postgres scheduler. Now there are 26 types.
Что вот для запроса с хэшом
You can say that for a request with a hash of this type, you need a MySQL plan. Postgres doesn't have it. If it's a problem for you, come to us and we'll do it for you. The architecture optimization. It's about storage optimization, of course. So, firstly, we have alternative storage methods. In MySQL, we've had them all the time. But the most interesting of them is MyRocks. MySQL plus RocksDB. That's an engine used in a lot of databases, and all the current internet actually runs on this engine. Cassandra uses it and others. It uses compression much better than and 4 or 5 times better than the original. So it has advanced compression, it has extremely low write amplification, and it's a very good thing that's impossible on traditional engines. It has write without reads and time to live.
И вот, значит, в самом конце доклада хотел...
At the very end of my presentation, I would like to talk about distributed DBMS. As of late, there have been quite a lot of hype about such things as NewSQL. I'm not talking about NewSQL in particular. I'm talking about distributed DBMSs. Distributed relational databases have evoked a lot of hype. This, in the first place, Gigabyte MDB, TDB, Vitess. There are a lot of myths about such systems. First, the popularity of NewSQL is growing fast. But if you read the reports, like, for instance, the one cited here from Stonebreak and Pavlo, they are quite, calm about the progress of NewSQL. They say that companies try to avoid a risk of changing the DBMS, and it's clear why. If you have a failure in the system, some report that reporting database, then it's not really a problem. But if the problem happens with the production transactional database, then you may lose a lot more. Myth number 2. This is what database vendors usually tell users they have solved all the problems. Actually, it's never exactly correct. In fact, some NewSQL databases provide for the compatibility, interoperability, some not. There are some problems with stability, tooling. Myth number 3, that everybody needs NewSQL databases. I can tell you that 90% of people in this room don't need such database. Even fintech, the companies that these databases have been created for, can still use traditional databases rather than NewSQL, because traditional databases on modern hardware can do quite a lot, and modern hardware includes 100 gigabytes of memory, a lot of IOPS, and you can do a lot of things there without paying for the distribution. And they can also scale quite well for reads. You can achieve quite a lot there without migrating to a distributed database. And nevertheless, of the most requiring users who really need databases, we are planning to integrate a project from Chinese companies, Ape Cloud, called VSQL, into MyDB. This is architecture with independent storage. So It uses an LSM engine on RockDB. The data is in S3. There are HTAP capabilities and integration with DuckDB, but it's a preliminary announcement. It's all yet in the pipeline. And as to the threats, we have considered quite an exciting aspect, as I think. We discussed the aspect of performance of operating system setups and database features. I'm hoping that my presentation has been of interest to you. And the QR code to evaluate the presentation is in front of you. So thank you for your attention. So, question time. Please use the microphones. Thank you very much for the presentation. While you were talking about, I visited your website. You said you are part of the registry of Russian software. Your site says that you have builds for the Russian. I'm sorry, I can't really hear your question. Can they make the microphone louder? For the room. Does it come better? Yes. I wanted to ask you, I've read it on your website. Among other things, you have builds for Russian software. And I recall a story told to me by a friend. He had some bug related with some database, a build for Red OS, I think, that was only reproduced on some single version. So have you had cases of a similar nature when you were assembling your system for a Russian software product? Of course, if you can. We haven't had cases like that, but in terms of supporting Russian products, we haven't got there. Russian OS distribution. We only support Russian distributions in that they are compatible with Red Hat. So if they are, then we support Russian distributions. On the whole, thank you for the question. I would like to hear such presentations on the questions on the content of the presentation. Do you have questions on that? I just wanted to add something. No. Why don't you ask questions? I know that you always have what to add. It's just we've known each other for many years. We can discuss certain things outside. The checksum was disabled in Postgres in 2018. I want to be brought back. Well, I knew that you would come with this comment. Next question. Hello. A couple of words on MEM, I think. I understand. I'm sure you know what you talk about. All our memory is split into data banks. I'm interested in terms of configuration. Are there any configuration capabilities? In MySQL, there's an option, NUMA MDB. We just interview all the data pages, and this is the best thing you can think of. Also, there are some additional motions you can make. If you take this policy of interleaving, that it should indeed be effective, you need to do it at the very start of the database so that the cache file shouldn't create this affinity between different data in the database. Actually, we do populate, and it takes some time. And roughly speaking, we write down 128 gigabytes of zeros, so that this memory should be immediately taken from the operating system, so it shouldn't be done dynamically while it runs. Okay, next question about NUMA. Can you use NUMA for internal multi-threading? Because NUMA is about several channels, right? Well, you can take 2 instances of MySQL, fix everyone to their own NUMA node, and then shard it. So on the proxy or at the app level, yes, of course you can do that. It'll work until you disable sharding. So it's about very fine tuning, right? Okay, but if I buy servers, should I buy them with NUMA? I would rather without, because in the I think you won't be able to buy a modern system without NUMA. It's the hardware vendors that walk this way. There are certain restrictions in terms of memory bus operation. So therefore, they all address NUMA as a way to grow. That's why NUMA appeared. So if you're buying a high-performance server, you buy it by the one that supports NUMA. That's just a fact of life. Thank you for your answers. Okay, you can install 2 versions of MyDB, 2 instances of. Next question. Okay, thank you for your attention. A question. How does S3 integration impact transaction latency? Well, the impact is quite bad because S3 can provide for a station where you have high throughput but a high latency. So what do these guys do? They implemented this kernel, this engine, to integrate it with the system. Thing is, with the committed value transaction, FFC is done to a local S3 rather than FFD. So that's how they separated latency from durability. And the procedure of compactifying the storage is used to throw the background data without affecting the work of the processes. Any more questions? Please use the microphone. Once, twice, 3 times. So, up to you to select the best question. Well, actually, all the questions were good. So, you didn't like the girl, but in the Russian software registry, do you have the operating system? And the database, MyDB server, is in the Russian registry of software. As a piece of software. No, yes, as a piece of software. So which operating system do you recommend it to run on? Actually, I think Debian, perhaps. So, and Russian is, do you have any Russian? No, not yet. We support Russian distributions to the effect that some of them have binary compatibility with Red Hat. So the one from Sber supports that, and Red DOS, I think, which is Debian Live. Red DOS, yes. Well, we haven't yet got to grips with that. Of course, we do builds for DOS and Astra and Red Linux, and the guys out there are prepared to help. Did I hear you correctly that now in Q2 25, you either have already or are going to have within the next quarter Russian operating systems that will cover law 152. Yes, if somebody really needs a Russian distribution, it's very easy to do. Thank you for your question. The best question, right? Actually, all the questions were good. So my answer will be random. I like the NUMA question. So, young man, please come up to us. Applause. The book from Peter. Please read. Thank you for good questions. Thank you. So, a lot of applause to our speaker for a very deep and high-quality presentation. Thank you. And we are making a pause until 1 p.m. Take a rest, guys.
Уже час дня, и мы готовы продолжать. И
It's 1 p.m. and we're prepared to continue.
послушать
Let me invite you again to read a presentation about databases. Andrei Borodin from Yandex Cloud. Welcome.
Я Андрей.
Hi, yes, I'm Andrei, and I do Postgres.
Заняться тем же самым.
And I recommend everyone to start doing the same. My presentation should have been called See a Weasel, but it's there, following a popular Russian meme. My main work is about developing Postgres in the interest of everybody who is building information systems, as applied to Yandex Cloud in the first case. But I'm not a security guy. I'm not going to talk about Alice and Bad. And
Мешки ворочать я сегодня тоже не собирался.
I was also not going to do heavy lifting today. So please consider that all these recommendations are personal advice rather than investment ideas. So today we have about 128 patches that I participate in it. So it's an anniversary for them. I support all sorts of tools, and I'm not doing it alone. This is our team that is mostly located in Yekaterinburg. We write Postgres. When I say that, they tell me quite often, oh, perhaps you have your own Postgres fork. And we're saying, we're not a fork, we're writing vanilla. So there's an opinion that a fork is Postgres a little bit broken. A little bit, not a little bit, is about how often the authors of Postgres are mentioned. So basically it's about things that have been accepted for the upstream. And that doesn't happen on its own. But, okay, our conference is about security, and I'll be talking about security as it applies to databases and Postgres in particular, because I don't have a lot of knowledge in other databases and landscape. Of course, we build an information system into which people come from the net, they come to your backend, and ultimately to the database. So I'm not sure I can tell you anything about database security, but unfortunately people who come quite often try to steal my data, and if not stealing them, at least doing something bad to them. If we take a look at the database in more detail, you'll see that it's a complicated mechanism. It's a cluster that consists of several nodes, each of which can be broken, each of which can be encrypted. We have some backup copying, and the most important part about the cluster security is that servers control the control plane. If the user has bought its own cluster, they can attack the control plane, and via the control plane, they can attack adjacent databases. So this is a problem, and that's why we don't offer super user rights to Postgres users, which sometimes create problems because people love using super user privileges. But even if you don't have a super user, we get vulnerabilities perhaps once a quarter, and quite often they allow doing an escalation from a regular user to super user, so you need to study them in detail and understand that they may be the source of attacks. The most interesting thing that you can learn about Postgres can be known from the PG Announce mailing list, from which you might have learned that Postgres assigns vulnerabilities itself. So that's the Postgres security team assigns real vulnerabilities. But the problem is that it's not only them. Quite often, people go to another CV numbering authority and initiate a vulnerability which is not a vulnerability. Because of this, using the security scanners in order to understand if you have problems with the database or not, evoke quite a lot of noise. Because people who have no relation to the security team, for some reason, generate vulnerabilities that are really not. So, a simple idea behind today's presentation: if the subsystem had vulnerabilities, it is defended. I'm not saying that systems that don't have vulnerabilities are not being defended, because it's difficult to prove in principle. It's difficult to prove that something does not exist that you don't deal with. But on the other hand, it's a problem that is based on the general opinion about hackers. And it's clear that we're kind of juggling with words, but nevertheless, the existence of vulnerabilities is the main attribute indicating that the system is being secured. For instance, if we have WAL compression, the thing that allows sending less data in replication to write less data on disk. If you can monitor the replication channel, you'll see bytes that seemingly don't speak about anything. But this is not exactly true. If you can change the packet size down to 1 byte, then in 4,000 checkpoints, you'll be able to retrieve the super user cache from the database if certain conditions apply. So theoretically, it's possible. And it's not a vulnerability because you can't do anything about that. On the whole, compression of these users next to sensitive data always wins encryption in any system. So this is just part of the attack surface. You can guess the data byte by byte and consider the size of the compressed package to see if your guess was good or not. And being able to change a password, it's a privilege that most users have. So it's a good example of the fact that the subsystem may be enabled exclusively by the system administrator, and it doesn't contain vulnerability because things like that are not a vulnerability. Let's take an example of a different sort. In 2020, we had a problem with the interaction of the search path attribute. Let's come to the exploit. An unprivileged user can create a system, a function in the system catalog, in the system directory, that can acquire super user privileges through some light hacking. One would think that it's an incredible vulnerability if you have logical replication. The fact that the user can just create an object that looks like a system object is becoming a super user. But the thing is that such things are easy to search for and fix. The patches looks quite simple. The thing that accept logical changes after the connection with a database resets so as only to accept catalog contained things. And as a result of people finding this vulnerability, documentation was extended so that people should understand that the publisher of logical replication operates under the super user and has access to the entirety of data. If you can substitute for the table from which a replication is happening, you can get the super user privileges. So this potential problem
эта модель безопасности изменилась почти у всех.
This security model has been changed by almost all cloud providers because they understand that logical replication should not only be used by super users. Of course, if you use ODS or managed Postgres, logical replication will be run by specialized roles. In fact, what kind of conclusion do we have to make from this vulnerability? Our database offers an opportunity to configure it in such a way so that the non-privileged users could create objects in the public sphere. And this capability is being protected. So we have vulnerabilities that have used this capability. This capability has not been revoked. The point is that the documentation as a whole allows that, and it's considered to be safe practice. If you want to look at some interesting source of similar ideas, I would like to recommend you an article by, I think, Jeff Davis, entitled Surprising Behavior of Roles Privileges. There are a lot of things of that kind. There are more than 4 that are listed here. And one would wish that you understand them when you start writing code on PGSP SQL. Briefly, I would like to explain to the beginners in writing code in PGSQL. When you compile an executable file, you can compile libraries there. You can dynamically connect to them during execution. If you're building some Python script, it connects to the files that are stored in the file system. So the function POPG SQL connect to those objects. They're used as database snapshots. In the current snapshot, they're trying to define what table you have called, or to see what table you have called, what triggers you have used. And they're trying to do that using variables of the search path type. So when you're writing code, it's important to understand which requests, which calls can be substituted for. If you write fully qualified, the task becomes much more difficult to solve. But in connection with all those things that I've said, I would like to say that the ability to grant ownership is equal to, presenting them the owning role.
В общем, у вас есть таблица.
So you have a table where you can define triggers, functions, some view. If you are able to pass this table from someone to own, or somebody takes this table from you, you're getting the privileges. Quite often, people who patch databases create a special role that's required to pass a table from one user to the other. For instance, an employee has resigned, and they have a schema from which a table must be, passed to another service. Within these tables, there can be anything. There can be backdoors.
Если вы передали таблицу суперпользователю, вы передали
employee to delete the entire database, and everything available to the system user under which the database process is executed will be available to them. This is not a vulnerability. It's part of the contract with the developers, with the database developers. That's the way it's designed. Another example, which is quite often considered to be dangerous. Let's come back to the exploit that we considered before. We have a system function that's used in logical replication. It's considered in the context of read-only transactions. You can't just delete this alter. You can't become a super user in the read-only mode, but you can use copy. And copy is a typical way to conclude the attack. There's some injection, there's some zero-day to erase the privileges, and copy to steal everything or break everything or get into the operating system. So therefore, security people quite often ask to delete that copy. Why do you need that? All the attacks happen this way. Copy as such is quite a harmless thing that's only available to super users. It's a cherry on the pie. But the problem is that the user that's not part of the low list is already there. So the problem is not how they get into the operating system. So copy as such is quite harmless, and some Postgres-based databases needed for normal life. Second Plum can't live without copy.
Так вот,
So,
еще там пример был.
there was another example.
Нет, не пример. Простая идея.
I know, it's not an example, just an idea.
Разработчиков базы данных
Quite often, they ask of database user a kind of super user for service purposes, but so that they shouldn't be looking into the data. It's almost a super user, but that they should do what's
пользователь становится просто пользователем и ничего больше не может.
being allowed to them. It is an absolutely useless
То, что значит,
way to go, but also very dangerous. It's like a rabbit hole. You change the security model
глаза в мире.
from the one where all eyes in the world look at.
По которым
We're changing the rules
базу все хакеры ванильные.
by which all hackers in the world are trying to hack
Определяем контекст
the
безопасности
databases. So if we redefine the
в Postgres.
super user security model, we'll be creating new threats. It's a dangerous thing.
Вот, например, функция, которая
Take, for instance, the function that can seem
на самом деле она
harmless, but in fact, it offers your database for breaking. So there's a function that returns A or B.
создать функцию,
So
может непривилегированный пользователь.
the super user
Требования
did proof, the only thing that a super user can do, normal users can't do that. And I think any creative hacker can
Я думаю, что при желании хакер сможет ее эксплуатировать и для
exploit it
суперпользователя,
to get privileges of a super user.
которых дано суперпользователю.
So what it's all about? We have a right given to a super user to mark a function as leak-proof.
Зависит
What does it mean, leak-proof? It doesn't have side effects. Its only result is that it returns. What's bad about this function? It can divide by zero.
может поделить на 0
It can divide by zero outside of the security context. So the attacker can learn that it has been called with zero, but for the data that they can't see. And over the zero, you can steal almost anything that you want from the database. So we've allowed the user to make functions leak-proof.
последствий.
And this can be escalated towards very serious consequences. Quite often, they ask you a role of the administrator for system copying, system backup, and to tune database.
Довольно тривиально от
It's quite trivial
тестирования перейти к
to go from backup to super user privileges by just, for instance, changing the archive command. This is an example I've taken out of my head, and there are thousands of that. There are ways to go from backup to full control
базу данных. Давайте скажем,
of a user
виртуальные машины.
that executes the database. Let's put it this way, all virtual machines. So the number of such ways is infinite. Another important thing, database logs. It's understood that quite often they contain sensitive information. We've enabled logging of all requests, and we've seen how a user changes their password. On the whole, the logs
Чувствительная информация.
can be
Но при этом важно
cleansed of the system-sensitive information. But you also need to understand that logs contain potentially everything that the database has. So getting super user privilege via logs will be difficult if they're cleansed, but nevertheless, the information can always trickle there. Just like
базы данных и бэкап
the database state or database backups, and they need to be protected with all those mechanisms that
должны заниматься и логами. Нельзя просто так отправить в защищенное место.
you make against hackers.
Если пойти дальше к местам, где не совсем
And if you go further to those places where you don't quite understand how the responsibility is split, it might make sense to talk about errors. Errors that return the database in a general case should not contain information that the user is not entitled to see, but it's important what kind of user. It's a database user rather than application user. If you've seen a line that belongs to a different database user, it's a vulnerability. Report it to the Postgres work, and it'll be fixed in the closest release. If you run into some contradiction with some key, and you send this error to the user, not the database user, but the user of your application, then potentially they'll be able to see everything that you would want to hide from them. Another part, all kinds of checks, for instance, with the help of AMCheck. Vulnerabilities are encountered there quite often. The integrity problem, by default, is not granted to other users than super users. So these rights, the rights for these checks are revoked. But nevertheless, this feature is safe in the sense that it doesn't pass its context, which means that you don't pass vulnerabilities that will further allow exploiting it all the way to passing the rights to the user. Now this has been patched, and you see that it's not about some ancient time, like 10 years ago. Vulnerabilities like that are being found quite often, and every new release coming out every 3 months has fixes for those. The next database security aspect is about depleted resources. Quite often, they ask us to make it so that the user couldn't put the database out of memory, or so the user couldn't get all the connects. They're asking. They're also asking us that we shouldn't allow them to do core dumps, but these are bugs that are hard to be classified as a vulnerability. But core dumps do often result in the capability to run arbitrary code. So it's very difficult to constrain the utilization of resources in the database. So a bad guy will find a way to extend the scope, occupy some log. So in the Postgres security model, isolating a user from resource consumption is a very difficult thing to do. On the other hand, in the Postgres security model, if you have the minimum privileges principle enacted, you will probably be able to limit access to the data. So, the data will not be stolen from you or not encoded.
One
of the cases when an error in the code was not a vulnerability. The request
чем требуется.
cancellation package, allowed allocating more memory than your application needed,
И в случае с отменой
the cancel request.
требует
But
аутентификации в базе данных
in the case of this cancellation,
больше 30 килобайт.
this package could not allocate more than 30 kilobytes because it's limited with the memory context. So as a result, they failed to bring it to the out-of-memory state. That was me reporting to security, and it wasn't acknowledged as a vulnerability. All it resulted was that memory consumption was a bit higher. One other thing I'd like to talk about happened recently.
Казначейство США
They actually hacked the US Treasury. The essence of the vulnerability, quite unexpectedly, consisted in the incorrect work of parameter escaping in the console utilities. One would think that console utilities that come in the box with Postgres are the tools that shouldn't be used as part of the technology stack on the way between the user and the data on the disk, on the hard drive. But nevertheless, it turned out that they were used in this case.
security team при рассмотрении
And the security team, when considering this report, arrived at the conclusion that once we are providing the screening of parameters, we need to make it secure. So it was recognized as a vulnerability. And it was patched. The essence was bash script was calling PSQL and was passing some user parameters over PSQL. You could go out of the parameter escaping and pass the data about the user in the context of the SQL command.
Ну вот, собственно,
So that is basically all I wanted to talk about today.
если что-то
If
суперпользователю, это не
something is only allowed to a super user, there's a reason behind that. It means that this privilege can offer an opportunity to gain access to all other super user privileges. A large number of super user functionality
никогда
makes so that there are always a lot of places. Most think that the database should not be able to look into the internet.
не аутентифицированные угрозы
Of course, non-authenticated
встречаются в Postgres.
vulnerabilities
Ну, то есть крайне редко. Я их
exist very rarely in Postgres. And when I say very rarely, I mean I haven't seen one.
довольно плохая.
But nevertheless, looking direct into the internet from the database is quite a bad idea. With this, I'm prepared to take your questions. Thank you.
Андрей, спасибо.
Andrei, thank you.
Подходите, пожалуйста.
Hey guys, questions. Please use the microphones. Hello, Alexei, thank you for your presentation. I have a question about the CVE that you were showing as applied, as referred to 2020. So if there's a role on public and create, the echo is very high. Can you speak a bit slower, please? Okay, I'll try. The CVE that you were talking about, isn't that the object is being created in the public schema, and then it can be used. Let me come back, and we'll open the slide. Can I get my remote enabled? It only seems to be flipping forward. So, in Postgres, there are some default values. Search path, and that includes the public schema and the rights, the privileges of the public role to create an object in the public schema. Let me just come to you, because this way I just can't hear you, can't understand what you're saying. I'm sorry. Yeah. This thing goes back quite a long time, back. In the documentation, there's a disclaimer to this effect, and it has been reported. So isn't there a desire to reformat this old legacy, to remove such things from the search path, and that includes the right of creating objects. That would remove all those vulnerabilities. Well, that's a great idea. But the main thing about Postgres is that it has no problems. It's just like, we are not going to break your application. But there are still people who live for 9.3 or 8.4. New versions should be as compatible to what exists, so that people shouldn't be afraid of any new problems. I have quite a long list of things that we have been supporting for 20 years, and search path is not at the top position among them. That's about security, but still, we have support for heap moved in and heap moved off, which were reported in 7.0. And there are, before these lines, there have been thousands of lines that nobody has exploited. But if you upgrade it from 74 and all the way forward, you may run into such problems. And we're not requiring of you to scan the entire database. So the general idea is that the volume should not depend on the volume of data that you have. So I think search path is there forever. Yes, Agila. Clear text password. It's always there. It's forever. So I've heard a lot of times a suggestion that let's ban clear text and password, and people would immediately come back to you. That's my favorite way. I always do that. So clear text password. Everything that was released by Postgres will continue to run for at least a decade. Rust Connect, Trust, Trust is something that we value. That's a good question. Why don't we ban something? Security people love banning things, but unfortunately not. We're going to keep supporting everything. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Or will you come to you? No, keep going. I mean, I can hear you quite well from here. Hello, hi.
Такой вопрос.
A question. Can you briefly share perhaps the most difficult or complicated contributes that you've done, and also maybe some advice as to how to start contributing? Well, basically, that's not the question to the topic, but I'm not a security person. But we have time. Yes, we have time. It's a great question. Two great questions, actually. Firstly, how to start contributing. You need to exploit the database, find a problem, and solve it. Don't solve somebody else's problem. If something doesn't work in your body, then it's always clearer when you start explaining them. If you don't have problems of your own, well, find problems with some other user. You can find a source of problems. You can find any DBA. If they you carry a badge saying DBA, you can ask, what's happening with Postgres? He says, everything needs to be overhauled. In Postgres, there's a to-do list. And there's a not to-do list. People are looking it up, and only really hardcore things stay there, changing which would be a real pain. Well, actually, there are a lot of things that seems to be very minor are really important. Things that you are nice to do, but it's somehow problems.
штука, которая проверяет...
Take, for example, the AMP check, the thing that corrects the integrity of the database. It is not yet able to parallelize the verification.
Однопоточная, типа 25
It's just a single thread. It said we're in 2025. We run machines with thousands of processor cores, and it's a one single thread thing. It can be done, but people don't do it.
лет.
My longest patch was I was committed for 5 years. We had an incident with the SRU, proposed a solution that we spent a lot of time discussing, and then everything just went down. So unfortunately, yes, because we need to maintain all the millions of installations that exist out there, you have to spend a lot of time discussing even minor changes. And another thing,
У нас есть Discord.
we have Hacker Discord,
Haas временами проводит воркшопы. Типа, а давайте поговорим...
and Robert Haas runs workshops there from time to time. Let's talk about the statistics system. And the authors of the system come back and they start complaining, this one doesn't seem perfectly, that one. Actually, the problem is always more difficult than it seems, but it doesn't mean that it's not worthwhile to address it. The other thing you have to understand, that sometimes you have to spend a lot of time doing that.
Чем это стало моей профессией?
Well, before this became my profession, I spent about 2 years contributing, something like that. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your question.
Еще вопросы?
You can ask more questions while you have this opportunity, guys.
Скажи тогда мне, вот,
Look, can you tell me,
например, рассказал запрос.
you offered so many excellent examples. Do you run some continuous audit to identify real requests or valuable requests for database change?
Слушай, я, наверное, про системы безопасников рассказывать не
Look,
буду.
I'm not going to speak about the security changes it's done by SIB. I can speak about database and standard approaches. This is my responsibility. Take, for instance, super users. If somebody has, got super user privileges and hacked you, come to us. We have quite a good monitoring of data integrity. We check for error codes. We're monitoring for error codes related to the data integrity.
Ну, это, пожалуй, все, что вот такого.
And that perhaps is everything that comes to my mind regarding database, and that is not about YannexBot. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, once, twice, going. Best questions. Deprecated search path or to do with Postgres. I think it's about doing Postgres. This is something that should be awarded a prize for. So come to us, and thank you for the question. And you're getting the second book.
От издательства «Питер».
From Peter. Thank you for your questions. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, everyone who've joined me. I'm hoping that I offered you something useful. Hey, guys, and we're saying goodbye. The next presentation will be at 2 p.m. And I'm also saying goodbye to you. I'll be replaced by a colleague. The great rest of the day to you. PH Days is here, so come back.
Всем привет.
Hi, everyone. Those who are with us offline, and hi those who are watching us online, and hi everyone who'll be watching the recording while starting the new session. My name is Vyacheslav Ruslan Barsukov, and I'll be with you, the host. A few technical questions that I'd like to discuss. Please mute your phones, but don't put them too far because you need them. Also, regarding the format, at the end of the presentation, you'll be able to ask questions. The microphones are in the aisles between the seats, and please come to them when you are about to ask a question. And starting, I would like to invite Nikita Yushenkov, a developer at Positive Technologies. Nikita Mishenkov, let's welcome.
Так, привет всем.
Hi, everyone.
Так,
So,
да, еще раз всем привет.
once again, thank you all. My name is Nikita Mishenkov. I now work in Positive Technologies.
В основном на языке Go,
I mostly write in Golang,
работаю с базами данных.
and I love working with databases.
Я долго работал в
Before Positive, I spent quite a lot of time working in a small company
интересных
where
там проекты, и бывало,
I was running a lot of different projects, and from time to time made errors with databases, because of which everything just failed in production. Please raise your hands, those who has ever had database problems in production. Cool, cool.
ходил из-за ней
Now those with whom it all happened because of the wrong request that you sent or the wrong approach.
у меня где-то понятие в данном докладе.
Great. Maybe then you'll understand me
Окей,
when I speak.
доклад.
Okay, so what my presentation is all about. Initially, I wanted to speak about the operation of some database mechanism, like a typical lecture. But then I thought everything that you've actually learned didn't come from lectures, but from your experience. It's real-life situations that made me learn and change my ways of working. So I decided to reformat my presentations to share some of the funny errors I made, how I was fixing them, and how I was looking for them. I'll show you 3 cases. All of them are real-life, from production, painful. And it's some of those errors made me better as an engineer. Let's go now.
Про какие кейсы я хочу рассказать?
What kind of cases would I like to talk about? There's a big ask in the public page. They cleaned one table and lost everything, and materialized view on the heavy. But I just understood that I spoiled the first case. Okay. A major request in a public page. So what really happened? There was a website to pass a poll on a public page with an admin interface. The admin was creating the poll via the admin interface and UI and was publishing it on the internet. In the front end, when drawing the page for the request, there was some GET request and some ID.
Какая была структура баз данных?
So what was the database structure? In the center,
С опросами polls,
there was the polls table
вспомогательные таблицы,
and all sorts of auxiliary tables were linked to it that one needs to pass to draw the poll. There were blocks related to the poll ID. There were questions as such that were related to the blocks table. And some questions could be reused in different blocks. And there was also a table with responses, with answers. In addition to that, the poll had logical tables from the jumps. These were logical elements that determined which question was to be shown after a certain answer. And when the backend was accepting an HTTP request from the front end in order to pass all this information to the system, we were making an HTTP request from the front end, and we were converting it into an SQL request of this form. One would think that one big request to the database is an optimal solution. It would seem that one request from the front end to a single database is okay. And at that time, we were sure that that was an optimal way. And then the customer became creative and started creating real polls, adding 15 blocks with 10 questions in each block, 4 fixed answers to each question, and so on and so forth. And as you can guess, the method started to take longer and longer in each run. So how did we go about looking for the problem? At that time, we were strongly dumbfounded as to the reasons of this slowing down. And the first thing that came to mind was to add caching. But caching might, of course, be a solution, but one wanted to understand what was the real reason. What had we done wrong? And the first thing that we did, we checked the request schedule via Explain. And then we were quite shocked to see that the execution plan was like rolling through terms and conditions. There were almost 1 million lines of rows for a simple request, and the plan time was 18.8 milliseconds, but the execution time was like 6,000 milliseconds, or even more. And before making this presentation, I found a real-life example in old-time chats. It's condensed here, but it's from the old communication. So you see here that 30 million records are being selected, and it looks like it was supposed to take 18 milliseconds, but it actually took almost 20 full seconds to execute. So let's come back to the question, to the old example that I showed initially. Let's imagine a simple poll. In the polls table, there's only one record. In jumps, there are 30 or 40 blocks, 40 records, 15 blocks. And now let's recall that everything that we connect via join, without filtering, without complexity, you have to multiply the number of records every time. So what do we get? In this particular case, the resulting table will contain 720,000 lines, and it's only for one request. And real fun begins when you add at least one record to the table. And so immediately we grow from 30 to 31 jumps, and after recalculation, it adds another 24,000 records, even though we've added only one record to the table. It's an excellent example how linear data addition results in an exponential growth of the results. So one would like to understand how to fix that. The first thing was to split the request. Well, the first request had joins anyway, but when analyzing how the tables were built,
грубо говоря, каждый join был последовательный. То есть мы
each join was made sequential.
блоком joinим следующую табличку, то есть не все не к основной.
So it's not happening at the same time.
Запросами выбираем.
And for the second ones, we select the required logic
Зачем это
through
сделали?
separate requests. Why did we do that? On the whole, that gave us convenience and transparency regarding the growth of data. Later, we also added caching, and it helped splitting the code into several blocks so that one could reuse them. And indeed,
можно было каждую, скажем так, сущность выделять.
So that one could select each entity separately.
И какой главный урок я вынес?
So what's the main lesson that I've drawn from this whole situation at that time? When we have to deal with a large number of joins, especially with complicated structures, it's very important to understand how the data volume is growing at the output. Even if the table itself can contain very few data, when joins are used, you can result in hundreds of thousands, even millions of lines. So before adding another join, I usually ask myself a question, or questions rather, whether I indeed need to join the data, how the number of lines in the resulting set growing. It's easily done through explain, analyze. It can be done easier. Sometimes the second request with where in helps you a lot better than a join of the data that will result an explosion of data. The next case, so we've cleansed everything and lost. We've cleansed one table and lost everything.
Был проект.
There was a project
разрабатывали потихоньку,
which we were gradually developing, and a lot of tables were key-linked to cascade deletion. Well, there were some additional tables, but initially we just had a category table and an events table. And we thought that considering that in the beginning there was a category and then you could enter an event, why? If a category is deleted, we should be deleting an event. If it's got deleted there, why doesn't it get developed here as well? But then a request came to add a scheduler for the same, a planner for the same event. So we thought, so why should we need to add the planner? And the same thing happened with tasks. And so the database got this whole wrapper of external keys around it. So, the developers had access to the production environment. The project was quite new. It was only 6 months old. And quite often it appeared to be easier to debug right in production. What I mean debug, you just start quickly and see that everything was working okay and allow some time for the code to get populated. So one developer wanted to cleanse the directory, to play with it, to repopulate the dump. And he got confused with the tab, delete from. And so he did a delete on the production. So deleting the directory, he deleted everything related to it. And it wasn't bad will, it was just human factor. So one tab was located in the wrong place. And the consequences were quite serious. The first one to see that was the customer, who opened up the UI and saw that there was nothing there. And he said, let's restore as fast as possible so that real bosses shouldn't see. So how did we restore it? First thing that we decided to do was to restore from backup, but there were no backups. Or better to say, we had a task for that in the tracker, but it hadn't been addressed. There was always something that seemed to be more important at the moment. So where did we restore the data from? Actually, anywhere. We found some old CSV downloads, screenshots that we had been sending to customers, some chat messages between developers. We were trying to restore it all. In certain cases, manually. In other cases, we would start some background processes to rewrite. So it took more than 24 hours to do it, and still some of the data had been lost. So, what was nice, the customer, of course, was very upset, but treated us with a certain degree of understanding, which resulted in the project being born again from scratch. What do I do now in order never to get into the situation again? Firstly, get rid of cascade deletion. Data deletion should be understood and controllable. Sometimes, of course, you do need to have logic for that, and you either have to use restrict or run it through the code so that it is only controllable. Also, quite often they use self-delete instead of physical deletion. So we add by adding deleted add to each table. Self-delete protects you from inadvertent changes, but makes the process a bit more paranoid. So delete is not really a delete, but an update for the code. Everywhere you have to process a new flag. So God forbid, the data that the user has just deleted shouldn't reappear in the selection. The new record that's being inserted, we can't be sure that it's a new record. For the database, it could be an insert or an update. So you immediately get into a situation where you have a lot more data. You either need to also add archiving or just, consider that. But as experience shows, data is always needed. And better to have more than not to have enough. Backups, as soon as you get a production environment, now we're always taking care of backups. It's at the required level of a project being commissioned. The project may not be considered released before you have set up the backups. And also, access to the production environment should not be allowed to everyone, not because we don't trust our developers, but because even the most meticulous person can make an error. Yes, sometimes you have to check what runs on the production, in the production environment. In that case, you should take care of offering rights only, or only read privileges, but nothing more than that. Next case, materialized view of a hard table, of a heavy table. So what did we have? What was the problem? We had a system where we were getting events with metrics every 15 minutes. And there was a complicated request that was supposed to pass the data required to build a graph with flexible filters. So everything was written in Postgres, in SQL, and gradually, as the data was accumulated, the request started to take longer to process. And then after some time, the customer came and said, something needs to be done about that. We keep opening the page, but the graphs are not yet there. And so they set it as an urgent, high-priority problem to solve. So what kind of solution have we thought of? First, that came to mind was about hashing, because it seemed that putting hashes everywhere won't take a lot of time, but because the graphs were quite flexible, every user could set one filter or the other. Each event had a ton of attributes, and events could happen, and that looked very flexible. So we had to give up on caching from the outset. Also, we're thinking about a more fundamental approach. There was event-driven development followed there. So events come, you make writes into the database, and one thought that this should be fixed by creating one more queue so that we could collect data from it. But because of the urgency, this solution seemed as one taking too much time. So then we recalled Vue, and materialized Vue in particular. So it was supposed to be recalculating the materialized Vue in background mode and passed information via itself. As a result, a decision was made to follow the least loss path and to use a materialized Vue in PostgreSQL. What's materialized Vue? Regular Vue is just an alias for request, but a materialized Vue, it's the request persisted in the table that you can update manually. In this slide shows an explicit comparison between a regular Vue and a materialized Vue. And it seemed that it's indeed what we want exactly. We didn't need to update data too often. Once every 15 minutes was enough. The fast events or fast-processed events because of the pre-calculated data and simplicity. So after implementation, everything looked fine. Select from material Vue was flying fast. The graph would load in no time, and the users were happy. And one thought that everything was going to be good. But is everything going to be good? Well, it turned out to be not that simple. After some time, users started complaining, why am I not getting a graph? Why does the page take so long to open? We started reviewing. Everything was running fine in the test database. And also, when we released, it was fine for everyone. It was working really fast. So we've decided to open PG stat activity, and then we saw a whole queue of refresh materialized Vue commands. It struck us. What was happening? What was happening was that each refresh was blocking a record from materialized Vue. So while the materials Vue was being updated, no other requests could have access to it. And actually, if you looked under the hood, refresh materialized Vue was about a drop of materialized Vue and recreating it again. We were looking for a fast option and saw the word concurrently in documentation. On the whole, we had experience. So one, we put external things in the database.
может блокировать.
You can just create an index and it can block. But this create index containment, it does something and you can start using the database.
Что такое,
So,
concurrently, да.
what concurrently is all about as part of the materialized view? It's a polite version of recalculation that does not stand in the way for the user to read data from the table.
То есть
That is to say, all selects
рефреша доступны.
at the moment of refresh are available, and they allow updating materialized view without read blocks. So as I said, selects by view run on parallel with the updating, but there's a unique index. Why? In concurrent updating, Postgres has to compare what exists in materialized view, what has been changed. So, without
индекса,
the index, it appears what you're getting is that the database will not just allow you to make the update. So one thought that why don't we do concurrent updating? We added a unique index on view. We updated the request to refresh. In the past, it was just refresh materials view. We added concurrently, and so it was. We just added one word. Then we cleansed the request queue to refresh from the database. And it turned out that the data is being updated and no blocking it is happening. And then we thought we won. Or not. After some time, a user started complaining again. Why is the data obsolete? Again, we started to look at it and almost immediately opened PG stat activity and saw a whole line, a whole queue of refresh materialized view concurrently commands. So we nearly despaired. We didn't understand what was happening. Why it happened this way? Concurrently is only about the absence of blocking of read blocks during create materialized view. But actually, the command is executed in a single thread, and while it's working, while it's running, others are put in queue. So only those data are sent that change in the source table. But because there's certain logic, this command takes even longer to execute than without this parameter. And also this operation is very heavy on time and memory consumption. So it took considerably more than 15 minutes to update. So it wasn't good. As a result, we had to completely give up on materialized view. Yes, the idea was good, fast reads, pre-calculated data, but in practice, the updating turned out to be too heavy, especially if new data was coming too often. So we just redeveloped it to use a regular table with a gradual recalculation as the data was arriving. We lost a lot of time for that. But as a result, we built it so exactly the way that it should have been from the outset. So what did I take out of this? A materialized view in Postgres is a really cool thing, but there are subtle points. When the data is updated quite seldom, once an hour, once a day, I would say once an hour is even too frequently. So, for instance, you recalculate overnight and then you get a table that will be valid for the day. And most importantly, that, living with the obsolescent data is something that you can afford.
Но если хочется быстро,
But if you do it fast, frequent, and safely, it should be like a real table with either a background process or some other mechanism.
основные уроки, которые я вынес,
The main lessons learned that I have taken out of this case.
первый важный урок — это
First important lesson. One big select
не всегда хорошая идея
is not always a good idea.
выместить
And when you want to fit everything into a single SQL request with a lot of joins, it appears to you as an elegant solution. So you get all the requests into one, you get an HTTP request, we immediately translate into SQL and everything looks fine.
после этого чаще
But after that, more often than not,
там проблемы с
you are going to have problems with performance, support, scaling. And if the join
там, из много таблиц,
turns into a monster containing a lot of tables, this is actually a signal, a message to you to start thinking about channelization or splitting the request to several. Quite often, it offers you a better performance than doing just one.
также следующий
Also,
это думать о данных
think about the growth of data beforehand. In your test data,
тысячах срок почти все
in the first 1,000 lines, everything is fast. Problems pop up later in a year when you have more data, more users, more workload. And if it works now, it's all right. But think what will happen next, what will happen tomorrow, next year. Think about it in advance. Do we need indices? Do we need partitioning? Are we going to use caching? Maybe this can be done not always, not from the very beginning, but keep it in your hand. But for the time being, it's all right. It can be done. It works. But so that caching wouldn't be painful later. Next important lesson is that automation at the level of databases isn't always reliable. It's very convenient when you have external keys, when you have scalable architecture. Everything is automatic, simple, elegant, but in practice it can be a catastrophe. Cascaded remote operations can delete the data or invoke the data that you didn't even imagine that you needed it. And the first person who is going to notice it is the customer. So it's much more secure to use soft delete and manage it manually. And finally, the most important thing, read the documentation always. If you want to use a tool for the first time or in a non-standard way, sometimes you want to do it fast, even if, especially if syntax is understandable. So nothing is complex, everything is simple, but the devil is in details. Somewhere you will have blocking, indices, queues of indices. Everything is described in the documentation, but we never read it. First we install, then we read. In my case, if I had read it before in a motivated way, how refresh works, how other things work, then I would have saved a week of my time and did everything properly. And to conclude, I showed you 3 cases. All of them are real. All of them are mine. In some cases, I do too much with joins. Sometimes I deleted what shouldn't be deleted. I trusted what shouldn't be trusted. But I understood a lot of things, and I understand that errors brings in experience. Even the most experienced people make mistakes. This is not dangerous, but do not ignore them. Try to find solutions and do not repeat your mistakes. And The main thing is make conclusions, be more wise, and be a better worker. Thank you.
Да, алло. Никит, спасибо.
Hello, thank you, Nikita.
Пожалуйста, следующий слайд.
Now it's next slide, please.
И не тот слайд включили.
No, it's a different slide, and it's not the right one. Anyway, now
Ну, давайте до конца тогда презентации.
well,
Будет QR-код. Доставайте телефон, оцените.
in the end, we shall get a QR code, evaluate the presentation, and for all those who leaves your feedback, we shall have a lottery, and the winner will get a book about adventures of Lovelace and Babbage. Now, questions and answers. Are there any questions? Thank you for your honest presentation. You showed us excellently that scalability opens the true nature of business processes, and our model doesn't always match that nature. I want to ask you, do you think when you scale up your Postgres conclusions, can we use those conclusions with other environments? Yes, of course. I think in many cases can be applied everywhere. ClickOut, for example, they have materialized views. They work in a similar way in ClickHouse. You can break everything with one request. And also you can delete something which shouldn't be deleted. Yes, I worked in Postgres, but many things match other databases and it can be applied. Okay, thank you. And a special like for documentation reading. Next question, please. Hi, I am Sergey. I liked the story about materialized view. Let's do it faster, and then let's do it in the right way. Was there a capability of... did you have the time for rebuilding? You did it fast, and how fast did you realize that it doesn't work? You just ran it, and immediately yes, it took us 1 day. The customer on the next day saw it's all wrong, and we decided to roll back and ask for more time, and it took us a week and a half to do the right thing. So it wasn't a thing that could be weighed. You couldn't do something temporary and then normal. No, we rolled back everything and then redone everything.
Здравствуйте. Зовут меня Ярослав. Никита, привет.
I'm Yaroslav.
Скажи, пожалуйста, как относишься к...
What do you think about concurrent usage of cascade and deleted add at the same time?
Ну, ты имеешь в виду, чтобы была автоматизация?
So automation for those delete commands. If you want delete cascade, you can do it through delete, and if you want to delete business logic, then delete add. I believe that if you want to delete a lot of things, do it through the code, through several requests, and see what exactly is deleted at each stage. And as far as I understand, you didn't have a lot of time, so you rejected external analytics. Yes, we wanted to do it fast, very fast, just a couple of days. And we believe we could do it, use select from, and migrate with the background processes. We did it very fast. Thank you. Now, hi, I am Oleg. Thank you very much. Thank you for your harsh experience. You said you rejected the solution why didn't you use
incremental refresh.
incremental refresh function?
То есть не полное, а
Not full refresh, but incremental refresh, partial refresh. Yes, I learned about it after we have redone everything. Yes, it was a real new technologies. When we redid everything, we didn't want to touch that system again for some time. Perhaps at that time, when it happened, it was 5 years ago. If I would be more experienced, I could use that, but no one in the team knew about that solution, and we improvised. So it could help, right? Yes, in the similar situation or in your situation, yes, it looks theoretically looks like that. But in any case, there would be a lag for update, about 10, 20, 30 seconds for updating or refreshing. And, well, of course, there was a graph and metrics on top. First, metrics were refreshed, and the customer didn't see them on the graph, on the chart, because the chart refreshed later. So we needed simultaneous or concurrent refreshment, data and charts. Thanks.
Пожалуйста. Давайте, вы первый подошли справа.
You're welcome. You are the first. Hi, Nikita. Thanks for the presentation. My question is like this. Tell me, why couldn't you store the data in cache? And so put all the data in cache and synchronize it with the database. Wouldn't it be faster? Perhaps faster, yes, but what do you do at the beginning when you start a project? You don't know what you will have in the end. At the beginning, I didn't know anything about charts, and it looked as if it's viewing certain events. But later, when we saw everything, we scaled it up, and we couldn't redo it at that stage. But from the very beginning, you cannot expect everything you might have if the customer doesn't know that. It was quite difficult.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Меня зовут Алишер. У меня такой вопрос.
I am Alisher.
За исповедь.
My question, thank you for your confession. It was nice that you shared your experience, your mistakes which anyone can face. My question is about hardware. Could you restore the data through the wall log? We had Postgres, which was tuned by default, and we started using it. And by default, a lot of things were turned off. It was nice that you started this thing and ended it properly. Hi, thanks for the presentation. I would like one point about analytics. The previous person said you can merge the 2 points. When you start the project, you can tune the database in such a way that the transaction log and the database is mirrored, and analysts can choose anything from that log. You said there are some conclusions that you made. Maybe this idea could be added to your conclusions as a result of your experience. Logs are backed up always, and that log should be used for the mirror with a 15-minute lag. And let analysts go there and analyze. That case happened when the project was 6 months old. After a year, when we got analysts, we reached that stage. But at the beginning, we didn't have enough resources to add one more database for replicas, for backups. Then we got it, such resources, and it helped us a lot to reduce the workload for analysts. Yes, the customer should be asked to database servers from the very beginning and production, for migration, for checking, and so on. Thank you. I agree. Nikita, hi, I am Alexei. Please tell me, you said you are team leader. It's a management team. What happened to the person who killed everything? Actually, nothing was done. At the beginning, he continued working, then he decided to join another project, and then he left the company. But seriously, we didn't punish him. The customer was very loyal and understandable, and he forgave us. Any more questions? No. So, Nikita, now the heaviest part is to recall all the questions. Please stand up, all those who asked questions. Which question is the best? Let's recall who asked everything. Well, it's hard to recall. There's a question about materialized views, about the like for documentation reading, then also I forgot about other questions. I started recalling the question, or a proposal that material view can be refreshed incrementally. Somebody asked that, proposed that. Okay, a person who said that, please come and get your prize. This is the prize. It's a book from the Peter editorial house. Nikita, please come here. There was a slide about the prizes. Please scan the code, evaluate it, give your feedback. Do it once again, and let us thank Nikita. It was his first presentation. Thank you. было с тобой. Хорошо было с тобой. Хорошо было с тобой. С удовольствием работал. Всегда.
Привет, привет. А можно включить презентацию уже? Слайд с IT-нетворкингом можно включить? Да, привет всем. Мы продолжаем. И перед объявлением следующего докладчика хотелось осветить завтрашнее мероприятие. В зале Lovelace, который находится напротив, произойдет IT-нетворкинг с очень большой программой.
There will be stand-up,
Приходите.
a meet-up, and everything. Please welcome. And now I'd like to welcome Alexander Kazantsev, a platform and SRE engineer from Headhunter. So, today I'll be speaking about tracing, how we implemented it in headhunting. And after my presentation, you'll be able to understand how you could do the tracing in your own situation. To start with, a couple of words about myself. I've been doing development a little bit more than 10 years, and as Ruslan said, I've been working as an SRE engineer over the past few years. And actually, you can actually ask me questions about how they make beer. Now, about the agenda. Firstly, I'll explain why I needed tracing, which phases we went through in Headhunter, and what additional tools we used on top of tracing. So, as always, I'll start with the overall picture of problems. We have several hundred servers, microservices, more than 3 data centers, and many thousands of applications. So this is the beautiful picture of our microservices interacting. As you understand, it's quite a difficult thing to wrap your head around this picture, to understand what's happening in production. So when you use metrics, traces, and logs, also we add profiling and other tools. But on the whole, how did we usually understand that there was some problem in production? A trigger would fire, and then we would go to logs and see that, let's say, 5 services don't feel good. Maybe a database got down, maybe something exploded in the case, so we had to go deep into the logs. My colleagues, before I joined Headhunter, built log tracing. Let me explain how it used to work. When the request was coming into Nginx, it would generate Unix request ID and put it into the header. And then it would pass it to the service as part of the request. The service would get this header, retrieve it, and put into the special logging context. All the rest of the examples will be in Java. Almost all of the backend, in our case, is in Java. So what happened next? The service, because it has already registered this request ID, after that it will also add this request ID together with the log. Then when we pass the request to service 2, we do the same with it. The service would get this and will use this request ID in the log. So all requests regarding this case would carry the same unique ID. Let's take a look how this log collection system was operating. At that point, we had log files on every machine. A file beat would take them, put it to Kafka, and write in the ClickHouse. Now about reading, we had self-written backend on Python and self-written UI on React. That's how it looked. I guess any logging system now can do that. You just get this request ID, get all the logs on this request, and get it all by service. So on the whole, it's better than nothing, but not too comfortable. At first, we tried to improve the system by adding the tree building based on the timestamp. As you understand, you can't build a fully fledged tree based on timestamp because several requests can run at the same time. And also this tree was sometimes not very good. So what was really wrong about that system? There was no fully fledged request tree, so you couldn't trace the path correctly. And because the UI and the backends were self-written, it wasn't quite comfortable maintaining them. And also the set of functions was quite restricted. For instance, you could do a search on request ID, you can't do it on method or some additional masks. So in 2020, we decided to do something about that. We took a look at the options we had. So one could choose some open source solutions, some paid solutions, or do something ourselves. We went the open telemetry and Zipkin way. Why did we opt for these? We love all the open source systems and solutions. They can be easily upgraded to solve any problem that you want. Zipkin is written in Java. We were also Javist and thought it's good, and if we're not happy about something, we'll improve that. So there's an asterisk here against the line mature solution. So it was true for Zipkin, but it wasn't so true for OpenTelemetry. They just got spun off of Open Tracing, and some libraries were in alpha or beta versions. On the other hand, there was CNCF community behind OpenTelemetry, where Google, Twitter, and other good companies are behind. And we decided that the future would belong to them and started to use this version. And also, the developer community was very good, and we thought it would be valuable to borrow experience from them. So let's delve deeper into how it works. So we had an app. The backends are on Java and Python through special instrumentation. This OpenTelemetry library was written data into the OpenTelemetry agent. Then OpenTelemetry agent would balance the requests among collectors, and then the collectors would be writing into the OpenZipkin backends. I've shown them on the slide in this way because in the process of development, we found out that there was no normal protocol that would support some load balancing. So basically, the authors obviously thought that they needed to use some external load balancer. So at that time we weren't ready to do that, so we built the solution like this. And then Zipkin recommends using Cassandra to store the data. Now let's take a look at how it looked from the client side. On the whole, we took a library from OpenTelemetry, but changed it a bit for ourselves, adding some additional attributes. We've also improved the span export, added patches in order to reduce the load both on the client and the agent. We also add the maximum length of queue because before we did that, we had a few cases of out of span. So memory overflow. So actually, limiting it was a good idea. So let me now remind you that we had this great request ID that we shared between all apps. So it had already been set up, and every app had it in its context. And we thought, why shouldn't we reuse this request ID? By connecting all logs and tracing with the same ID. And again, we did some improvement so that the tracing library should use request ID as a trace ID. In most cases, it did work. So as a result, our first iteration resulted in 3 microservices with some performance, and we started thinking about what to do next. We had problems with Zipkin, that it didn't support the Open Telemetry OTLP protocol. We wanted to provide for scalability. We didn't have our own hardware, and we wanted to solve this problem in a not too expensive way. And also, the storage recommended by Zipkin, Cassandra, was consuming a bit too much resources. So we compared to what we have, and we saw multiple growth of load. We didn't like it either. So next year arrived, and we decided that we needed to choose some other solution. This time, we replaced the Zipkin backend by Jaeger. The reasons for choice were very similar. And again, we wanted to have an open source solution. Of the advantages of Jaeger compared to Zipkin, there was one that it allowed solving us the balancing problem. And also, it was a bit less expensive in terms of hardware. Also, we took a look at where the community was going, and Open Telemetry was mostly recommending to use Jaeger as a backend. And we decided that it was worthwhile trying. So how did we do? For us, it was actually quite easy. So, because the top 3 building blocks were not changing, the same protocol was being used to communicate between them, but we threw out the backend together with its storage and inserted a new backend, Jaeger with Elastic. At the client side, we only changed the UI. Let's see where it ended up. The biggest problem that we solved this way was about balancing. We started spending a little bit less resources, and subjectively, the UI, the Jaeger UI, was a bit more user-friendly than Zipkin, but we didn't solve the problem with balancing. As perhaps many other developers, we ended up with sampling. That will perhaps be the only theoretical part of my presentation. What is sampling? If you have a small data array and you only need a small part of it, so this sampling has 2 algorithms. Algorithm 1 is called head-based sampling. It works this way. When you get the request at the very beginning, you make a decision whether to store it or not. It can be implemented in different algorithms. It can be random. It can be heuristical. But the essence is that you don't yet know what's going to happen with the request, but decide whether you store it or not. This wasn't a fit for us because we wanted to analyze errors. With head-based and sampling, we would have missed most of errors. And we decided, so we didn't like that. And the second kind of sampling is tail-based sampling. It works differently. Here, first, you get the whole request, and after request, you make a decision whether you need to save the trace or not. But you may ask a question of how can one understand? You have hundreds of microservices, and the request goes through like 20 of them, and how can we figure it all out? So here's one option. Imagine application 1. It makes its request and sends the trace to the agent. Then the agent, based on the trace ID hash, makes a decision where to send this data. So it's made, it's sent, and the next request goes to the underlying service. It also generates its data with the same trace ID and sends the data to the agent. The agent, based on the same hashing algorithm, makes a decision which collector to send the data in and send the data to the same collector. So this way, all data, however sub-requests would be included, will get to the same collector. And it's clear that the next request will go somewhere else with all this data. Let's see how we configured all of this.
Это кусочек
So this is a part of our config, the sampling config. The red here marks the part that's important for us. We see here whether this request had at least a single error, like 500 or above. If there was an error like that, we keep this trace. There are two configs. One is here, and the other option did not find its way here. We say sampling just 100% of all the requests, so that not only erroneous requests should be covered, but all questions. Another good parameter of sampling is decision weight. Imagine a situation. It takes a second to process a request. It's okay, but it may take 30 seconds. And when the request comes, you need to store all the data in one place to make a decision whether it had errors or not after it's done. If the requests are short, let's say not longer than 1 second, it's okay. But if it's a long-running request, like, as I said, 30 seconds, you'll have to store a lot of data in the collector. So empirically, we arrived at 99.9% falling within 5 seconds. So we made a decision to make a decision whether to keep the request or not after 5 seconds of its receipt. So that was a compromise, a trade-off. So as a result of this iteration, we managed to reduce the load on the database. However, the load on the CPU collector grew because it was keeping data from traces. But on the whole, we were keeping data on 100% of errors with just about 1% of false positives. But then we decided to do something else. So the first thing we did was the error analyzer. So imagine that we have some bad event in production. Users start to get the error messages. So this analyzer fires and it writes to us that problem started, and most of the problems come from this service, and it shows what's the percentage of errors that come from its service. It also analyzes where exactly they originated. It can happen that like an excavator has broken a cable to the data center or whatever. In addition to that, it is showing us examples of specific traces, well, errors happened, grouping errors by type. Let's take a look at the analyzer algorithm. So roughly once a minute, we get all the traces from the database and count the number of errors that happened in these traces. If we haven't achieved the threshold, we run a more detailed analysis and write the report to the chat, as I showed earlier. If it has, then we do that. If it hasn't, then we wait another minute. Another thing about tracing, the search of endpoints. It's quite a typical controller on Java being added. So you go to the tool, you get some parameter, and you need to understand how it's used in production. Maybe you want to delete it or refactor it. You need to understand where you can touch it. Some people have API systems. We don't have an API system, so one has to find another way to look. What are the options? You can just do a code-based grep. You can, but subtleties can differences may happen. You may search on code. You can do a search on logs. Another option, you can do a search on tracing. And as applied to our solution, the drawback was that we had sampling and we couldn't give a 100% accurate answer that it was exactly this handle that was used somewhere. And you can also use metrics, but we decided that the data cardinality is too high and would require keeping it all for too long. So as a result, we made our choice on the tracing grep.
То оно точно есть. Все-таки ручка туда попадала.
Because it provided the best coverage. Now take a look at the interface of the service. We kind of didn't do the UI. We just built this kind of interface. So what does it give? It shows you from which service you've arrived here, the specific URL. You can also filter by the request type, and it also shows what RPS has come from this service, which may also be useful under refactoring. It's not quite often that we use it in our team, but our architects and developers, when they do refactoring, also believe it a very important feature. Even they wrote their own plugins to be able to see that in their IDE. After some time, and let me remind you that we had this schematic from the application to Jaeger, and we were more or less happy about this. We had it for about 2 years, and over that time we covered everything with tracing. The RPS grew quite a lot, up to more than 600,000 spans per second. And also the scope grew. We started using it for real-time analytics. It was important for us to see downtimes as they were appearing. Also, it was becoming too expensive to scale this whole solution, including both the storage and the collection mechanism. So this time we decided to add ClickHouse and Grafana. The choice was made based on the following criteria, so that it should be open source, but most importantly, ClickHouse provided for quite a stable read time compared to Elastic. And for us, it was important in terms of the downtime analyzer. So again, like in the previous case, we threw out all the backend and installed the Grafana and ClickHouse. Again, the three top building blocks were not changing, and then we just replaced the storage system. Let's now look at how it all looked. This is the way that the Grafana trace looked, very similar to Jaeger, and this is an example of a span. What did we do immediately as we got Grafana? Because it's easier customizable than Jaeger, then we immediately built additional dashboards. This one is a dashboard like that. It shows traces on the left and logs on the right. This way, you get a more complete context on demand. Of other additional features that we implemented, we added permanent trace persistence. How does it look? You have some reasonable storage time. Some people have it 2 days, another a week, but there are very few people who keep things for more than 2 months. But it also happens that you found some problem. You would like to save this trace in Jira, but you can't do that because everything will get cleansed. So we built this little vehicle. So when a user comes with a specific trace ID, in addition to going to the database, to ClickHouse, they go to our special history service, which all of it does is actually saving this particular trace. So this way, when Grafana goes to click again, it will. There are two tables there, and it will be able to retrieve the saved trace. Let's now assess what we got in terms of resources. So one backend was replaced by another one. On the whole, it proved beneficial both in terms of resources. The CPU number became twice as little, and other things as well. So based on this experience, we understood that we're spending resources not really on database, but on the collection part. So let's now draw the outcomes of this experience. So our biggest problem was latency, and we put it under control. We made the situation much better. We've also started to spend much less resources. Of the advantages, so we got an interface customization, and thanks to that, we did additional features in Grafana. Of the negatives, we lost the search capabilities that Jaeger was offering. It was very flexible about that. We did not migrate that into Click because after asking the developers, we didn't find any scenarios that required all the capabilities of Jaeger, and we added only those that were required. And also, as I said, we found out that we were spending too many resources on the collection pipeline. Next year arrived, and we decided to go for some new building blocks. As always, we were trying to make sure it's all open source. Also, benchmark testing showed that it would cost us less in resources. And I can say that when we were trying all these, the address collection vector showed that the vector was a bit on the raw side, but we still decided to go for this. So what the system ended up looking. So here, Open Trace Agent was replaced by Vector, and the collector was being replaced by Kafka. We used to run a sampling on the collector. Kafka doesn't do that. It's used just as a dumb pipe, resending all the data that come to it. So therefore, we started writing all the data from in ClickHouse in this place. That resulted in us having some problems, and I'll share them a bit later. Let's get deeper under the hood. So this is a portion of the config, of the vector config. And while we were doing it, it didn't have normal way to save the data. One had to convert them from the OTLP format to the one acceptable by ClickHouse. And actually, the transformation was quite big, but it wasn't spending too many resources. Most optimization had to be done on the ClickHouse. And here we were tuning the size of the background pool, and more often than not, we spend on merge file tables. So 32 seemed to be okay, and also we grew the maximum file size, bringing it to 50 gigabytes, and it started working a bit faster. Also, we optimized recording. I forget how much we had initially, but now we have 1 million lines from Kafka being installed. Also, we had to optimize the read function, the read operation, because in Grafana we have certain filters. We tried to speed up search here as well, adding span projection so as to add the search by the required fields. Now let's calculate what we got as a result. Let me remind you that we were replacing these building blocks, collector for Kafka, and we got these numbers.
We saved a lot of CPU resources, RAM grew up, disk grew up significantly. Disk is much cheaper than CPU, so we won in terms of finances. But the main thing out of thousands that we saved, we replaced agent to vectors. It consumes 4 times less resources. Fewer resources we loaded with metrics and resources, and now it weighs the same way as we used before. And now, let me finalize this iteration right now. The input RPS is about 24,000 requests per second, 1.2 million per day. We covered HTTP, Kafka, RabbitMQ, JDBC on the request. One of the most valuable acquisitions of tracing was Downtime Analyzer. It significantly accelerates reaction to incidents which happened in prods and shows us where they took place. It accelerates us, and the engineers are happy too. For developers, the best step forward was endpoints, which simplified refactoring, and we keep 100% of requests. Any request in production we can trace. Minus the drawback, we have much more data, and workload on database is higher. Latency is higher, but it is within reasonable limits. What kind of conclusions can we make? I would make 2. If you don't have tracing at all, please take more or less a ready-made solution based on OpenTelemetry or Jagger. If you have tracing already, if you have a different solution, a different technology, pay attention to Vector, because it's good, and pay attention to Qlik, which is much cheaper in terms of resources. That seems to be all. Thank you. Alexander, thank you. Don't forget about QR codes. Vote, provide your feedback, ask your questions into the microphones, and don't forget to introduce yourself. Alexander, hi, I'm Anatoly. My question is, we're looking for Jagger. But the question is not about Jagger, it's about business. How long do you store logs in production to solve the problem, to trace the problem? And what is the volume? Logging or tracing? Logs and tracing. Logs. Well, we have 2 options of storage for everything, about 1 month. Maybe a little smaller. It's about 16 terabytes overall. And there is a separate thing for billing. Because of legal requirements, they have to store it eternally. But the amount is small. Tracing, it's about 10 to 12 terabytes. We store them for everyone by default for 2 days. There is another option for tables. they may be stored eternally.
Это все в ClickHouse. Но
Everything is in ClickHouse. Logs in ClickHouse, traces in ClickHouse. And how do you pick up the tables that are stored for a long time or not for a long time? Today, we request a small table. If it doesn't find anything, it goes to the large table. And for Grafana, how difficult it was to tune reports in Grafana. Everything that we did is, we took ready-made dashboard, we added a little bit, added color codes to errors, 500 red, 400 yellow, and it makes it more convenient to look at it from the first glance. All the rest was simple. The only thing which was difficult is in JavaScript to write a piece of code. That's all.
Давайте с другого края начнем тогда еще.
Hi, I'm Artyom. Thanks. The question is as follows. When you stored only the good traces, did you feel any problems? If yes, what was the problem? I didn't quite get the question. What kind of drawback? We store not everything. 1%, well, in general, for incidents, we don't need them at all. 1% to compare good and bad traces is enough. Additional usage, yes, endpoint search. When we have 100% of data, we can say that it is used or not used. This is the only case when we had any problem. Okay, thanks.
Здравствуйте, зовут меня Ярослав. Спасибо большое.
I am Yaroslav. Thanks. My question is as follows. What do you think about usage LTP protocol for the transport of metrics and logs? The latest version allows us to do so. Good question. We looked at the possibility of sending metrics through this protocol. But let me tell you that historically is so that we use other protocols for that. And we don't see any probability, any reason for doing that. And if we start from scratch, would you use the same? With metrics, yes. With logs, I don't know whether it's good or efficient. I don't have enough information. Yes, they supported it only in the latest release. Thanks for the presentation. Several times we changed the storage and migrated data. Or did you wait until the data becomes obsolete? We used collectors, OpenTelemetry. They allow us to use several backends. And we created 2 backends, and then we turned off one of them. When the collectors were gone, we just used Kafka and disconnected the collectors. For trace ID, you used request ID, and logs were enriched. I didn't quite get you. Logs, request IDs, enriched. We didn't enrich them. Well, we go to 2 ClickHouses, take logs from one ClickHouse, logs from another ClickHouse. How do you correlate data in the context of span ID, not have you got such automatic correlation from span ID? No, we don't. Thanks.
Я Денис. Правильно
I am Dennis. Did I get you right that users were programmers? If so, then did you manage to expand the model, expand it to other departments? And what did they say?
Надеюсь, правильно понял все вопросы.
I think I got you right. Yes.
То есть мы делали в первую очередь.
First of all, we did it for programmers because they were interested most. And then we started using it, well, we have the operation or sysadmin service. They also use it to collect incidents. As for security department, no, they don't use it. As far as I know, maybe they use it without announcing it, or maybe they don't use it. I don't know. So that side, please. Hi, thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. And that's my question. For example, in the tracing chain, we have a service which, due to security reason, should not be accessible to the viewers. Did you have such a task, and how can you solve it? Was it out of the box? No, we didn't solve this problem. I think about what kind of data can be sensible for that. We do not store headers and the body of the request. We store only the URL. And of course, theoretically, we might have sensitive data, but usually they are not in the URL. So the answer is no, we didn't do that. And out of the box, I don't know whether we have such solution or not. So for you, it's not relevant. Then, did you use asynchronous operations? For example, service 2 and 3 are not synchronized, but they work through an intermediary. Yes, we had such a problem. We have, through Kafka, integration was done, and sometimes in the best case, in general, even if it comes to Kafka, later it has trace ID and we get it to the database. We don't have sampling and all the data go to the database. There is another problem through Kafka. There are batch requests, and we haven't solved this problem yet. Right now, we have this feature. The person is thinking what to do with batch requests, but the problem is yet to be solved. Now, on my left, hi, I am Yegor. The question is about scalability. You said that you had that problem when you switched to the final stack. Did you solve this problem? Qlik is not easily scalable. If I got you right, in the latest variation, when we move to Kafka Qlik, what are we going to do if we need more data? The answer is as follows. Right now, we're dealing with this problem, and the only good option is that hardware. It's not expensive yet, so we are using the hardware solution so far. Now, on my right, I am Maxim. I work in Bison. My question is, in one of the latest slides, you compared the hardware resources. When moving to Vector and Kafka, you needed to have more disks by one order of magnitude. Why so? New data were collected, or Kafka as a broker of messages made you? Kafka stores very little. The main reason is that we turned off sampling. We deleted 95% of cases and store 5%. Now we store 100%. What about vector? Can you use not sampling, but maybe aggregation? I didn't quite get you. We might do aggregation, but if we store everything, it wouldn't affect us. Then you also said that you store logs in Qlik. And how do you do that? Are you trying to use full text indices, which Qlik has? And how do you do that? Let me try to answer at least part of the question. We have two different Qliks, one for tracing, the other for logs. Then full text search is not used. We have indices for the most popular fields. And in general, full text search is very rare. And what was the final question? About the data model. But in general, you did answer. So you just pick the most important fields. One micro question. Do you use PS3 for archived data or Qlik only? Well, for tracing, we don't use any archives. For logs, we are trying to do something, but not yet. Not yet.
Александр, добрый день. Благодарю за доклад.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I am Fyodor. When you shifted to Qlik, did you have any problems with sharding and clustering? If yes, what kind of problem and how you solved them? Good question. Well, the simple answer is no. We don't have it. We have 3 big hardware pieces and 3 data centers. That's why we don't have problems yet. One colleague asked, how are you going to scale up later? That is a question that will raise up tomorrow when hardware resources will be filled. We shall have to do something. I am Yaroslav again. Thank you for the presentation. I have a new question. What about paranoid tracing, when each piece will be wrapped up with tracing and you have 400 methods, 600 methods in one server? I personally believe that this is excessive, to wrap everything in tracing. On the other hand, I believe it would be nice to wrap them in metrics, not everything, but at least some hot points like entry into the database or sending to a different server. Metrics are much cheaper than tracing, but the usability is as good. Thank you. There is one more question. I will just say thank you. 5-year scope in 5 hours. I cannot hear you well. Well, it's just a thank you. 5-year experience of development was presented in 30 minutes. Thank you. I couldn't hear. It was just a thank. He just thanked you. Thank you for your questions. Now Alexander is going to choose the best question and he will get the book. But you can also get the book through a lottery by leaving your feedback. Please stand up, all those who asked question. It will be easier for us to choose the winner. There was a question about security and whether we filter something or not. There were 2 questions. Yes, that's I need him. So you have chosen the winner. Thank you.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much indeed. If you have more questions, you can ask them offline, off stage. Thank you.
Привет всем. Мы продолжаем.
Hi, everyone. We are continuing, and I would like to ask lead developer on Go at Positive Technologies, Alexey Komisov, on stage. Welcome.
Раз.
Hello.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends.
Тема доклада Go просветление.
The topic of my presentation is Go Enlightenment, 8 insights for the next level. My name is Alexey Komisov. I'm a developer, architect, information security enthusiast, and I've been doing architecture of distributed high-load applications. So over the past 8 years, I've been doing Go development. And for me, Go is the main language, and actually the only one at the moment. Also, I've been doing WebAssembly technology for 6 years. I've been making presentations about that. I have my own projects where the front end for the multi-user application is written fully in Go and can also be implemented in the browser. What I would like to start with, firstly, a couple of words about the topic of our presentation, Go Enlightenment, 8 insights. Maybe you've become curious. It's not out of the blue. I would like to build my presentation in the Oriental style, in Oriental religion and philosophy, the concepts of enlightenment in Buddhism is kind of a process that allows you to go outside the circle of, daily routine. And I would like this presentation to become a way of changing the mindset, changing your attitude toward Go. I love Go. Let me ask the audience, please raise your hands who develop in Go. Oh, great, quite a lot of people. And for whom Go is the main development language. Great, thank you. Well, basically, what would I like to start with? Over the years that I've been doing development, I ran quite a lot of interviews. And during these interviews, my style is like this. I ask questions and try to get to some dialogue with my candidate. And quite often I encounter the same patterns where people somehow can't ask questions which I believe to be important or even the main ones. And I think that one of the useful results of this presentation will be that the audience will be passing interviews or hiring interviews better. So what would I like to start with? The first question, well, maybe not the very first one in interviews, but one of the first ones. It's about Go proverbs. It's like Go. It was Rob Pike who offered this. There are just 3, Rob Pike and Thompson, Robert Greason. And by the way, only Robert Greason remained. And now Rob Pike and Thompson went away from Go. So where does the root grow of this concept of Go proverbs? Rob Pike was researching the game of Go. And by the way, this is the reason why. So it's actually not a coincidence that they called the language Go. He found this book, Go Proverbs Illustrated by Kensaku Sigawe. And even though this person looks just like a regular, a retired senior gentleman, this is a person that has a 9th Dan in Go. It's quite a powerful personality. And he published a book, this book, which speaks by way of proverbs, how to play Go. The game of Go has a certain similarity with the Go language. What is it? It's very easy to start doing it, but very, very difficult to become a real master in the game, because the complexity is humongous. The number of combinations in the classic Go field is incredible. If you take all atoms in the universe and add another several dozen orders of magnitude, that will be the number of combinations. And the story is quite similar with the Go language. On the whole, the specification is not too large. There are not too many entities, but it doesn't mean that it's very easy to develop software in Go, all the more so that Go is about competitiveness. So if you take this book, I liked this algorithm very much. There are times when even a fight over nothing means something.
Иногда бывают такие времена, что даже, казалось бы, борьба бессмысленная, тем не менее обретает какой-то смысл. У нее есть множество интерпретаций. Вот одна...
So there are many interpretations of this. So there are times an adversary is seeing that you start fighting and they can start making mistakes or errors. But going closer to the language, I wrote down all these Go proverbs proposed by Rob Pike, and there's one other added. There's a link at the bottom, so you can use this link to go to this list. I won't be reading all of them, but just the approach evoked my interest. It's a real Oriental approach when we add some aphorism, and it has some deep meaning that you need to unwrap, but at the same time it sounds very simple. Well, I decided not to go over the most popular ones, because perhaps the most popular one would be don't communicate by sharing memory, share memory by communicating. They usually start to learn the Go language from this. I chose those of them who were forgotten undeservedly. Like the bigger the interface, the weaker the abstraction. In Go, as opposed to Java, the interface quite often has only one method. Everybody knows the read and write interface. It's super friendly, super widespread. But this approach is very different from what other languages have. Don't just check errors, handle them gracefully. Quite often, we just pass the error somewhere, return it, and in fact, we could have tried to process it in a more exciting way. Documentation is for users. I think this is the last one to be mentioned, but what it's all about is that we write code for other people. And quite often we tend to write something. This function takes these arguments as input, returns these values, but in fact you would like to learn more about what is the reason behind this function, why certain decisions have been made when developing it. And on the whole, let me give you another quote from Rob Pike.
Это все в контексте, опять же, Go Proverbs.
It's all in the context of Go Proverbs. There's a lot of opinions about how to program, how to correctly write the program. And one of the things that Go has done, I think, is create a community around a certain way of programming. So basically, there's no right or wrong. They may all be good enough. It's just that the creators of the language offered a certain approach, a certain philosophy, if will, and the community formed around this philosophy. So probably the people who are present in this room are supporting this philosophy, subscribing to this philosophy, and they agree that this is a more convenient way of writing programs. Another thing that nobody is talking about, I guess there was only one person over all this time who told me how it expands, but then the question stuck. It's CSP, communication process. That's the foundation of the language. That's on what it being built, communicating sequential processes. There's this great person called Tony Hoare. Tony is his preferred name. Basically, he has three official names: Charles, Anthony, and Richard. He also has a knight title, and he was born while the British Empire was still in place in Sri Lanka. And so Tony Hoare can be considered the fourth creator of the language, because without CSP, this language wouldn't have existed. He's still living. He is 91 years old. And he has a degree with Moscow State University. So he first graduated from Oxford, then he went to serve in the Navy, learned Russian, and then went through the studies in Moscow State University. He was dealing with machine translation. But then, unfortunately, in 1961, a crisis happened. The U.S. spy plane U-2 was shot down over U.S. But every biography of his says that his alma maters are Oxford and Lomonosov, Moscow State. So in 1974, he published a paper called Communicating Sequential Processes. So basically, it's the article having nothing to do with CSP as in today. It was a language called CSP. And a full paper that shows the theory and algebra of the processes dates 1984. A theory of communicating sequential processes was written in the co-authorship between Tony Hoare and also Brooks and Roscoe. Talking about CSP, one needs to mention that there's a whole branch among programming languages, including Limbo, Aleph, and Newsquik. And by the way, Newsquik was also created by Rob Pipe, and before Newsquik, there had been just Squik. And so Go is perhaps the most modern and the most popular language that implements the CSP model, in which the program is presented by a combination of competing processes. Programming is one of the most difficult areas of computer science. So CSP is a complete model that has completeness and proposes a certain approach. That's why we split our async program into a lot of synchronous ones that communicate among another via channels. The processes know channels, but they don't know other processes. Communication is happening synchronously. That's the foundation of CSP. And there's this concept of choice, where depending on which channel the message comes to us, we can choose the execution scenario. And for CSP, it's also important to mention that the competing model, actor model, was proposed even a bit earlier by Carl Hewitt in 1973, and CSP got some inspiration for this model, actually. So there's this language Erlang. It was developed by Ericsson. The creator was Joe Armstrong, Robert Wording, and Mike Williams in 1986. This is also quite a popular language. There are quite a lot of solutions based on Erlang, Redbit, for instance, and it's interesting to compare. And again, I'm quoting Rob Pike, so that I should be blamed that I do the wrong comparison. He says that these models are also good enough, so you could write the actors in CSP and the other way around. He also says, but Go's main things is channels. The whole difference is that in CSP, the processes are anonymous. In the actors model, they have IDs, and the sending is done using these IDs. The analogy is how we work with file. You can use file names and file descriptors. So CSP is just like we use file descriptors to address the files. In CSP, to send messages, you use channel. In the actor model, you send direct. And the main thing, the configuration is CSP synchronous, and in actor model, async. And there's this thing called mailbox. But again, one can be written via the other. And what's really curious, Erlang is closer to the original version of CSP of 1978, because in that version of CSP, the sending is done direct, however strange it may seem. The third insight is Go spec. I'm asking a question. Does Go have a specification? And quite often people get stuck here. I'm not going to tease you here. Go does have a formal specification. It would seem, what's so special about that? Thing is, there are languages that don't have a formal specification, like Rust, for instance. For Rust, there's a book called the Rust Programming Language, or just the book, as people call it. And with Go, there's a formal specification that describes everything that exists in the language and all the guarantees that the language gives. Again, you have this link at the bottom left corner. So it gives you a certain tool to figure out with complicated things. It also simplifies the development of compilers. So what conclusions can be drawn from this? I would make conclusions not on what is there in the specification, but what it doesn't include. It has nothing about concurrency model. It has nothing about runtime, scheduler, non-blocking I/O, nothing about heap or stack. There are a lot of discussions in the Go context how to get rid of the specification. No, the specification doesn't have anything about heap and stack. What conclusions can we make? As a minimum, Go, from the formal point of view, offers you no guarantees. All the things that I've listed here are up to implementation. So if, for instance, they're important for us, if we optimize the program, we can't expect this behavior to be maintained in the next version of Go or on a different architecture. This is basically an assumption we're making. And if you take such an important concept as concurrency, which is the foundation of the language, for Go, just CSP, just for Java, it's an object-oriented paradigm. Is just available based on the primitives. So if you take everything, including the word concurrent, so I've written all the places where this word exists. There are very few of them. It's the definition of the language, it's a quote about channels, it's the Go statement, and Go statement and the packet initialization. Next thing, Go memory model. Over all this time, over all the dozens of interviews, nobody answered, and I was interviewing people at very different levels, from junior to senior. Nobody answered my question. I'm asking, what is Go memory model? I say, they tell me, what's the memory model? It's a memory model. I say, what's a memory model? There's heap, stack, allocations. No, it's not about heap or stack. Go memory model is about the guarantees that if one routine has written somewhere, some value somewhere, the other Go routine would see it. So basically, it's a restriction. It's a description of guarantees of description of the synchronous program written in the terms of sync before. There's quite a curious thing in the beginning of the document. I very much like this quote. If you must read the rest of this document to understand the behavior of your program, you're being too clever. Don't be clever. Don't do this. And by the way, this fits very well with one Go proverbs. Clear is better than clear. Nevertheless, it's very important to understand this. What real guarantees Go offers. So Go specification of the Go memory model, I think, is a great foundation that will help you a lot in any event. And another thing, this document, as opposed to the specification, keeps being updated. The language is developed. Some generics have been added. The document is updated quite rarely. The latest one was in 2022. Raskops wrote, and this is the quote from from the update proposal. And the curious point is that before 2022, Go memory model had nothing about atomic. So from the formal point of view, the atomics were not giving a guarantee of synchronization. Of course, it wasn't exactly like this. It would work, but it wasn't fixed in theory. So they could make a different decision and everything will start working differently. As an example, take this program. Maybe can someone suppose or guess what the result will be, what we'll get at the output? You can shout from the seat. Blank line? It will output blank speed, or will it hang up? What will happen? Yes, indeed, you're right. The right answer is it hasn't been defined. Actually, if you run it on your own machine, you'll probably see it outputting hello world, and you'll think that it's the way it should work. We indeed wait until the that equals true, and we'll see hello world. But even if the Go routine main will see that done equals true, the Go language doesn't give guarantee that it follows from this that A will equal hello world. More than that, Go memory model says that there are no guarantees at all that this cycle will finish. There's no guarantees at all that the second Go routine will see that it's become true. Why? Because there's not a single sync primitive between these two Go routines. So this is indeed undefined behavior, even if in your specific computer, in your specific architecture, hello world will be output. So memory models are a very important thing for understanding such things, especially. Next thing, multitasking model. Examples. Before Go 1.14, and we put Go Mac Pro with a 1 here, starts Go run, and then hung up. Why do we hang up? Because the runtime was not working completely correctly, and starting with Go version 1.14 started to work correctly. Why? Well, basically, the definition of what a multitasking model is goes with the truth to the operating system. Operating systems divide into operational and preemptive ones, and the modern ones are preemption about preemption, so when they use interrupts. In the context of runtime, schedulers, green threads, this concept is not totally defined, so we're relying on it. So not going too much into detail what model exists before version 1.14, then starting with 1.14, it would be correct to say that it has become fully synchronously preemptive. How does it work? There's a parallel stream responsible, or thread responsible for preemption. I'll be talking in terms of GMP, but unfortunately I don't have the time to expound on that in a lot of detail. So there's an SMON, it's a special thread, and there's a G routine, it takes more than 10 milliseconds, and then SysMon sends a special signal, SIGAG, then the handler of this signal does it works on the thread, and we see whether we're in a safe point or not. If we're not in the safe point, we just skip this iteration and maybe switch at the next phase. And as part of the proposal implementing this model, there was a connected proposal related to safe posts everywhere about saving the context for map and stack and everything. So the probability of getting into unsafe point is not very high. In Windows, there are similar primitives, suspend threads, set thread context, similar model. And again, this thing is about implementation. And here we gradually come to the place where this simplicity of the model goes against the catastrophic complexity of how it really works in practice. So we gradually go from theory to practice and see that nothing is as simple as one would think. I've already mentioned Sysmon. Let me say another few words. Of course, you can find information about Sysmon, even though nobody has ever given me an answer in an interview. What's Sysmon? NetPolar, it's even worse. So what does Sysmon do, in addition to what I've said? It runs timers. It makes NetPolar calls. It starts garbage collector, and it preempts the NetG. NetPolar. We rarely get to this point in interviews, but nevertheless, this is a place with a problem. What we're talking about, the network interaction is quite sophisticated and difficult. It's very hard for the CPU. So therefore, all sorts of async I/O over the network have been invented. What happens inside, under the hood? This is a rough schematic, but let me just explain. Not going too much into detail. I will be relying on Linux because I think everybody knows Linux better than other OSs. First, we have a server that accepts the connection. We have a system called accept that allows us to get a new file from the socket that we've accepted. So we have the EPOL mechanism. First, you need to create an EPOL instance somewhere, and then when we get a descriptor, we nude over ACTL, add this file descriptor, so-called interspace, and then we park our existing Go routine, because this all are non-blocking I/O. All the system calls complete immediately. We park G because we don't know whether it comes or not, and we run the schedule procedure. This schedule procedure launches in a number of scenarios. For instance, when a new M is launched, when G is parked, when G is completed, when runtime call is issued. If you look for information on how this procedure is implemented, you foresee that the information is rare and far between. I don't quite understand why it so happened, because maybe there are differences between versions. I don't think there have been any cardinal changes, but nevertheless, I've done a bit of work and took a look at the source code. So the current implementation is Go 1.2. The following thing. First, we start to try to shadow GC. So we failed, and we do global rank 1. Why 161? Because 161 is a prime number, and we get it's neither too big nor too small. It's some intermediate value, so that something could be taken from the global queue, because there's a chance that we'll never get there. Then we look at the local run queue, then we again look in the global run queue, and there's no contradiction here. And then, for the first time, we look into the NetPolar, whether it has any routines that have something to read. After that, we do spinning. Then we do work stealing of other Ps. If we're at the GC mark stage, we try to implement it as well. And then, after some intermediate steps, we call NetPolar again. There's some other work to do here. And then at the end of the day, if you haven't found anything, we stop this M. So this is the scheduled procedure, how it looks. You see, there are two calls to NetPol as an attempt to find some routines to understand what to do with this network socket. In even more detail, to see how the interaction with the NetPol procedure is happening. So schedule to NetPol, then we go to the EPOL wait system call. For EPOL wait, you set a timeout. You can assign it to Unity. Assign Unity to it would be or 0 as non-blocking, or Unity as fully blocking. And then you return the data and the operating system. The netball returns a connected list of unblocked G. Schedule executes the first G, G of 0, the rest G of 1 to n minus 1. All of them are moved to the queue. Apart from scheduling, netball can be called over different phases of garbage collector. So we are trying to spread it evenly using this fairness concept. So it's clear that these things are quite difficult, quite sophisticated, but nevertheless, in some situations, it's very important that you understand that these things also exist. The runtime is complicated. I sometimes hear, well, there were people who told me in an interview that goes a simple language. I've learned it completely. I don't know what to learn more. Well, I think there's no bottom here at all. You can go as deep as you wish. Next thing, alternative compilers. And here I would like to proceed to an attempt to go away from the usual model. We're all used to the standard Go compiler. It works very well. It's written perfectly, but it's not the only way to build a Go program. What are the options? GCC Go and TinyGo. From the outset, GCC Go is a front-end to the well-known GCC compiler. I'm not going to dwell on that a lot for a simple reason. From some point in time, it stopped developing. And in fact, based on the history of commit, it looks like it was written totally by Jens van Stelen, one of the members of the Go work team. And I found this issue. The year 2024, August, the person says, does GCC Go still not suggest support generics? And Jan van Stelen says, does not yet support generics. And it's surprising, considering that he's the author of both the front-end and generic implementation in Go. So let's skip, therefore, to TinyGo immediately. It's an alternative compiler. So what is it talking about? It's an open source project managed by Ike van Latten, who created it, and Ron Evans. There are a lot of other great programmers there. It's sponsored by Google. So Google actually shells out money for this project. So why this code was created? The project was initiated to write controllers so that you can write a program in Arduino. It's not the only application area. It also supported and actively supported in WebAssembly, not only on the browser but also on the backends. And actually, TinyGo uses its VM, and it can be used to create program for the desktop. So on the microcontroller, a program written in Go looks like this. I mean, written in Go for TinyGo looks like this. So this program will just let the LED blink. But what's curious here, apart from that, we have a special machine import that is absent from standard libraries. And also it's a BR mapper. So this controller doesn't have an operating system, and the compiler allows us writing hardware to run directly, writing software to run them directly on hardware without an operating system. And this concept is now becoming quite popular. If you take any desktop, I took Windows. We take Hello World, run it, TinyGo run, we launch it, no problems, and if you take a look at the binary size, it's considerably smaller than the similar binary that would have been compiled by a regular compiler. And it also, it supports Go routines as well. All the functionality is there, even though TinyGo supports the standard library in its entirety. Well, with certain exceptions. Well, you can't compile protocols, for instance, so you have to bypass. The binaries as such are no different. So had it been Linux, it would have been L.
И последняя вещь на сегодня.
And the last one for today.
WebAssembly.
It's WebAssembly.
Что это вообще такое?
What is it all about and why it is of interest to us? Actually, WebAssembly from the outset is some universal bytecode. They started to be used. There's a biased notion that WebAssembly, because it has the word web, has been devised specifically for web browsers. This is not true. Actually, even in the definition in Core Spec 1.0, it says no specific assumptions are made. It's not fixed on the web. It's done as a description of a visual processor, and the technology as such is a set of instructions of virtual processor. There are 172 of them all told. It's a stack machine, and one can draw analogies with Java, by the way. And the specification, for instance, says that the operand stack does not need to be maintained. It's a very exciting thing. And in addition to the fact that it's an abstraction of modern equipment, modern hardware, what does it do? It allows you, it has this portability. We compile once and then run anywhere in browser servers, IoT devices. It provides for security, which is the biggest focus here. So in order for the module, WebAssembly module, to do something, it needs to be provided either import explicitly, or the model itself should provide export that we can address. We don't need to think about some strange, some sophisticated lock, but we just get away from the problem. So all the module can do is to calculate the mathematics, and this is the foundation of the execution. This said, the bytecode is compiled into native code in most runtime environments. All the possible languages are supported: Go, Rust, C, C++, Java, Python. Only HTML is not, for clear reason. And also, in the past, we used to live in a paradigm where, for instance, you have some good code. It's been written, it runs very well, no problems, and then a new language arrives, a new modern framework. What do? We always rewrite to this new framework or language, even though the code is good. It has been written by programmers who understood what they were doing. SQF, for instance. So why do we do that? WebAssembly allows us just to compile this code and embed it anywhere. I made a presentation as the previous high load on the 24th of December. This is direct link to this presentation. I dwelt on the technology in quite some detail and its use in high load on our project. This is direct link. It's not open. If you're interested, so you can just take a picture and take a look. In the Go context and in the WebAssembly context, I think it's important to mention the following project. I think it has been undeservedly forgotten, and let me explain why. Before WebAssembly, there was this story with Transpiler. They were very popular, especially from one language to the other. Especially Go was not an exception. Go was in JavaScript. And this Transpiler was amazing. It worked very well. And I'm telling you about my own project where we used it. So before WebAssembly, I used Gopher.js. Gopher.js allowed executing any program in the browser. You could start a game. You can see a lot of videos about that. A community of really great developers took shape around this technology. They wrote a lot of tools. And the two persons that I'd like to mention, because I think they've also been undeservedly forgotten, it's Richard Musiel, the creator of Gopher.js, and Dmitry Shuralyov. There were other developers. Unfortunately, I won't be able to mention all of them, but these two made the biggest contribution. Dmitry Shuralyov now works in Go13, and he's English, by the way, even though he has a Russian name and surname. Why did I remember them? Because the official support of Go compiler and WebAssembly is based on the proposal proposal and on the work that has been done by Richard and CEO as part of Gopher.js. So I am showing a screenshot here. This is his proposal to add the compilation target to WebAssembly, and it's exactly thanks to the work that done in Gopher.js. This support appeared over a very short span of time, and even though it has a status of experimental, in fact, is prod ready, and you don't even need to study it. I use it in my project. It works perfectly. The only place where the API was broken, its API is Go 1.14, and it's in its history now. So it's a very good. So if you need to write a front end on Go, I strongly recommend you using this library, because you may get confused, and there are some other libraries. They're in different statuses. Some, are better, some worse. I suggest that you don't waste your time. Complete bullshit. Just use this. This library is initially authored by Dominik Homov. Is also very well known in the Go community. It's a very good library. There's something missing there, but most things are there. And TinyGo also supports WebAssembly. It can be used in the browser and backend, but of course support is a bit less than perfect in terms of libraries. There are also some interesting things that better fit backend. You can take the scheduler out. GoRoutine will not be supported. There are just simple modules that filter something. You can add them as plugins. The code will be lighter, will run faster. The binary file will be smaller. A lot of people are saying that this is a program in the browser. Don't believe them. Complete bullshit. I tell you, you'll have 10 megabytes, and zip will compress it very well, and you won't even know. So you can cache it in the browser for good, and it will run perfectly there. And in fact, talking about the backend support, there's another excellent project, Waziro. It's a runtime. It's an engine for WebAssembly, written completely in Go, and it only uses the standard library. It doesn't have any other dependencies, no third-party libraries apart from the standard library, no CGO, nothing. If you want to build in some logic on WebAssembly into your Go process, it's easy done by Waziro. It has its compiler, or native code compiler for ARM, for x64. It can also do optimization. Okay, no, it's not JIT compilation, but nevertheless, it's quite good. It's also a very good project, and I recommend that you take a look at it. Well, what kind of conclusions can one make of this all? I will not, put out a lot of bullets or recall what I've told. The main idea is, in my personal opinion, Go has quite a deep philosophy. You can understand it whichever way you like. And again, it's not me the only person that went mad, because the project was built with an analogy with the game of Go. In Go, I do believe there's a certain philosophy, underlying philosophy and approaches, and a community of people who are sharing this approach. And this is how I explain a certain hate, if not hatred, but then lack of love on behalf of developers used other languages. You'll know their names. They don't understand why you have variables of one letter. Why do you have interfaces with one method? Why do you need these channels when you have mutexes, great mutexes? Go has this philosophy. Go has been able to create this community, and it's quite large. This shows this is proven by the whole popularity of the language. I think it's become super popular, but it's not the only thing. So behind this simplicity, there's a lot of complexity that lurks. There are sophisticated engineering solutions. The Go runtime is a super engine that was created by very, very sophisticated people, super people. And there's a lot of dimension to go to understand it. But if we're looking at this language as a way to create concurrent programs, you'll see that Go can also be used not only for what it is used usually. It hurts me a bit to see that now Go has a reputation of a language for microservices, for some CRUDs, for utilities, for DevOps, because in fact, you can write anything on Go. I was passing through skipping through some quotes saying Go is a concurrent language with a heap collection, garbage collection, with a thought about systems programming, system programming in mind. But in fact, Go includes systems programming as an application area. I think it's very important. And such tools as TinyGo that have been completely developed by the community. They've been fully built by developers. The support of WebAssembly. Go core team has no relations to its support. It was the community that did that. Just rank and file developers, just yourself and myself, they just came in and improved the tool. And use WebAssembly, for instance. The capabilities are becoming infinite. You can now start it anywhere for anything. And I would like it to keep developing. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you want, you can vote for my presentation. My contact details are here as well. I would also like to mention Maria Letta's project, Free Gophers Pack. I used illustrations from this project, and also she, on my request, made some pictures, illustrations, for which I also thank her a lot. I have stickers here, and I'm handing them out absolutely for free. Please just come to me, and I'll be happy to give you one. Thank you.
Alexei, спасибо.
Alexei, thank you. I think after this presentation, it'll be easier for everyone to pass through an interview with you. I'll remind you that you can use this QR code to leave feedback. And now we're moving to Q&A, and we have a present for the best question. A question from myself. Do you still write on Go, or you can also play Go? Yes, I'm a bad Go player, but has anyone played in Tochka, in the Tochka school? Tochka is the same, the point. It's an absolutely the same game. That perhaps is all I can say about my skills. I'm curious. I would like to take more time doing that, but unfortunately I don't have it. Okay, thank you. Please use the microphones to ask your questions. Introduce yourself. Hello, Artyom Positive. Thank you for your presentation. I am interested in the fact that a certain part of this presentation was not really devoted to the default compilation capabilities, but more on TinyGo capabilities. I am a little bit saddened by the current state of how it collects, because, for instance, Go builds on WASM work 4 or 8 times slower, and the TinyGo build will weigh 10 kilobytes, and the Go runtime and the Go compiler that will be carrying its entire runtime will be 2 megabytes large. The difference is the factor of 200. So it would be nice to see that they would improve this WASP build. Guys from Google have been talking about that. But if you start getting deeper, you see very unpleasant things emerging. Thank you. Well, I couldn't hear everything because there's an echo here. Let me just try and repeat what you say. So you're saying that you use TinyGo, and TinyGo was a lot different compared to the official Go. Yes, the official Go WASM support loses a lot compared to TinyGo. Is it possible that it will be improved sometime? Because quite often in presentations, in recent presentations, I could hear that. But when you start seeing what's happening, you start seeing problems. Is the problem only in size or in speed as well? The problem is in size. But also the speed is, there's a big loss in speed. Yeah. And there are certain subtleties regarding the operation with WASM, for instance, WASZero. Look, in terms of size, TinyGo has this capability that you can take the scheduler out that will make it smaller. You also have to bear in mind that the TinyGo scheduler is much simpler. Yeah, you can choose the scanner or you can remove, but you get rid of the Go routine, and the mechanism of work is a bit more primitive. So if you need high load and high speed, I can't judge about your case because one needs to have tests, one needs to verify. But on the whole, my personal knowledge is that I haven't heard about any serious problems with performance of binaries compiled by the regular Go compiler. So look, maybe you've run into some specific situation. Maybe you have high concurrency, but the current implementation of WebAssembly is single-threaded. So maybe you're just having problems that your multi-threaded logic gets packed into a single thread, and this leads to this kind of problems. At the same time, TinyGo allows you to remove this whole story at all and work without it. As to the size, well, frankly, I wouldn't be worried about that because I've heard a lot these things, especially in the browser context. I saw people giving up on the project they would compile in Go, having 15 gigabytes, and were saying, how will I add it as a static to the browser? Simple, you just add and it works. 15 megabytes, not gigabytes, can be cached, and nobody of your users will even notice that. If you take a look at some popular website and take a look at the size of static information, they deal with much larger things than 15 megabytes. Talk about the browser, talk about the backend. I don't know, is it critical? How many such modules? For instance, in game development, it is becoming really critical. I saw cases where people would give up projects like that because of the big size. You can add compression, reduce by the factor of 8, but it doesn't fix the bad situation with the official WASM support. And why don't you like TinyGo then? Speed? A restricted start library, because this write time is needed. I suggest that after the presentation you come to me and we have a discussion, okay? Okay. Hey guys, any more questions? Yeah, let's change because the Q&A time is limited.
Меня зовут Тимур из F6.
My name is Timur from F6.
Тоже беседовали.
We already had a discussion in the previous PhD. My questions would be tricky ones, I guess, because this with system programming, myself being a systems programmer, I can ask you two questions. Firstly, so it appears that if inside of Go, EPOL for net polling works, then you can't run Go on Linux earlier than 2.15, right? Right. And second, I am thinking for myself, why Go is not a fit as a system language? It's a lack of memory control. I don't know ways. Maybe you'll suggest me how to control memory allocation. Because when I was writing Go, I encountered a problem more than once that an immediate growth in load makes Go allocate memory which I can't free up, even though I no longer need it. It could be showed by some pre-allocating the pool, but you can't do that in Go. Or you can. So my question is, are there ways in Go to control memory? Are there ways in Go to redefine pooling mechanisms? Are there any ways to redefine the behavior of the language? Because it's not specified, as I heard from your presentation. In terms of language, no, except for unsafe. So if you approach it formally, in the Go specification, it's the only standard library, unsafe, that's mentioned. In unsafe, there's a mechanism described in specifications. Of course, you can do some magic based on pointers and things like that, but the specifications say that Go is a garbage collector-based language. So the answer is rather no than yes. Of course, you can bypass that. There are interesting ways, and you can write a program without allocation. It's all in the stack. Zero allocation. There are libraries that it's just like an advertising, a slogan, zero work. Well, still, it's just a stack allocation, right? So, hey, guys, if you could continue that one-on-one, but we're very limited in time. There are other hands being risen. Hello, Ilya. I have two simple questions. Closer to the microphone, please. One is about the following. Have you ever encountered the closed code? I personally haven't, but there are projects that allow you to entangle it a little bit. Yeah, I would like to learn more, maybe later. And the second question about decompiling Go applications, also about mechanisms and protection against them. There are special projects that allow you to hide this logic, but one needs to take a close look at the project specifically. I haven't used this in my practice, but there are cases like that. You can do decompilation, you can do reverse. Well, reverse is comprehensive. You can decompile everything, and Go programs are not an exception. So that depends on the specific problem. I will hardly be able to offer you a solution how to hide logic from reverse engineering. I personally believe that it's not possible in principle, but projects are like that exist. So, any more questions? Thank you for your presentation. My name is Alisher. My question is quite simple. I'm a .NET person, and I tried Go recently. On the whole, I liked it, but the one thing that I was surprised was where to find an agreement on code commenting. Do they exist? For documentation writing, to comment code and Go. Like in .NET, we have comments. Yes, I was just looking for them. Go.comments, there's an official site. There's a special article, Go.comments. Thank you very much.
Но если есть еще вопросы, я думаю...
So, if there are other questions, I think we'll be able to take the time. Another small question. Does the Go have a future on the web SP application? You mentioned Go.js and the billing. On Go, there's an alternative of the SPA app framework called Go App, and a lot of large companies and startups they have migrated all their front end to Go. That's it. It's MaxChair, and that library is called Go App. Go App. It builds to the DOM over Syscall.js and also builds it on Wasm. Do you remember the author? I'll tell you later. I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, indeed. There are solutions like that. And frankly, if I understand the library correctly, I may be confused a bit. I looked at it and I didn't quite like it because you need to
страницы вот этот HTML-код
take to write the HTML code as Go code. I don't believe this is a convenient approach. For me, it works better to separate the HTML and Go code. They're using this approach with service workers. That, for me, is not very comfortable. But in principle, it's one of the good projects that have been worked through very well. It's been in existence for quite a long time. It supports WebAssembly. I personally am not aware of many projects that would use WebAssembly as the foundation, as a basis. And all the projects that's brought into the community, they are more decorative, more like proof of concepts, things like that. But nevertheless, they do exist. In the WebAssembly community, there are quite a lot of these projects. For instance, there are projects that allow loading a module, and all sorts of primitives are used. It's all output in an elegant way, and it's all done in WebAssembly. I've encountered things like that. I have my projects as well. But otherwise, there are not too many. The technology is still being developed. I think that would be my answer to your question. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for the questions. And I would ask all of you who have asked questions to stand up. It will be easier for you to remember them. So I've already delegated a gift to you last year, so perhaps I'll award it to the first commenter. He had a lot of questions. For the first question and last one, I would award for both. And let me remind you that those who are interested, please come to me and get the sticker. So thank you very much. And let me remind you that tomorrow and today, the Popov Room will have an open source project fair showcasing for informal networking. So you're all welcome. Thank you very much, all of you. And now, colleagues, may I ask you to go away from the camera.
I would like to bring here Mikhail Maximov and Andrei Nikitin. Hello, guys.
Ребят, я попрошу, пожалуйста, отойдите от сцены вот к выходу.
Move away from the stage to the exit. You block the stream. You block the camera.
Пожалуйста, да.
Please.
Всем привет.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mikhail Maximov. I'm the leading expert of Positive Technologies Department, and I deal with the development of extension language and processing. Sorry, the microphone doesn't work. We can't hear what he's... Sorry, microphone is not on. Hello, everyone. My name is Andrei Nikitin. I'm the head of the compilers team. We support and development of compilers. And for our language today, we would like to talk about what is DSL and why would you need it. And we'll tell you about our experience, what problems we encountered, and what we did to solve the problems we had in our area. First, I would like to talk about the area that we work with. Most of you never heard of it. So what is CM systems? These are solutions that help us centrally collect the events, analyze them, monitor them, and store them in databases in order to solve the issue of collecting events of information security. Everybody knows that any software, they do logs, logging those events that are happening in the in the infrastructure. So, and the examples of information security events, this is creating the user, entering the system, exiting the system, and changing the configuration of the system. And based on those events, we can understand what in our infrastructure going on, and in order to automate it, we use CM systems, and their main goal is to detect the events of information security and keep them in the structure. So what are the typical services of CMs systems we have to process events? This is the normalizer. Because all events that we see and collect from different software, they're different in format, not any content. There is no any one single standard that everybody, all vendors would meet. And our goal is to transform such events to one sort of format so other services could process them and we could analyze those events. Also, the second one is aggregator, because oftentimes we see situations when there is some source that generates information security events and then it begins to spam the same events for different reasons. And our goal is to reduce the noise, to aggregate events at similar times and just to keep the system free of noise, and so that the noise for our operator would be minimal. Also, enricher. In the process of work of the system and all the systems of the infrastructure of the company, we accumulate the data in the context of our procedures, and when you get new events in the system, we can enrich the new events with the context we have, so that our operator could have more information about what's going on in the infrastructure. So an enricher solves this issue. For example, there can be some references of critical users, or maybe it can be deciphering of some digital coding and some stuff. And the most interesting one is a correlator. The main purpose of correlator is to look for events in the thread, and which will tell us that was unauthorized impact on our infrastructure, and so that such sequences we could identify in this thread, we need to provide special rules of detection. So who are the users? This is a person who well versed in information security, knows how to analyze events, analyzes patterns that you can find in the thread, depending on the role in the organization. It can be operator, analyst, or specialist in information security. But there is a nuance here. They might not have an experience in programming of common languages, but we need to give them the rights to develop such rules. And what are the basic requirements to the rules, to the guidelines on the side of the user as part of our area? This is a quick writing and a setup of new rules, an adaptation of the rules that we already have, depending on the changes of the infrastructure, and of course the easy understanding of what the code is, so that they could easily adapt the code. And to do this, we need DSL. What is DSL? This is domain-specific language, or it's a custom language, custom to the object that it works with, so on a high level of abstraction. In comparison to the general language, what perks it can give us. So for our users, it's much easier to write the code, and of course, it's less time to development and the adjustment of the code, and also performance. So of course, we can hide some stages of optimization of our area, and we can get some perks in performance. Now, quality control, because the user will have less chances to make mistakes. And of course, given the area, so we use special tools to set it up. And also, it is easy to learn how to do it, so they don't have to have experience how to program in the common languages. So you just have to know their area, but also it's about understanding the specific area. You have to well understand the task of this specific area, and you have to study quite a bit of cases that you will be dealing with. And that's why it has such a high cost of designing and realization. And it's also maintenance and the development of the language along its life cycle, because the requirements may change, users may have different wishes, different needs, and for all of this you should be able to adapt. And in order to process the events on the thread, we developed extraction and processing language, XP, and each notation has its own service, and it allows us to solve problems based on what service they use. And let's look at the code that is written in our language. So, normalization rules. You can see the original event. It was a text event, and it says that the connection was closed. So we need to take this text event, and the first section of our rule is parsing. Here we use mechanism of so-called formatted lines, with which you can describe the format of the pattern, and using tokens you can extract some parts of it, and from event to event they change. So, and we find the tokens. After parsing is done with this data, you can do arbitrary things, what you want to do. So, in the second part of the rule, and in more detail, I can give you the example. Here, we compare the level of importance of the event using terminology that we use in our area to normalize the event with switch case. And here's the example of the normalized event, and with the pre-installed attributes. And each attribute is responsible for certain parameters that are important for our specific area. And here you can see several groups. In our taxonomy, there are many more. Here, I highlighted a couple of them. To describe the event, we use subject-object model. Each original event we use like an object with a given status. We have a connection successfully closed, and in this group there is information about the host that we got it from. Then aggregation rules. Here the same thing, we have two sections. First, on the thread, we need to select those events and describe the fields in which we're going to be doing the grouping. The list of the fields that will have the events of the same type, then parameters of filtration, and the parameters of aggregation. First one is responsible for the number of events that we can put through the aggregation without aggregation, so that to get the context of the initial event. And the second section gives you the number. Enrichment rules, the same thing, two sections. First, we filter them, we select the interesting events, and then we apply the code to them that modifies the event. In this case, we look at the case when we have a deciphering of that deciphers abbreviations to ease the life of our operator. And here the rules of correlation. Here we look at the case, a pretty simple one. It's the creation and removal of the user account. First, we need to select it on this thread, and then we put it in the basket, so to speak, and then we'll look in order to group the events. So we produce a key.
И по имени пользователя.
We group it by host and by username.
Фильтрации, где мы
And filtration section where we put the parameters, how we're going to select the events on the thread. As soon as we filter the event that we need in the basket, we need to have a targeted chain, and the chain is pretty simple. We use the operator, and then we remove the user account after some time. And after we collected all the necessary chains, we need to communicate it to our user. We need to form another event that will tell the user about it. So we have two mechanisms. First, these are the processors that we apply to the initial events, and we can run the XPO code, and it's a pretty simple case. And here you just save the data from the initial events, and that apply our new correlations to give the operator our full context. So we give the information to the user of what the user account and on what machine, and what the user actually deleted.
посмотрим примеры корреляционных цепочек.
Also, the correlation chains here. In first chain, you can see that the operator changed. In this case, for us, the order is not important. It's just a number of events for a certain period of time. Also, we have who is different. They put the field there that the value of it will be different for all the events that are in the chain. In the second chain, we have the optional events out of 3 events, and only one of them is mandatory. 2 of them are optional. And if these optional events are in the chain, then we will be able to give our operators some additional context that we can extract from these events. And here's the example of such context. You can see that expert here described how he find the marker online. If the marker is found, then in context field for our operator, we add information that this case that they used an unknown tool.
Приняли решение разработать свой DSL.
We made a decision to develop
удобное решение его задач.
Our solution so that our user would have a convenient solution for the tasks. First, we need to analyze the specific area. And this is a stage where people want to save money, and there can be nuances if you do this. So if you have a chance to engage system analysts to this stage, so please do that, because if not, then you'll have to work with this on your own, and the developers team will have to do that. And there are many details here that I would like to draw your attention to. First point, that this is access of the experts to the specific area, those who have great experience and they know all the nuances and all the stepping stones. All these nuances and stepping stones, they usually change the solutions that you're going to be making, decisions that you're going to be making at the stage of development and design. This is a very close dialogue with the users of the language, because in any case, you'll have some questions during design stage. You'll have to get the answers to them, so you'll have to get in touch with the users, and if they will want the solutions that you're going to offer to them. This is a great number of practical scenarios, because practical scenarios, this is where you test all the nuances, and then they will affect all the further stages. And then the degree of freedom in the DSL for the users. This is declarative approach, actually, and the more freedom you give the user, the more possibilities they have to solve certain issues. But users using their code, they can increase performance. So less freedom, more chances of optimization, and you will have to work more on the language to give users more features.
Мы разобрались с предметной областью, и можно...
So we spoke about specific area. Now designing the build. I'll tell you what we encountered.
Вспомним,
with the example of
в
normalization.
каких этапах стоит нормализация.
So what stages normalization has? It's
Разбора события и
analysis of the event
нормализованного. Вот.
and forming the normalized event.
Части, они,
These two parts, as you can see,
по сути, это
they're significantly different from each other. These are two different languages within one rule.
описание
One of them is a declarative description of the texture of the
инструкций.
event, and then imperative sequence of instructions how the event should be formed.
Разница получается.
And the difference is that in the first case, declarative part, the algorithm of comparison and analysis, so this is realization part, and the developer
усмотрение,
can choose it on his own.
Вот. А в второй части
And the second part,
последовательность.
we have a sequence.
Так. Так, что-то слайды побежали вперед.
It looks like all the slides kind of ran ahead of me.
Так. Ладно, слайды как-то слишком вперед убежали.
Slides kind of ran ahead of me. So in the imperative part,
четко заданная
we have
инструкции пользователям, и мы ее
a list of instructions for the user,
в том виде, в котором
and we can do it only in the way it's written,
оптимизацией.
except for transformation and
В
optimizations.
оперативной части
In the declarative part,
свои проблемы, то есть
there are
она удобна
other issues.
с той точки зрения, что
It's quite helpful for developers because they can give users of the language, they can give them some guarantees
время этому исполнения,
for the time of working with this, but
требования к дизайну самого языка.
there are additional requirements for the design of the language. In the textual normalization in the early versions,
Форматными строками.
in the development, they limited themselves with the format
Текстовое событие
lines. So when the textual event
линейной последовательностью,
was just a linear sequence of some fragments,
где были константные части, то есть
where they had constant parts,
которые
some sublines that you can find in all events from the same source,
части, то есть
and some variable parts, some non-fixed data. They were replaced with tokens
предопределенных там разработчиками форматов.
that take the value of the formats that are
Разбор
prepared by the designers.
одним таким правилом
So one event with such a rule, so the event was happening during a linear time,
строк
several format lines, they could be optimized by aggregating prefixes.
эксперты почти сразу же пришли с
Quite soon, experts
кейсом.
came to us with a case.
У них в событиях, ну, в реальных событиях оказалось
In real events, it turned out they have
опциональные части,
optional parts,
есть какие-то поля с переменным количеством значений.
and there are fields with the variable values.
Без изменения языка единственным вариантом это
And without changing the language,
со стороны экспертов было
to support it
написать несколько формул.
was to write several formulas for each
Вот.
possible combination.
Пользователей, так как DSL это все-таки про удобство пользователей, разработчики добавили квантификатор.
So developers added their quantificators, quantifiers.
Перейти на другой алгоритм разбора.
They had to use a different analysis algorithm.
С возвратом.
So they had the research with return,
медленнее и без
which is
гарантий
search with reverse, and it was slower.
По поводу того, там, по поводу времени выполнения. И вот
so
Там был хороший пример, который
There was a good example there
почему-то промотался.
that for some reason was skipped on the slides.
Язык, он пытался прикинуться декларативным, но
The language seemed to be declarative.
до пользователя пользователю стали видны особенности реализации, то есть
But the user could see some specifics of realization, and depending on how
даже если это с точки
they
зрения
read the event, even if this event, in terms of logic,
даже если с точки зрения логики описания событий будут эквивалентными,
and if the events were equivalent,
какие-то там незначительные детали вроде
some insignificant details like a quantifier
на скорость разбора
may impact the speed of analysis.
Ну, теперь пройдемся по этапам.
So now let's go through the stages of realization. Prototype of compiler was written in Python.
Я так предполагаю, это в первую очередь помогло дойти до этапа, когда можно показать экспертам уже что-то работает.
To get to a certain stage when you could show to experts something that works.
При этом
at the same time,
именно компилятор, он перерос прототип и попал в...
This compiler kind of grew
довелось
over the prototype, and
поддержкой.
So I was maintaining it.
Там можно отметить несколько таких интересных моментов.
And there are several interesting points in it.
Что еще такого красивого получается в компиляторе на Python?
So what else you can have on the compiler written in Python? Python, so parser was written like this.
Динамический язык.
Python is dynamic language.
Программирование,
It's metaprogramming.
Вот сделали библиотечку, которая позволяет
And we made this library
грамматику
that explains the grammar of the language right in the code, and then the code is processed.
Вот. И потом это все собирается в грамматику и генерируется парсер.
And then it's all aggregated in the grammar and generate parser.
Вот. И
so it's pretty compact and pretty visible.
Интерпретатор всего этого можно было сделать просто по
So, and the interpreter of all of this could be done based on the book Patterns of Design.
Интерпретатор. Просто рекурсивно обходим все дерево и вычисляем.
Interpreter. So, and this is how we do it and how we calculate it. And as I said, at this stage of implementing the compiler state as it used to be, and the interpreter was written in C++. And
вот. А потом начался такой эволюционный процесс развития.
And then we had the evolution of it.
Самое, наверное, основное это то, что мы всегда.
And the key thing here is that we always had an issue with the speed.
Суть продукта обработать большой.
Because the purpose of the product is to process as many as possible events.
При этом еще важно, насколько много источников продукт поддерживает.
And it's also important to see how many sources it supports. Experts write new rules, they clarify the old ones.
У нас увеличивается размер.
So thus we have the size of the code growing.
Вот. Так как интерпретатор был написан,
Since the interpreter was written
достаточно просто с точки зрения использования подхода,
pretty simple in terms of the approach to it,
лежащее на поверхности решения,
there were some solutions, some obvious solutions.
отвечал за разработку.
Then the team that was developing this interpreters. So they came up with the virtual machine.
Это, в принципе, дало вот основной результат, который
And it gave us the main result.
нас устраивает.
And we're pretty much satisfied with this result.
При этом и интерпретатор байткода, и транслятор из AST
Both translator and interpreter of the code
на их стороне, то есть компилятор
were realized on their side, and the compiler was not affected.
Сейчас ускорение достигается за счет просто
Now we get the acceleration by profiling and optimization.
Но у нас еще было несколько не совсем удачных попыток.
But we had some not so successful attempts when we had the acceleration and
отказаться от
attempts to
самописной виртуалки.
Reject self-writing virtual machine. We tried to use LLVJIT. We tried to generate LLVM, compile it, and to launch machine code.
Это не пошло дальше прототипа, потому что
It didn't go further than prototype
стоимость этой разработки
because the cost of the development turned out to be
виртуальной машины, то есть
much higher than the virtual machine.
Виртуалку там за несколько месяцев.
One developer does the virtual machine for several months, then
человек достаточно на долгое время в этой задаче закопался.
But with this task, it took them much longer.
Еще пробовали использовать WASM.
They also tried to use WASM, WASM, because the technology has been around for a while.
Появилось много зрелых реализаций, есть из чего выбрать.
There are lots of pretty mature realizations, and it's again they used a virtual machine, but we didn't manage to
синтегрировать WASM таким образом, чтобы не потерять
WSM in such a way just not to lose the performance capabilities because of the approaches to security. And we lost something on the border. In more detail,
рассказывал мой коллега.
My colleague told you about this story.
Он руководитель группы разработки рантайма. Вот.
Evgeny Predakov, head of the Runtime Development Group, told about it in more detail, and this is the link to his work. Also, the compiler was rewritten for the same reason. In the first place, more rules means more work.
Python, как известно,
and Python, as you all know,
не особо отличается скоростью.
Can't brag its speed. And also, over this time,
новые задачи, то есть компилятор нужно
some new things appeared. The compiler had to be embedded into other products where the code wasn't written in Python. So, other than rewriting, the only solution was to launch it as a process, as a utility. So we compiled the compiler on C++. The biggest problem there was that over this time, the language has developed quite a lot, and the language description was spread across, wiki pages. It was difficult to rewrite the compiler at one go in such a way that the user code shouldn't be broken. We had some external users. And the risk was such that their code might stop working for a reason unknown, and one would have to choose something, to change something. So the solution for that was to write more tests, and we were fixing failures on the new compiler. Now we went further. We collected all the information about the language in the same place and basically wrote the language specification. as kind of a semi-formal expression, a description of all the constructs of the language in such a form that the programmer could almost rewrite it as code and to get a more or less working interpreter. It was also convenient for testers so as to confirm or deny that they have found some bug.
Как уже говорилось, DSL — это для
DSL was mostly used for the user convenience, and so in the implementation it was important to pay attention to those parts which the user interacts with. It's even important how the syntax analyzer is implemented. If you ignore it, the error messages will be so difficult to understand that users will initiate bug reports. Now, we use Bison in the compiler, and the problem there is that the syntax description language is quite weak. Even simple constructs are explained using too many rules. If you want to get error handling, like in well-developed compilers, where it can work through the entire file and say you have 10 syntax errors rather than stop on the first ones. This will also have to describe manually in the grammar, bloating it even more. In this case, ANTLR4 presents interest. It has error handling working much better out of the box and doesn't require any changes to the grammar. But when the compiler was being rewritten, it had quite an immature backend for C++. So Bison was chosen instead. I also tried Treesitter. Treesitter is good for editors in terms of parsing speed, but its problem is that it doesn't always return you all the errors. So the file wouldn't pass, but we can't say anything to the user about that. And that's its standard behavior as designed. And to conclude, we are going to share the feedback that we got from experts and what kind of other problems we got into. So the first one, launching code, is can only be done if you receive this code. Users want to do it in a comfortable way. They want to have an IDE, an integrated development environment, and unless you give one to them, they'll start inventing it themselves. From our own experience, we have encountered the situation. The point is that the language development team and the product development team were one and the same team. And after the first versions of the language were implemented and passed to our operations experts, we, with SDK and compiler and utilities that process rules, we passed them on, and the team focused on feature development. But our users quickly understood that with the growth of the number of problems and with the growth of the team, without some specialized IDE, it would be difficult to solve our problems effectively. And because our development team was not able to quickly step in, they developed their own IDE. It was kind of a wrapper over the utilities that they were given to them. And at early stages, it was a purely internal tool with some misalignment happening from time to time because the users didn't have a specification. So experts was getting information about the language piecemeal, and they were implementing it based on their own experience. With time, we started getting more and more requests from the external users, and therefore a decision was made to get rid of all misalignments and to improve the IDE to the state where it could be given out outside. And after that, the IDE has become part of the product. Yes. Why developers should think about IDE? Because one would think just solve the problem with misalignment and let the other team write it. But the problem is, this doesn't only apply for about the need of alignment. It's also about a need to redoing quite large piece of work. For instance, let's take a look what an IDE user needs. That's the syntax, highlighting, that's auto substitution and code navigation. For instance, if the rule consists of several files, it should also include transitions between files so as not to look for what you need. But the team that developed the compiler had components already that allowed either doing it simpler or even better. The compiler had syntax analyzer that could be used on the whole to highlight the syntax. And because the compiler can get AST, then you can use this IST to know the environment, the context, and only give them those prompts that are relevant for this context. The compiler has a symbol table in some form or another for validation or translation into the target representation, and so that it can be used for code navigation. It's enough to remember the location of all these symbols. And there's another, there are also quite a lot of tools to further develop, to further simplify the developer's work. The basic syntax highlighting is implemented in many editors using the TextMate grammar. And for more sophisticated scenarios, you can work through the parsing that will inform us additionally over the editor API. Editors often have plugin support, so you can write a plugin directly for some more sophisticated functionality. And the most curious thing that appeared just recently is a language server protocol, the protocol of communication between the editor and the program that offers a capability to analyze, validate the code. It can inform you about possible options of automatic continuation, regardless of the use. So there's something to choose from. And the most powerful thing is to write a plugin to save on the development of the UI, but implement the main logic yourself. Language server that uses language server protocol or some middle option. The most important thing here,
Он понимает язык,
that understands the language, so all the specifics related to the language stays
команды
within the area of responsibility of the DSL developer team, whereas integrating this to the editor that you like can be deferred to another team. And there's also always an option to ask users what they need and offer them APIs from some library. It's also worth mentioning that the user does not always write code from the first attempt, and the DSL is planned for active use for quite a long time, just like in our case. So overall, the years that the language has existed, experts wrote thousands of rules. And the approach consisting in writing a rule and then see, and then manually checking that it works, to see that it's, then to commit it. Of course, some debugging effort will be needed. But on the other hand, they help the developer sort out the bug reports. The point is that some debugging tools needs to be envisaged beforehand, because later it would be more difficult to add them. For instance, if you want to add an interactive debugger, one would wish that you write some functionality immediately. So, or if you take something ready-made, to take a look if it supports the step-by-step execution. But you don't need to rush writing a debugger yourself. Again, from my experience, if you don't offer tools to the users, they'll start writing them themselves. And the first thing they will build would be testing tools, some framework to write at least unit tests, and some utilities to launch them. In our case, what helped was the execution tracing. It's not yet debugging as such, but we record the entire trace, all operations that have been executed, and considering that our rules work in batch mode from start to finish, it can be all passed by an expert manually. But if you need an interactive debugger, then there's a debug adapter protocol to connect the debugger to the interface. And lastly, let's talk about the pitfalls that we got into when implementing the features. So the first problem that we encountered was about quantifier. With the growth of the number of rules and cases, it became obvious that we're losing in performance. So we started digging where it happens. And after the profiling of the normalizer, we understood the reason. The problem was closed by issuing a recommendation to our experts. After that, they implemented these recommendations as rules. The second story was about base 64. The experts didn't offer practical scenarios to the development of the requirements. Actually, it turned out to be quite a simple thing.
сценарии оказались сложнее.
But the scenarios turned out to be more difficult. Before passing this string to the input of the function, one needed to enter another string, so it was a substring of another string. This problem was closed through a workaround. They just used the regular expression, and it was out of the regular expression that it was passed to the function input. But the problem is that one might not have had a coded value, and the result of such decoding could issue an invalid sequence of bytes, byte sequence. So the feature was not solving the problem, but a workaround was developed based on the peculiarity of the language. And the developers took practical case and feedback as an input and planned an implementation of a feature that would help solving this problem for the user in a convenient way. And as a consequence, users like problems being solved through the existing tools. If you run into a problem and you don't have new tools to solve them, they will be trying to solve it with the existing tools. And that may affect adversely the performance. So you need to keep track of the growth in complexity at the level of the compiler. So that's basically all we wanted to talk about, the QR code for the evaluation of the presentation. If you are prepared to offer this feedback, please do, and many thanks. Hey guys, thank you. I am joining the audience, and by the way, you'll be able to help the speakers by adding your feedback, but you will also be able to take part in the drawing of the book. Okay, reminding you that yes, there are microphones. Hey guys, please use them. There are 2 microphones.
Нельзя вопросы?
No question?
Время у нас.
The time is up.
3 вопроса или прям короткие?
Well, very brief ones, okay?
3 руки, давайте прям.
Well, there are 3 hands. Very brief questions, brief answers, okay? Hi, how does it work?
Все.
I think it doesn't. Hi, super presentation, especially the part about development. And I got a question. If DSL is a tool, is a user tool, have you tried to put an MCP LLM on it so that the user could use the natural language to describe rules, so that it should translate that to that? I think that could result in fewer errors. This is up in the air. This idea is up in the air, and as far as I know, the guys are looking in this direction. What I know for sure is that there are experiments so that against a large stream of events, one could form the normalization rules. That problem is surely being solved, and there are even solutions that are being handed out to partners. So on a large flow of events, you issue suggestions on the ready-made formula immediately. Yes, thank you.
Вас тогда опередили, давайте побыстрее.
So, I think you've been intercepted. Let's try and do it fast. Thank you for doing what you're doing. My question is about the Tower of Babylon. You've listed a lot of DSL and other things. The experts should know all of them. Should one strive for the language only to be to be a single language? So is there any practical sense in this, or one should avoid this? And no adjacent questions? Well, a great question. Look, everything depends on your subject area. In our case, different rules can be written by different people, different teams. And more than that, every rule type has a specificity. If we write something universal that will solve all problems for all services, that will require making it too complex. So it's all practical. We accept a decision that's more convenient to you. In our case, it was more convenient to build our own language with its specificity and its subtleties. All, thank you. Next one. Thank you for your presentation. I have a really quick question about IDE. When I was working with language on Linux, using Wine, so I really had a pain in that IDE. And you, in VS Code plugin, I heard that it does exist, but can one, VS Code, can one find it anywhere? The IDE that we're showing today, that emerged in the beginning phase of the existing of the language that was developed for Windows, and there were no plans to port it. So we're now looking at developing a plugin, and there's already a community plugin. And we connect using it to this story in order to help develop this plugin, offering more and more convenient development tools. So our target story is that we go into is about developing the plugin and provides more convenience for development. And the last question. Haven't you thought about supporting macros in the language and offering users the capability to share these macros? Well, for some rules, we already have macros. For instance, for filters, in the correlation and enrichment rules, I mentioned that situation. It's when the rule starts consisting of several files. But in general, macros is a mixed bag. On the one hand, the user doesn't have to write a lot of code, but on the other hand, they expand into larger code. So basically, we offer a user like a time-delayed bomb. So sometimes they will write a macros that will explode into so much code that the compiler will not cope with. So I will ask everyone who's asked questions to stand up. Hey guys, please decide which question gets the prize. I think the question about the number of mutations in the language, why there are several ones, and why wouldn't one write one and cover all tasks? So, colleague, you get a book from the Peter Publishing House. That's all. Thank you very much.
Так, у нас до следующего доклада осталось 5 минут.
We have 5 minutes to the next presentation. You can stretch your feet. And so we are going to run a short technical break to disassemble the scene, the stage.
докладу, который прозвучит в нашей секции. И называется он «Почему разработчики не читают требования, а аналитики пишут много букв».
And this one is called Why Developers Don't Read the Requirements and Analysts Write Many Letters. Now let me introduce you to our panel who will be discussing this Tatiana Markin, independent expert. Could you wave your hand, please? Okay, thank you.
Поприветствуем, да.
Okay, let's welcome her. Catherine Gert, Positive Technologies.
Петр Ковчунов, тоже Positive Technologies.
Петр Кончалов, Positive Technologies.
И Никита Мышенков, тоже Positive Technologies.
And Nikita Mishenkov, Positive Technologies.
Так, всем привет. Надеюсь, вы не...
Hello, everyone. I hope you're not too tired, because we will be active, so to speak. First, we will get to know each other. My name is Tatiana Markina.
Независимый эксперт.
I'm independent expert,
Анализа, преподаю
system analysis, and I teach in the University ITMO.
Всем привет. Меня зовут Катя Герт.
Hi, my name is Katerina Gert. I am the head of the group of system analysis.
Занимаюсь сейчас продуктовой разработкой.
Right now, I work with product development, and many years before that, I worked in the other department. My name is Kovchunov Petr. I am deputy head of development of Captive of Max Paddle CM.
Всем привет.
Hello.
Меня зовут Никита.
My name is Nikita Mishenkov.
Работаю в Positive Technologies, руководителем.
I work in Positive Technologies as a head of the development team. That's it, probably.
Ребят, вы видели, у нас есть два микрофончика.
So you saw we have two mics.
Играл когда-нибудь 100 к 1? Можно поднять ручку.
Did you play 100 to 1? Do you know what the game is about? Okay, those who know, of course, sometimes you saw it on TV. We have something similar. So please come to the mics, because you will play, because we know the answers. Who is ready to play? Guys.
Это не страшно.
Нужно, наверное, немножко объяснить правила, что нам нужно будет сделать.
Наверное, да.
We'll have to explain the rules. There will be two questions. You will be guessing the answers, the most popular answers and less popular, why analysts are writing specifications and requirements and developers don't read them. We have hypotheses, and the developers, analysts, they were voting. So the first person, please, let's try it. We have prizes, ducks, who like ducks. So we have, excuse me, not ducks, fishing rods. Who?
Итак, кто готов начинать?
So who is ready to start?
Первый вопрос.
First one is why analysts write long specifications and requirements. Here on the screen, you will never forget it. So what hypotheses you have, what ideas you have?
Меня слышно.
Okay, you can hear me.
Вроде что-то работает.
It looks like it works.
Выполнять свою работу.
Because they're responsible for doing their work. Can you make the mic louder? Oh, we can't hear this one, sorry.
Ответственно выполняют свою работу.
So they're responsibly doing their work.
Хороший ответ, но такого варианта.
So this is a great answer, but we don't have this option here.
Наоборот, надо менять. Я скажу такой вариант, то что нужно покрыть все.
So they need to cover everything.
Все. Ну, мы не будем придираться к формулировках, несмотря на то, что мы аналитики душнилые.
So we're not going to... Well, phrasing is a bit off, but
все требования,
because they need to take into account all the requirements that will cover all cases. So then we'll continue with this team, so if you don't mind.
Потому что считают себя умнее разработчиков.
Because they think they're smarter than developers.
Ну, не надо нас так. Нас есть
So don't do it like this to us. So we have a similar option, but a bit different, so it's not. Okay, now you.
Наверное, чтобы заказчик не поменял.
So that the client wouldn't change the requirements. So they fix the requirements so that they later.
Ну,
they could know if the client changed them.
Чтобы в требованиях
Well, it's similar
ответы на все вопросы, учесть
so that in the requirements they can find all the answers to all the questions, all the nuances. Let's continue with this team.
Есть варианты?
Any other
Тогда вы...
variants than you?
На входе большой объем информации, которую они изучили.
At the entrance, there is a lot of incoming information and outgoing, and they have more.
Кажется, в основном
Not really.
изучали разработчики, и почему они...
Usually developers will say why they're upset with analysts. Do you have any other options? We can't hear this microphone.
Тестировщика.
To give all the requirements to testers, so we didn't even think about this. But there's an answer that has the developer. You can't hear it, and the microphone doesn't work. Sorry.
Ну нет, мы очень любим разработчиков, но там
We love developers,
аналитики считают про разработчиков.
but analysts, they think something about the developers.
Мне тут мигают, что подходит
So
ответ вот этот, потому что
they wink at me that this answer is good because developers are like children, so we love you more than you think. Some other variants?
много текста, вот прям в лоб,
Why do we write a lot of text? So what?
потому что что-то не умеют.
Because they don't know how to do something. Why they write long?
Потому что это не код, потому что короткий.
Because it's not a code. Because a short instruction or an algorithm, it's hard to write. It's only using language.
Не умеют излагать требования кратко.
Because they simply don't know how to write it succinctly.
Тоже, видимо, на горьком опыте очень
And another thing that's a very popular answer
связанный с ответственностью.
that has to do with the responsibility.
Потому что в большом документе очень легко спрятать неточность.
Because in the big document, it's very easy to hide some
Отличный вариант, отличный ответ. Я думаю, что мы уже захотим перейти.
inaccuracies. Yeah, it's a great one.
Нельзя было обвинить в неполноте требований.
So they wouldn't be blamed for not being complete in the requirements. So second question, why developers don't read requirements?
Давайте любые. Потому что лень. На удивление,
Because they're lazy.
популярный ответ.
That's a very popular answer.
Не читают.
Потому что What else?
Понятно.
Because it's clear anyway.
Ну, чуть надо докрутить.
Not exactly. They know better, developers.
Есть такое.
Yes, we have that.
Немножко я художник, я так вижу.
I'm an artist. This is how I see it. It's simpler to do it as I made it up.
Что?
What else?
Ну, практически, это цитата.
It's very difficult,
Понятно, много.
long, and unclear, too many letters.
Ну вот мы разобрали лень, а что еще может не хватать у разработчиков?
What else can be there?
Выполнение всего нужно выпускать вчера.
Да.
So,
И
no time, and?
подходите к микрофону.
Потому что они
Please come to the mic.
Потому что
Because they become obsolete, those requirements. No.
Потому что они их не
Much simpler. Because they didn't find them.
Нет,
No.
отличный вариант.
У них нет
That's a good one.
собственно, самих процессов и структур.
They don't have the understanding of the processes and what analyst writes.
Цитата, не опыт
And
работы в командах.
They
системных
don't have
аналитиков.
experience working with teams of system analysts.
Запомнила, мы уточним.
Thank you very much. So we'll give you fishing rods.
И у нас есть много ответов, но давайте же все-таки,
We
наверное,
have many answers.
почему и как к этому, что к этому приводит в целом.
So what actually leads to that?
Чтобы в требованиях можно было найти ответы на все вопросы.
So that you can find answers to all questions in the requirements to take into account all nuances when I read about it. So I actually read here a lot of pain and blames
Это вот прям выстраданное.
for not a good work, for bad quality.
Потому что особенно в заказной разработке
Yes, right. Especially when you have a
между командами
client's development and you need to keep all,
сложилось полное впечатление о том
you need to
процессе,
take into account all nuances. that they have in the
Очень,
feasibility study
внимательны к
and the technical specification. Analysts are very, very careful about the
подробно.
phrasing and wording that they have, and they're trying to be as detailed as possible. Yes, analysts clear. But what about developers? I can actually object that because, first of all, analysts, they write a little letters, as people said in the audience. Well, first of all, they're trying to cover that they're not well versed in the issue. And the more letters they write, it's easier to hide their lack of expertise, and then over-engineering. Sometimes just enough to have a hammer to hit the nail and not to write something about this like
Не потому, что
big
вы это читаете, не потому, что нужно
thing
понимать, что работа в команде.
and the development, the design of a big machine. And you need to understand, the team is not static and the people change in the team. And so let's get to the next argument. Why developers don't read? Because they're lazy and they don't have time. Well, it looks like so there is a client who comes and says, I need to do it. It must have been done yesterday.
Ты не можешь просто...
And so you can't just wait when everything will be ready. What about time management and many other things? You can easily distribute your time and find what you need, no? Maybe I'll comment on this one. Yes, right. Project manager can structure the speech. Analysts can write analytics very well. But another question is why it's not happening. Analysts write analytics. Analysts, they write specifications, requirements, but not analytics. Secondly, as you say, no time. No time to deal with that, but you have time to deal with bugs, but you always find time for bugs. Yes, right. If developers, they read the requirements, you would have less bugs because you would do what you're required to do. Again, it's a matter of trust. For some reason, I thought that this role is clear for everybody, but still I meet people who don't know what it is to be a system analyst, and they say that they wrote so many systems, and they never listen to people's opinion. And here we're talking about the role of the system analyst. We're not talking about the position. Actually, a developer can play the role, but this role should be there. Well, first of all, it depends how deep you're going to dive. If analysts, they change more often than developers. So why are you going to trust the person who wrote something, somebody whom you don't know? Who is responsible for analysts disappearing? So then developers disappear as well. And this mysterious situation, yes, right. In any case, you need to leave some textual artifacts of your presence, maybe like cave drawings or something like that.
Еще мы говорили о том, что аналитики пишут, потому что это цитата Надежды.
We said that analysts, because they love writing and they obsessed with writing. We probably understand the importance of this process and why there is such a negative perception of this. It's like waste of time. This is what they say, and I often hear it from different developers. It's like, let me just do it, and then you simply describe what I've done. This is what developers say to analysts.
Часто видится документация, которая...
Oftentimes you see documents that they're trying to cover everything.
Нужно ли это все?
But the question is, do you really need all this everything?
Просто не хочется это...
And you just don't want to read this. Maybe it's the next thing.
Прямо иногда читаешь просто как...
But sometimes when you read it,
не знаю, сплошной текст.
It's like text only. It may be a problem, and we'll speak about it a bit later. But I think analysts, they write the law specifications and requirements because they don't know who in the team will do it, a particular feature. Maybe it's going to be as experienced senior who knows how domain works, but maybe it's going to be a newcomer in the team and who just came and they need a lot of text to be able to figure it out. And while you're developing a feature in the moment, you also develop the system further. And sometimes it takes not a month or two, sometimes even more than 2 years. And sometimes it takes years to develop our products or even decades. That's why with this product and with this project, there will be several generations of teams. And in order to do it in the proper way, so that for those who come after us and why we did it this way, that's why we do it and we write it in detail. And I'm sure that everybody participated in excavations, and we always dig in and see who was writing this, why they were writing this. And I'm trying to protect all the analysts and defend all of them, because there are some requirements that I can't read it myself. And I think you, Katerina, you wrote me once that, could you read it again? And is it possible to read it at all? There are like low quality work and there high quality work. We have all this, but for some reason, in development, they have this opinion that if it's an analyst, so they're those ones who are just annoying. So it's kind of, I know better. That's what developers think, and that's why this teamwork doesn't quite work. For some reason, analyst doesn't become a part of the team with the developer. Why is that? Why? Maybe it's the next question. Maybe because analysts and developers, they're on different sides of that, because the one type of people, they're promoting the product for real, but the others are doing it on the paper. And the compromise is hard to find, and only a mature team can come to the conclusion that analyst is not your enemy. It sounds really scary. On the contrary, when you realize that anybody who is trying to participate in your project is your friend, then it's actually a reason to be happy, nothing to be scared of. And then we have lots of letters. In fact, I have this impression that we had less letters than developers, but so, okay, long, unclear. Situations I had with the structured documents, with features and applications, and this is how it was separated. So you change one requirement and you tell the developer in the point in where they need to read it. So the developer reads the whole document, 50 pages, and they don't even get to the line that you changed, and they decide to do it themselves. So why is that? But in fact, it can be because it's yes, the developer may have the impression it's better to read the whole thing, maybe you change something else. That's my favorite phrase. One of the developers, I didn't do it according to the requirements, I did it rationally, but the result wasn't what we expected, but
По поводу очень сложно. Я сталкивался
about too complicated. I used to find such documents that they say, refer to the paragraph so and so, and then you go to that paragraph, and then it's like gamifying technical specification. Well, first of all, I am really sorry that you came across a bad quality of analyst, and so the structure of the document should be easy. But about gamification of this, I read a story of an analyst, a woman who used to hide pictograms of little cats in the analyst, and she asked the developers to count how many cat icons they had in the document. Analysts playing little tricks to make developers read. Analyst and developer they were setting up a meeting, and the analyst was reading these requirements for the developers out loud. And sometimes, we see it many times, the quotes that we've collected, they've been repeated. It's not just one developer who said that, and this is the pain that's been around for many years, and for some reason it's still there, and there is no dialogue. For some reason people are not communicating. So somebody said they're on other side of the barricade, as they say. So why? Because we're a team development team. If even you look from the point of view of Joel, so analyst is a part of the team, and so why you limited to testers and developers? Well, first of all, because in some of the teams, in some of the minds, the developer is like a wife from the anecdote, so from a joke. So dear friend, so I thought about it, so that's going to be your job. So I decided no. So but the developer will be realizing it anyway. So analysts thought about it, and together with the analyst, together with the developer, they solved it. But the developer was living a happy life until they brought this changed specifications. So okay, the problem is in the surprise you're gonna get. Okay, in the prize you're gonna get. And so we get to the point that developers are children. So it's not clear where they're gonna get lost in the document.
Не знаю, как вот для меня ребенок это нечто временами капризное, которое вот примерно.
Child, this is some whimsical,
это разработчик, который примерно лежит на полу.
Crying child who is like throwing tantrums, like lying on the floor and screaming and all that. So maybe this is the problem. When analysts will be perceiving developers as peers, not as like children. See that what happens when children come to you and say, I am grown up, so you should trust me. A mother is saying, so you need to earn this trust. Well, first of all, you need to behave as adults, so read, and if you have questions, you have to ask those questions, so together we could get to the result. In the first part, in 1 to 100 game, we saw that both sides of this dispute, they think that they consider others to get less qualified. I'm lost in your phrasing, like which part is what. So developers think that analysts are like children and they're trying to win in the game and to trying to cover everything, which is impossible. Well, actually, analysts never make anybody read anything, so we trying to make everything that's possible to ease the process. We give you everything, and we can even dance around. And that's it.
То есть есть прецеденты, то есть лучшие практики. Стараются учиться не на своих ошибках, а на чужих.
Practices and they're trying to learn from their mistakes. And the developers are trying to learn from life as well. So they have great enthusiasm.
По-моему, практически дословно отгадали. Я художник, я так вижу, проще сделать, как сам придумал. Но в целом никто не запрещает идти на диалог.
Nobody is trying to go to dialogue.
Много-много лет назад, когда я
many years ago, when I was trying to get to the dialogue with the analyst who just came to our team, and I came to ask a question, and some hours later they come to me, the product comes to me and said, so analyst wants something from me.
Что мне ему ответить?
So what to tell him?
Ну да, какая-то такая двоякая, замкнутый круг. Кажется, что все у нас ходит вокруг того, что просто
everything goes around
почему-то не строят каких-то
team, and for some reason they don't talk in the teams, and they
не строят процессов, они не всегда.
They don't build processes, and
проще сделать,
so for everybody it's easier to do, and maybe it's also easier to do it yourself than to explain how. And sometimes the situation can be that you understand that there's a problem. And if it's good, you need to bring analysts to it. But while talking to the the analyst. You'll need so much time, and you will need to do this and that, and many, many more. And as a result, all this bureaucratic machine is operating, and the client is with the bug and all that. Or you can do it as you feel, and you can do it quickly. If it's quickly, then the client will get something that they don't need, and it will waste time for the tester to find the bug, to come to the analyst and say, is it feature or the bug? And the analysts need to recall why, because some time passed after they wrote the requirements, so what it was about. So they come to the developer, explain to the developer wrote it, tested it, so everything was adjusted properly, and finally the client got it.
Но если баг невозможно отличить от
So, but if the bug can be differentiated from the features, it actually tells us about the quality of analysts.
Нет.
No.
С точки зрения того, что, например,
From the point of view that there are certain limitations there, and this behavior is like that because the developer did it as they came up with, and not always the testing can assess it in a proper way. Maybe this way it's better, but we're not saying it's just, follow strictly the requirements and that's it. Okay.
Ну, в принципе, во многом здесь звучит зерно истины. Другое
In fact, there is some
что мы с вами сейчас приводим разные примеры.
Point of truth here. In fact, we're
каждая ситуация, она
given examples from life, but each situation is very unique. And everybody is saying, so I'm an artist, this is how I see it. And even analysts do that.
Хочется сказать, что
Oh
в целом
boy.
я с многим согласна с тем, что
In
условно
general, I agree with that. And what the opponents tell us.
рекомендациям, я думаю,
So we should move to recommendations, and maybe you have some live situations that you'd like to share with us. Why developers didn't read requirements and analysts wrote too much, and how you were dealing with all this.
Смотрите, есть прекрасный пример того, как
There is a great example how analysts wrote requirements.
написали нам,
We did a feature. They wrote us the first variant of requirements. We did it word to word. It's just like it was set up. We gave it to the client, and we get feedback
клиента, который он хотел, не
that the assignment client gave us is not solved at all. We did it with quality work, everything was done, but not what they expected. And we're sitting here and looking at each other. So analysts, they wrote a lot of letters. Developers did exactly what it was, but so they didn't achieve the result. So what to do in this situation?
ну, кажется,
To
проблема немного
change,
в другой области. То есть,
I think it's from a different
мы говорим требования, значит,
areas. So if
обман, иначе написано некачественно.
the requirements properly written, so then there was some errors
Да, действительно,
at the beginning when the client brought the assignment. So we have different
и разные.
level of experts and different senior levels.
Но на самом деле таких ситуаций, когда
But in fact, there are such situations when, in this situation, I would ask a question, maybe our client changed their mind. That happens too.
примером относительно недавно.
I have good examples. Recently, they did a feature,
Такой, я знаю, что хочет.
and the product manager said, I know what our client wants. We made a prototype when they want it. So when they showed it to the client, because that wasn't what they wanted at all. So it was miscommunication between other departments. So that's why don't forget, it's just not only analysts and developers, also designers and product managers and other people, right? So there are many variables here.
По поводу, там, если говорить, качества требований и прочее, я в какой-то
Quality of requirements, at that point,
вычитывали
I would set the testers that they read it so they could understand how to test it using it.
Третья роль тоже вроде
So we have the third role
устраивать
here as well.
разработчикам и аналитикам.
Maybe we shouldn't have the battle between the developers and analysts. We need to spread it to the team. So we probably get to agile.
Ну что ж, мы поговорили.
So
Большинство угадали.
we spoke about it, so you actually guessed it right. So what happens? We discuss different variants, and then we'll have short speeches from analysts and developer with recommendations.
Что же делать?
What to do?
Разработчик.
First one is developer.
Итак, собственно, как
So,
нам, разработчиков, подружиться на
how we developers should support
одну
analysts?
сторону баррикад.
So we should be on the same side of the barricade.
И действительно,
So we
с малого.
need to start from a small thing.
Свое время. То есть мы берем и
We take it
какой-то кусочек времени, когда мы будем
and we find a time and what we're going to do with this. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do.
вот в рамках ближайшей задачи, ближайшей
So locally, with the sprint and the tasks, what they actually want from me.
главное не увлечься, не попытаться
And the main thing is here is not to invent something for yourself. That's why we'll start
с предметной областью, с терминами. Потому что нам, разработчикам,
with getting to know the terms and the area we're working. And this is the area that we don't quite understand. So if we need to realize something, business task or something like that, so we need from a different area.
как уже упоминала Таня, мы должны создать краткое изложение.
And so what helps us, as Tanya said, we need a brief explanation of how we understood this. And this should be shown to the analyst. If the analyst gets, you have correctly understood what I said, otherwise that would bring us to the unending cycle of rework. And what else we need to learn doing is to ask questions, because without asking questions, we won't be able to build communications. And if we don't understand something, you shouldn't be afraid of that. Just ask a question, and the analyst will answer. You just have to understand that you can impact the analyst. You initiate some discussion. Nobody makes you under the fear of punishment to do it exactly from the beginning and to the letter. Sometimes you can improve, and if you don't understand why you need something, how it is important, what business problem it's going to solve, just ask. The analyst should have an answer to this question. And if they don't, they will go to business and ask a question, and maybe that will improve the quality of your own work. You have to start loving visualization. On the whole, we don't like to read. We like to watch, to see pictures. That's why you need to have as many pictures as possible. You have to have the whole map visualized. And everything will be the way that you can cover with one look and understand how it fits the large picture. Because you, as developer, is doing just a part of a huge project. You need to have a plan of action, not the one shown in this picture. You need some specific plan. And in the first place, you need to eat the elephant in pieces. First, to decompose the abstract problems, prioritize the bits and pieces that you got, set deadlines. And the more you do that, the easier it's going to be to spread your capacity. And also, you need these real deadlines and control, even as part of self-discipline, not just in terms of other people catching up with you and helping you. Somehow we stopped seeing a big screen and we still see the... right, it's back. And after you've done something, you've tried, great job, but you always need feedback. You always need to keep track of someone controlling you. In that case, your controller can be a tester, analyst, a product manager, even yourself. You need to convene some meetings. So if you need them, you want to showcase something, call a meeting But you have to understand, the more people there are in a meeting, the more there's a chance of turning this useful meeting into just a fun meeting, other than the one aimed at giving you answers to your questions. And you should always, end up with a short memo saying what's been intended, what's done, who did a great job, who didn't. You need to make requirements part of your daily work, because basically both the positive and negative side of good interaction between analysts and developers is that the way the analyst has thought, has conceived it, this is the way that the developer has implemented. So you need to factor in the possible change situation. You need to be able to test what you've implemented, whether all the lists, all the requirements have been implemented. So you should, at least, you should coordinate the important parts of your work with the analysts, so that you shouldn't, get into a situation where you create by the ear rather than according to the requirements. And please remember, the analyst is not your enemy. However hard I tried to argue with two great ladies, I understand that the analyst's job is very important. And so you need to find a common language with the analysts, and you should listen to what they tell us. Also, we need to have a dialogue with analysts, not only on this stage, but also in life. These are great people, aren't they? And try to use some common quality metrics. How great job the developer has done, how great job the analyst has done, so as not to step on the same rake all the time, and be effective to get in the same pitfall. Be effective, be active, be proactive, don't keep silent, offer your ideas. You're not just a machine to rework requirements in the code. You are human in the first place, and expert. So if you understand what can be made better, do that, make a contribution. Thank you, Peter. I subscribe to every word of you. Indeed, if developers start doing that, and I'm sure you'll be able to meet those analysts who will support you. And now, a small talk from an analyst, what she does to improve the processes. So I would like to talk about writing briefly and understandably. Actually, analysts know a million ways how to describe what they want, with diagrams, text, JSON, but the biggest question that analysts are answering is why. That's the most important question for any analyst. Why we're doing that? What for we are implementing a certain feature? This is the question where the work of an analyst should start. And same thing here. Why are we writing the requirements? What kind of problem we want to solve? Why should we be doing it exactly this way? So why do we write requirements? Perhaps we are doing it so that the developers should clearly know what they're doing and how. Maybe we're doing it so that the customer should understand what the end result they're going to get from us. We also want our testers to verify it, to test it. So perhaps it's so. Or maybe we're writing requirements so that the product could be implemented, so that the customer should get something working, something that would really solve their problems. And then we also want this product to be developed further, so that new functionality could be added to it without unreasonable effort and cost. And also it needs to be maintained to understand what a bug is and what a feature is. So, do we need to write a lot for that? With maximum details? My answer is no. Does it mean you need to write just a bit? indicating the main idea that the developers, it's up to developers to understand it themselves. Again, no, in my opinion. Actually, you have to find the optimum level of detail in the requirements fitting your team, the people that you're working with. Firstly, to start a question of why or what for, and then to start with researching it. When I joined my new team, the first thing I started doing was I started talking with developers, with testers, designers, and I was asking the same question: how they use our current artifacts, how they work with requirements, if they have any questions that concern them most frequently in their work. I was asking them to show examples of that right in the document, how they read them and how they use them. This way, I learned about case diagrams, that's funny pictures with little humans who make them smile and laugh. So we've put together a list of requirements as artifacts, so what to do next? Then you need to fix the requirements. We have to understand that we have different target audiences, different readers, different requirements. For instance, for our product manager, for our customer, it's important to understand what they're going to get as a whole, what kind of capabilities they will have, how their processes will be implemented. And here you don't need a lot of details of implementation, but our developers need more details. But developers may also be of different categories, front end, back end, and here you also have to factor that in. Then you have to express that in your typical artifact templates. So to understand how these templates should be constructed. This way, we can work out the format of work that will be convenient and that will be a match for our team. What else can come in handy? Of course, it will help if we split our documents into smaller pieces. For me, as head of analysts, the first thing I pay attention to assessing the work of my subordinates is the structure of documents they generate. It's this that shows how well the person has understood the subject, if they've understood what they need to do. The structure of the document is the face they are addressing the target audience, the developers. Of course, you need to use schematic diagrams, tables, and different sorts of requirement visualization, because we work with different people. Some people prefer images, other tables. There are other people who just prefer bulleted text. This is also important, therefore. But on the whole, you need to try and use simple and understandable language. I have a book by Lyakov who is teaching how to simplify the language, and I try to implement the recommendations of the author. So we've done everything. We've collected the requirement. We've done our research. We started doing exactly how our developers had asked us. So the time now is to collect feedback. The important thing here is that it shouldn't be a one-off event. You should do it regularly to understand how developers work with your artifacts, what questions they have. You can take a look based on the bugs they are collected during testing to understand which pieces of documentation should be put together with more detail. And after we've collected the feedback, the time is up to use this information in our work in the next generation of the artifacts that we create.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Давай, следующий слайд. Следующий слайд у нас есть.
Next slide. We have one more slide. Thank you. Actually, we've tried to run a brief show for you with pictures so that it could be memorable. But if you count the number of characters that the analysts used, it will be smaller than those used by the developers. Your questions now. We can talk about your real-life cases. We have the time. You can just come up, or you just skip coming up. Thank you.
Да, не забудьте подойти за
Please don't forget to come up for the ducks.
Да. Так у нас кто отвечал, знают.
So,
Ребята это тоже знают, и мы их запомнили в лицо.
So we know who was answering and asking questions. In any event, the 5 answerers are getting the ducks. Those of you who gave answers, so a ceremonial handing of the duck, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and we still got one more duck. Okay, and the remaining duck goes to the owner. So all ducks have found their new owners. The developers have found understanding with analysts. And on the whole, I believe that we spent a good time. And this puts us in a position to say goodbye. Thank you. Алло. Привет. Так, сейчас я этих... Ну, я написал в чат. Вот. Сейчас я тут аудио у них отключу. Тут нету мьюта. Господи, в зуме нет. Слушай, ну, я вот сейчас написал в чат. А почему ты меня плохо слышишь? Очень странно. Может быть, это вдруг в Телеграме вдруг идет через системный микрофон? Просто в Зуме. Да, я думаю так. Сейчас, погоди. Сейчас. Микрофон. Вот, все, я понял, в чем дело. Вот сейчас должно быть хорошо. Сейчас хорошо? Сейчас лучше стало? Ну, я говорю... Ну, я нормально тебя слышу. Вот. Ну, может быть, потому что у меня идут в одни и те же наушники, и вот эта музыка дурацкая из Зума. Вот. Но я, пожалуй, выйду.